All right. Looks like we have resolved the technical difficulties. I'm hearing there might be some issues with accessing the Wi-Fi, but that's not having any impact there, Sam?
No.
Okay. Okay. So let's go ahead and continue where we left off, which was new and noteworthy from the library. And we have Christopher Veach, our librarian, with us. Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm Christopher Veach, County Librarian, and thank you for giving me just a few minutes to talk about what's new and noteworthy at the library. This month, I wanted to highlight a book that's been at the top of the library's hold list since it came out this November, The Gray Wolf by Louise Penny. Louise Penny is a best-selling author from Canada with a long-running mystery series following Inspector Armand Gamache in the small town of Three Pines. And The Gray Wolf is the 19th installment of the series. And one of the reasons people love this series is that the small town of Three Pines is a character of its own. It has a cozy, welcoming atmosphere, offering a comforting escape, perfectly balanced by the suspense of a gripping mystery. Lisa Holstein writes for Library Journal, Penny plays on readers' fears as she launches a new story arc that is completed in this installment but presents a cliffhanger. It's a frightening novel of duality, of good versus evil, with an
Looks like we've all together lost. Oh, he's back.
Hello. Sorry, I'm not sure what happened. I just disappeared. So I was talking about The Gray Wolf.
Yes.
I'm not sure where I got cut off exactly, but
you were mentioning the quote from I don't know if it was the New York Times or one of the quotes for the reviews.
Okay, it's from Library Journal. They write, it's a frightening novel of duality, of good versus evil, with an allegorical tale for today's world as only Penny can write. And The Gray Wolf is available in print, large type, audiobook, and ebook through the library system. And you can request this book or other materials through our online library catalog. Requesting items is completely free, and items are sent to your local branch for you to pick up. I'm also excited to introduce the Palace Project this week, which is an app that lets patrons access even more ebooks and audiobooks from the library. Palace combines more of the library's digital collections into one seamless platform. The Palace Project app is available for free download on mobile devices and tablets through Apple App Store or Google Play. All you need is your library card to start, and you can explore thousands of titles, including over 3,300 always available audiobooks that are provided through the California State Library's eBooks for All project. So with those, there's no waiting. You can download those audiobooks right away, which is great for a road trip or anything that you're doing that would benefit from an audiobook. So you can find that information about the Palace Project or our library catalog on our website at library.lakecountyca.gov, or come visit your local library branch in Lakeport, Clear Lake, Middletown, Upper Lake, or on the Bookmobile. Thanks again for listening to what's new and noteworthy at the library.
And Mr. Veach, I always appreciate you updating the public and the board on what's going on in your library system. I want to let you know of something that myself and Jessica Paiska, Supervisor Paiska, experienced. Greg Lucas, I believe is his name, who is the state librarian, gave a keynote speech about the importance of libraries, but a very dynamic speaker, an amazing speech that he gave, very inspiring, and I'm happy to know that you have higher levels of support, and I know that's why you're doing such a good job in your capacity as our librarian, and appreciate the fact that all are working together to make this a better place.
I'm so glad to hear that. Greg Lucas is a wonderful state librarian, and I'm always happy to work with them.
Thank you so much.
So he did talk about his tour. Did he come to any of our libraries?
He came to the Upper Lake Library
Excellent.
when he first became state librarian.
Very nice. Thank you again. All right, next on our agenda, consideration of the September 30th, 2024 report of Lake County pooled investments. And we have Mr. Sullivan, our treasurer tax collector, and Carlos. Sorry, I only have the first name.
It's all right, it's hard to pronounce.
Welcome.
Thank you. Patrick Sullivan, Treasurer Tax Collector. I'm here with Carlos Oblitas from Chandler Asset Management. We're going to present.
Please turn on the mic. Should go green.
Oh. So Patrick Sullivan, Treasurer Tax Collector. I'm here with Carlos Oblitas from Chandler Asset Management. We are here to present the September 30th report on investments. And at this point, I would turn it over to Carlos for the presentation. I can put it up. Yeah.
So the materials get pulled up, supervisors. It's great to see you again. Happy holidays to everybody. I'm going to keep it brief because you're probably running behind schedule. I think that if we have the presentation up, I think it might be best to, before we jump in, just start by saying that the size of your total overall investment program, just as a reminder, let's go back to the ABCs. The size as of September 30th was $520.4 million. This includes everything. It includes 2 portfolios that are managed by Chandler Asset Management and a host of cash management investments spread out amongst investment pools, money markets, mutual funds, bank accounts, and savings accounts. All of it functioning in conjunction with one another to, again, provide liquidity to pool participants when they need it, to ensure that the investments are safe, and of course to generate a competitive return. So the total amount is $520 million. Of that $520 million, $77.6 million as of September 30th is in those liquidity vehicles. That's not managed by Chandler, but it is managed directly by your Treasury and your Treasurer Tax Collector. And then Chandler handles 2 portfolios. The portfolio that we call the core or longer term portfolio, about $375 million, and then a smaller liquidity portfolio that we've been managing as an alternative to the state pool. That one titles about $67.6 million for a total of $442. So of that 520, we're managing about $442 million on your behalf. So I want to focus on that longer-term core portfolio, and if we turn to page number 16, I want to show you what it looks like. A reminder, when we set up the strategy for this portfolio, the main strategy was to maintain the investments between primarily 1 and 3 years. We go a little longer sometimes, a little shorter, but sometimes whether we do that or not, the bulk of the investments stay between 1 and 3 years. They average somewhere around 1.7, 1.8 years. That's important. That strategy has been done because we get a level of expectation for the volatility of returns when we do that, and we also get a level of expectation for the kind of return we're going to get over the long haul. That approach for those $375 million that you see up there, as of September 30th, the yield to maturity, or rather the income that you are expected to earn on an annualized basis into the future, was 3.51, a little bit higher than what you saw the prior quarter. But I want you to look at the market yield, which is the row right beneath that. The market yield on this portfolio is 4.08. It infers a reinvestment rate, which means that we're still picking up some very robust yields. That is also down from the prior 3 months because interest rates in the markets have come down. The Federal Reserve has lowered interest rates. That number, that reinvestment that's inferred, was in the tune of about 5.02. So you can see that we're reinvesting approximately 100 basis points, 1% lower than we were three months ago, and that's simply because of what the Fed has been up to in lowering interest rates. This portfolio is has a very, very high credit quality, and as I stated, it averages about 1.7 years. If we go to the next page, on page 17, the backbone of this portfolio is the diversification that we've introduced. We try to take advantage of every asset class that's available to us under California government code. Treasury and agency securities, these are obligations from the United States government and its federal agencies. That continues to be the backbone of all of this because those are considered the most liquid and generally the safest investments. But we add yield advantage sectors to the portfolio to add yield over the long run. And we diversify those. And that's a dynamic approach. So, for example, through September 30th, Treasuries made up about a third of the portfolio, 33%, almost 34%. Federal agencies made up a little bit over a quarter of the portfolio, 26%. High credit quality corporate bonds make up around 24, a little less than a quarter. The results of that can be seen on page number 20. Over the past 12 months ended September 30th, the return on this portfolio, so this is a combination of interest income that was earned during the last 12 months and also the change in fair value of the investments. When you combine them together, we get a total return of 6.96%. You did really well. We haven't seen returns like this in 15 years. Very, very good return. Versus the benchmark, which we use to gauge the amount of risk that we're taking on in the portfolio, and we also use that to measure how our returns are doing versus the market. Well, the return on the benchmark was 6.74. So you outperformed it. Why is that? Primarily because of the diversification that you had in the portfolio. You have asset classes in there that were not present in the benchmark, which added to the return. Since we've been managing this particular portfolio, that goes back to November 1st of 2021, that was like in the heart of the pandemic when rates were zero, literally. You've been averaging 2.15 per year versus the benchmark of 148. Over the last 2 years, you've been averaging, and that's per year, 2.15 per year. Over the last 2 years, you've been averaging a little bit over 5% per year. So you've done all right. The shorter portfolio, that's the liquidity portfolio. I mentioned that we managed that as an alternative to the state pool. That was done on a temporary basis because there was an inversion of the yield curve. That's a fancy term for saying that there was an anomaly in the term structure of interest rates where you could earn more with shorter investments than you could with the longer. That's usually not the case. We did this tactically in conjunction with your treasurer. We moved approximately 67. The treasurer moved over approximately 67, actually at one point it was closer to $75 million into the shorter term portfolio. We really didn't get much longer than 3 to 6 months on average. That portfolio focused primarily on U.S. Treasury securities, so we kept it very clean with the safest and most liquid investment. That portfolio, if we turn to page number 25, we can see the return over the last 12 months ended up being 5.46. Another strong return for virtually almost overnight cash. So you did well here. Since we began that's been running since April 1st of 2023, so a little bit longer than a year, about a year and a half. You've been averaging an annualized return of 5.4. All right, the key things that are driving all of this, I think it's worth saying, is that the economy is slowing down. The reason the economy is slowing down is because we've had high interest rates. The Federal Reserve raised interest rates, and we can actually see that on page number 12, the chart on the right-hand side. We saw the Federal Reserve raise the overnight lending rate between banks to basically make it more expensive for banks to borrow from one another, which in turn the banks make it more expensive for you to borrow from them. And it's more expensive to borrow money today than it was 3 years ago. And they do that to basically cut people out of the markets for example, when you're a homeowner, or a home buyer, I should say, you're somebody who wants to invest in a home and you want to borrow money to buy that house. Well, if the mortgage rate is much higher, that might make you not be able to afford that mortgage payment. So you probably sit and wait and hold your money. And while you sit and wait and hold your money, you're not demanding that house, which hopefully brings the price down. And that's what they were trying to do. They were trying to bring overall prices down. That's inflation. There's a chart on that, which I do want to highlight. That can be found on page number 6. And you can see the consumer price index in June of 2022 reached a 40-year high, over 9%. They wanted to bring that back down, and that's what they've done. They've been fairly successful. They did that by raising interest rates. And now that we're at a point where inflation is lower and the Federal Reserve has maintained interest rates high, the economy has slowed down as a result of that. And now they're doing the opposite. Now they're trying to stimulate the economy to make sure that they give enough stimulus to allow the economy to pick back up, but not to bottom out. Okay, they don't want it to bottom out and maybe go into a contraction. So as a result, now they've reversed. If we go back to that chart on page number 12 on the right-hand side, if you just look at the far right-hand side, you see the hike, which is when they raised rates. It looks like a hockey stick, and then they stayed high for a while, and now you see it starting to come down. And that's what they've done. They met in September. They lowered that overnight lending rate between banks by 0.5%, 50 basis points. They met again November 7th and lowered that rate once again by 25 basis points, a quarter point. They will be meeting on September 17th and 18th, or December 17th and 18th in about a week. and it is expected, though not guaranteed, that they may lower rates yet again. And as we enter into 2025, they are on an easing mode, meaning that they're more want to lower rates than to raise them, simply because they want to make sure that the economy doesn't bottom out. So what does it mean for you? It means that for you, your reinvestments, when they raised rates, hit some really high yields, which have benefited you, which have benefited the participants of the pool. Your apportionments have been at the highest you've seen in many, many years. You won't see them as high as they've been. You hit some real high highs. You won't see those coming into next year, although you should still see robust yields, which should still be a significant revenue source for the county and the pool participants. Through this time, we'll continue to navigate. We'll continue to coordinate with the Treasurer Tax Collector. That component that the Treasurer Tax Collector manages directly, that was done tactically to capture some very high yields in that anomaly that I talked about. That's been very successful for the pool. Very, very successful. The utility of that is now waning. And like I said, we continue to coordinate with the Treasurer Tax Collector to make sure that when that inflection point comes, that we've already shifted into a new tactic to be able to maintain safety, liquidity, and return. With that, I'll take any questions you may have.
Supervisor Pyska?
So then we won't see as many gains, but we will see a leveling off. We're not anticipating any drops. Just to be clear.
Correct. Let me take it real technical. Your return comes from two sources. It comes from the interest income that you earn. A bond is a loan, and you're lending money out to these entities. When you buy a treasury bond, you're lending to Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam pays you interest. So interest is part of your return. The promise of that return plus the return of your principal, because it's a loan, you get your money back. The value of that stream of cash coming back to you, it has something called a present value, and that value goes up and down in the markets. So that's the other part of your return. When I think of the word gain, I think of that change in fair value. But I think what you're referring to is the net amount that we're going to end up with. It's not going to bottom out. No, that's not what we're foreseeing. We think it might be a little lower than what you had this year, but it's still going to be robust.
I'm just talking about the graphs that we all love and what that will look like maybe next year and the year after.
I think it'll look competitive.
Okay.
Any other comments or questions? Mr. Solomon, did you want to add something before?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I can run through the two remaining charts and then we can circle back. So this is the quarterly earnings for the pool since we began the comprehensive investment program. So as you can see, we're continuing to have these gains each quarter. This last quarter, and there may have been an error in the memo, it was the quarter ending September 30th, Q1, that was 5.3 million in returns. So yeah, I think what we're seeing, and I think what Carlos was talking about, I just want to make it clear, is that the income at this point, as we have bonds and other instruments continue to mature, we're no longer picking up the huge gains in returns that we were. Each time there's maturity, we were investing at, like you was pointing out, the 5% level or higher in some cases. Our pools have dropped. Our return on our money market has dropped. So at least on the treasury side and the more liquid side, those are starting to really level out or in some cases decrease as our other maturities come due. Some of them, those older notes that we held at those lower rates, they are being reinvested at a higher rate. But last year they would have been reinvested at 5%. Now they're going to be reinvested more in that 3.5 range. So we're basically, the gains we're picking up on these notes, some of them are still in the 1% to 2% range or even less. So it's going to go up, but it's no longer going to go up even on those in the way that you saw in this last year. So if anything, if there's any more gains to be had, it's going to be pretty slim. Otherwise, I mean, at least from the perspective that I'm seeing, I think by the end of next year, if rates don't change, we're really going to have leveled off. Okay. So there's this chart. And then also, just for your awareness, I think it's too much to really go through here, but this is historical apportionment data that your board has requested in the past. This also goes back to 2021. This shows the per fund breakdown of how the investment earnings for the county from the Treasury pool were apportioned. So just if you look at the first one, for example, general fund, so it was like $288,000 in 2021. For 2024, it's $3.4 million. If you go to the final page, you'll just see that total breakdown of interest earned back to 21, and you can see the trends and changes there. And it may just be of some value for what some of the questions your board had to understand how these investment earnings impact not just the county, but also the school districts, fire districts, and all of our partners throughout the county. So if there are any questions, I'm happy to take them.
I see no questions or comments. I appreciate you providing the level of detail, and hopefully now it's a simple report to run, so it's not something that you have to do from scratch as you had to in the original time that you brought that to us. But seeing that change and making it very public as to all the different agencies and what they're benefiting from this, seeing us start from about $90,000 per quarter, going all the way up to 5.3, 5.4. We're looking at 60 times the level of investment return that we were getting on a quarterly basis. So that's pretty awesome. I don't know what other word to use other than it's really fantastic. I know that we also just in our consent agenda just approved no changes to the policy. And it sounds to me, based on the words that you expressed, that our policy is working for us better than it may be working for others, as we're looking at kind of the state average, and we're looking at, or what your, forget what the term was that you used. I don't have, but basically like your standard of what you expected for the percentage gain, and we seem to be above that. And part of that could be what's built into the policy, because we have certain limitations on where we can invest and where we can't invest. So I don't have questions necessarily about the policy because it seems to be working very well for us. But is there a point in your duties where you come to us saying something's wrong with your policy? Others are doing 5%. You seem to be dropping down to 2%. If we changed it and were able to invest into these specific criteria of investments, we would do a whole lot better for you rather than waiting on an annual basis. Just kind of wondering what the future might look like, because everything's changing at all times, right?
Yes, I can answer that question. The policy, as you stated, is robust, and when we launched this investment program, there were a lot of it was a very collaborative approach to make it robust, if you remember, and there was quite a bit of education on the investment side to understand what we were adding to the policy. I would tell you that the policy is robust because for three reasons. Number one, because it expanded the asset types that you're allowed to purchase that are allowed by California government code. Prior policies did not do that. So that was one major shift which put you in this territory. You're not just earning more money because of that, you also are earning higher money. We can't take all the credit. Interest rates are much higher today than they were when we started. But the policy allowed you to capture those in a diversified manner. The second reason the policy is robust is because it follows code. It was a concerted effort to make sure that whatever parameters we put in there, they did not violate California government code. Code severely restricts what you're able to do. The third reason your policy is robust is because it includes best practices that we've included in there based on the different industry groups that are out there, our 36 years of experience that we've had managing money, all the things that we've seen, they're all in there. So they're designed to kind of keep you safe, to protect you, because there's a lot that you can do that can really do damage to the portfolio. Your question was, at what stage do we come back and say, do we change the policy? I would say that the policy at this stage, the changes that would come about wouldn't necessarily catapult you into another new level of earnings. That's already been done. At this stage, the changes are more if we're observing trends in best practices that shift that we think are good to adopt, or if there's a change in California government code. And indeed, we communicate pretty regularly on changes that are coming. We just had one for this year. Senate Bill 882 just did a reclassification of federal agency mortgage-backed securities can be treated as federal agencies. It was a gray area of California government code. code clarified that. The good news is that you are already interpreting it that way in your portfolio. No change needed. But those are the types of changes that I would anticipate. None that would maybe catapult you or change the earnings profile of what you're doing.
And I appreciate where we've started, and I don't anticipate we will ever go back to the 80 or 90 with this level of policy. I think that investment is always going to be a bit of a roller coaster ride, but I don't anticipate to drop in the same way from where we started. I'm looking forward to looking at the overall trends after years of continuing to follow the same policy. So thank you so much. All good news. Every time you show up, there seems to be good news. So let's try to keep that trend going.
We'll keep working on that.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, probably my last investment pool report, and so I'm going off the board as is Supervisor Simon, and I just want to take this opportunity to thank you. I don't think I'm any smarter after listening to your reports, but I feel smarter, and that's the important part, I think. I mean, I almost felt like, do you have a podcast? I want to follow you. So I'm not going to follow the board meetings verbatim after January, but I appreciate so much the granular detail you bring to this, but also the enthusiasm. And I think you've been a great asset, along with our treasurer tax collector, in shepherding us toward financial stability and growth for us and our partners. But that's just it. Thank you. I appreciate everything you're doing.
Thank you, Supervisor. It's been a delight to work with you.
All right, let's go ahead and open up for any public comments regarding this item. Please come up to the microphone, raise your hand, and Zoom.
Michael Wagner. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. I actually just had a question, so I can maybe understand, make sure I totally understand what we're looking at. The two portfolios that are handled by Chandler, you guys had some graphs of that from June to September. Is that right? You know, we were flipping through those things so fast, I could hardly keep track of it. Would you mind pulling it up for me? There was one for 400,000.
And what was the question that you had for this?
I was just trying to take a look at what between June to September, what our changes were. Is that okay with you guys?
And it's on our website. It's there. The attachments are all there. If you just wanted to review, you have access to that.
Okay, you guys had a chart that showed from June to September, and it had the full amounts. You know, the starting and ending amounts.
And just trying to figure out what your question is regarding those amounts.
I was just trying to see if I'm following correctly. I'm not sure if I have a question. I just wanted to see what the beginning in June to right now or September's amounts were in the two portfolios.
Okay.
As we were going through.
And like I said, I just don't want you to control what staff is going to show on the screen when it's available to you to look at, and if you have further questions, because this is not a.
I'm not trying to control.
No, but you're asking to bring up something. But if you don't have a question, it's available. You can look at it. If you have a question, let's get the question. And
so my question, until it went off into oblivion, right there was there. If I could see the full amounts of what I'd started at to what it is now, it just looks like from June to September, there was a substantial loss, and I was wondering if he would be willing to help us understand what was going on in the markets that would affect that.
Thank you for the question.
So I think what you're referring to is the total market value at the bottom where... Correct. I think what you're referring to is the total market value at the bottom, which is the market value of the portfolio, including accrued interest, which is interest that you've earned to that point but not yet received. It's attributed to you, but it just hasn't hit your account yet. That is not a loss. This program also, the change in value there is due to a withdrawal that we had. There's dynamic withdrawals that happen periodically out of this portfolio. So there's not only is the portfolio balance moving around because of an increase in value from investment activity, but there's also money being pulled out to pay for things. Participants, sometimes it's a pool, so there's more people in the county than the county in the pool. So there are participants which have liquidity needs that they'll have to pull money out of that pool to make payments for their obligations. right now, the opposite is happening. We have a run-up to December 10th, which is today, where people are paying their property taxes. So there's a lot of money coming in, and that money may flow into any number of these places. Typically, it'll flow to the liquidity vehicles that I spoke about that the Treasury manages directly, but some of that may get shifted to the longer portfolios. The intent of the portfolios is that you have money that generally isn't needed, but sometimes it is needed, and the county will pull money out of there. So that wasn't an actual loss. The portfolio actually grew for that 3-month period. The portfolio actually grew for that 3-month period 2.77% from investment activity. There was just a shift because people pulled money out.
It's true. I appreciate the clarification.
If at this moment in time, if you want to meet with Mr. Sullivan to continue the question, at this point, we're done with the conversation. If you want to go back and forth, please make sure to talk with Mr. Sullivan, and Carlos may be around as well. Any other comments or questions? All right, seeing none, and I'm trying to stay on time for some of our other items that we're already behind on, especially with some of the issues that we've had to deal with. I'll bring it back to the board. If there's nothing further, thank you very much for your time. Thank you for the good news. Let's,
Move to accept.
oh, yes.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second to approve the report. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next item, 6.5, our 9:15 a.m. item, consideration of the Lake County Fire Protection District Community Wildfire Protection Plan. And so I'm going to ask Ms. Loxton to please come up. It has my name on there. We both received an email from Chief Cepeda, wanted to make sure that we had this on our agenda to review and support, and adding it to the overall Lake County Community Wildfire Protection Plan. And so I want to introduce Terry Logsdon and Chief Cepeda and let you take the lead.
Great. Thank you so much. As you know, with the passage of the Healthy Forest Restoration Act in 2003, the U.S. Forest Service and the Bureau of Land Management were given incentives to consider the priorities of local communities as they develop and implement forest management and hazardous fuel reduction projects. Projects and priorities are then outlined in local wildfire protection plans, or CWPPs. These are a means of bringing local solutions to wildland fire management. And in Lake County, with about 645 square miles of government-owned land, and much of it is forested, having CWPPs for these projects are vital. And in developing and implementing CWPPs, communities assume leadership roles in reducing wildfire risk on federal and non-federal land, but particularly in what is called the WUI, or the Wildland Urban Interface. And in Lake County, that's where most populations are centered. The WUI designation map in the county CWPP was approved by the Lake County Fire Chiefs Association in April of this year. And so having an approved and adopted CWPP allows agencies and organizations to apply for funding opportunities that are outlined in the CWPP. For instance, because the county has a CWPP adopted and approved, it allowed CLERC, the Clear Lake Environmental Research Center, and TERRA, the Tribal Eco Restoration Alliance, through the Lake County Resource Conservation District, to receive funds to complete projects in the CWPP, bringing over $20 million of federal funding to Lake County, employing Lake County contractors and people. And so while the County of Lake has an approved CWPP, this doesn't preclude smaller hyper-local communities and smaller divisions of the county to create their own, which is more reflective of their own smaller community. This is why the Lake County Fire Protection District draft CWPP is before you today for approval and adoption. In the future, other smaller divisions of the county may come before your board. For instance, both the Konocti Fire Safe Council and the Siegler Springs Community Redevelopment Association are also in process of creating hyperlocal CWPP. The Siegler Springs Community Redevelopment Association actually received grant funding to create their own for the Cobb area because the county had the CWPP in place. And so in discussion with agencies and organizations such as the Lake County Fire Protection District creating these local CWPPs, they agreed to have them become new appendices in the county wildfire protection plan. And so therefore, in addition to considering approval of the Lake County Fire Protection District CWPP, your board is also asked to consider accepting it as an appendix to the county plan. Thank you. Chief Cepeda?
Hi, Chief Cepeda. So in looking at the county CWPP, it was encouraged for us to have kind of our own, to delve down into the inner working parts. And since 2012, my district has endured a great deal of wildfires, property loss, and even a fatality related to one of those. So we carved ours out and then identified specific geographical locations that were based upon life safety, evacuation, property, critical infrastructure, and environmental impact. And then what my fire marshal had done is identified a scope of work so it can give really anybody that is going to be doing that job specifics of what's going to be done, but it also gives you an end result. So what we hope to do is to take some of the dynamic programming out there. We want to do a couple of them manually and see if we come up with the same results as the dynamic computer programming that does. So I appreciate your support. There's a lot of work to be done. We did have a kickoff meeting for potential Fire Safe Council in the Lower Lake, Clear Lake area. Clerk has already done a tremendous amount of work on projects in that CWPP before we even move forward with our own. And that's that Point Lakeview Corridor, Anderson Road, Panoramic, Sunrise Shores. So appreciate the support from you folks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions? Supervisor Green?
Yeah, just super quick on the recommended action. So this is a district CWPP, but we're here today requesting approval by this board. So that confused me just a little bit. I assume your district can approve its own plans. Action to make this plan an appendix of our county plan, that may require some action, but can you just explain the authority, why this is a recommended action that includes approval by this board of the plan that this district created?
Certainly, that's a great question. We actually got clarification from the United States Forest Service, who is the organization with the authority to administer CWPPs, to have local communities do it. And so Lake County Fire Protection District is both in the county of Lake and the city of Clear Lake, so both of those jurisdictions will have to approve the plan.
And I think it allows others to have access to the CWPP to be able to help and get funding to do the work within the CWPP. And I think one of the first three items within those first three items is the working to create a fire safe council. So as you stated, things are already moving forward to check some of those items off. And there are some very important areas within the CWPP project scope that we know are continuously being threatened by wildfires, absolutely within the WUI and all sorts of things. So this is needed so that we can be up to date and looking forward to getting this approved. And if there's nothing further, let's open it up for public comment. Anyone wish to speak on this item? I see no movement in the chamber, no hands in the Zoom room. Bringing it back to the board for action.
Move to approve the Lake County Fire Protection District's Community Wildfire Protection Plan and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Part B.
Move to accept the Lake County Fire Protection District's Community Wildfire Prevention Plan as an appendix of the Lake County Community Wildfire Protection Plan.
Second.
And authorize, no,
Oh, sorry.
we don't need to authorize any signatures on this one, right?
Already signed.
Thank you.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for bringing this to us. And I want to say, Ms. Loxton, you're the one who put this on the agenda. It has my name on it. I want to make sure and say thank you very much for helping out.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yep.
I'll run to the restroom.
Okay. We are going to move on to our 9:30 a.m. item, presentation of the 2023 Crop and Livestock Report. And we have our Ag Commissioner, Commissioner Vanderwall. Good morning. I always get excited about the crop report. And this is a good one this year.
The very bottom one. Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Sabatier and Board.
Good morning.
Catherine Vanderwall, Agricultural Commissioner. So thank you for your time this morning. I'm going to present to you the 2023 Crop and Livestock Report. Before I get started this morning, I would really like to thank my staff who helped compile the information and gather it, make all the phone calls, send out all the survey requests and all that other fun stuff, as well as all the producers who contributed their information to make this report a success. So what is the purpose of this report? Why do we do this every year? This report is mandated by the California Food and Agricultural Code. So the report is used for a variety of purposes, including ranchers and growers for planning future production, suppliers for allocating resources, financial institutions, research and education agencies, regulatory agencies, transportation agencies for fuel and other needs, estimating labor needs, and the report can also be used the report can also be used for animal-related health and disease programs. So the estimated gross production value for 2023 was approximately $140 million. So this is a 31% increase from 2022 and is also a new record for the county. So this surpasses the previous record set in 2017. So something I started last year and kind of continued with the trend this year, taking a look back at 50 years ago, what did the landscape of agriculture look like in Lake County? So you can kind of see some of our top commodities there, the acreage, with the exception of cattle and calves, which is represented by the number of head. So pears, we had about 7,000 acres. Wine grapes were just getting started in the county at 472 acres. We had a large walnut production at 9,000 acres. Our field and seed crops, so that would be hay, pasture, other types of crops like that, at 186,000 acres, and close to 8,000 head of cattle. So fast forward to 2023, you could see there's a decrease in our pear acreage. Wine grapes has increased significantly. We also see a decrease in our walnuts. Our field and seed crops are about halved. And our cattle and calves, the number of head have also dropped significantly. And this is just like a nice little comparison chart. With 1973 represented, oh my goodness. not 1793, 1973. Yes, correction there. Represented in the blue and 2023 represented in the orange. So it just kind of shows the shift in how things have gone. And then 20-year gross value comparison. So you kind of see the ebbs and flows. Crops fluctuate, markets fluctuate. And again, in 2023, that's our new record. The previous record was 2017, which is, what is that, salmon colored?
At about 120 something million.
Correct, yeah. Just another chart, gross values of our different commodities. You can kind of see the shift from 2023 in blue compared to 2022 in orange. So you can see the increases in livestock and poultry, as well as fruit and nuts. So our top 5 commodities for 2023. So our wine grapes remain number 1. I'm not sure how many number of years in a row, but pretty consistent. Pears at number 2, cattle and calves. This shifted from last year from being number 4 to number 3 in, number 3 in 2023. Field and seed crops moved down to number 4, and our miscellaneous livestock remains at number 5. So cannabis production, this is the second year that the cannabis is included in the crop report. So I just have, I think 2022 it was reported in square footage, and then there was a request to convert that into acres, so that's what we did. So I do not have values associated with this. We just did not get enough survey responses to represent the industry as a whole. So we will continue to reach out to producers to see if we can get that information to hopefully someday include the values in the crop report. Is there any questions?
Supervisor Pyska.
So, and I apologize, I did not ask this of you this week, but we did have a conversation 6 months or last winter about it. In the past, was it 2018 or 2019? There was a comprehensive economic.
2017 there was.
2017, yeah. Okay. On agriculture for our county, and we had that conversation that maybe we should update that and take a new look at that since so much has changed. So I don't know how the rest of the board feels about that, or even how much work is involved with that, but that is something that I would like to see again updated so that we can have that for our awareness.
Sure. That's actually something I would like to see updated also.
Okay, good.
Yes.
And then we also know that wine grape acreage is decreasing, and it's already begun here. It's statewide. We do know that there's reductions here this year, and probably likely more coming too. And it's just the realities of the industry. So I don't know if you have anything to add about that either.
Not much. I do know we have some vineyards here who are removing acreage, so that will be reflected. So I think that some of them have already started pulling acres. So we're still in 2024 right now, so that will be reflected in the 24 crop report. So I think, the values and the trends are going to look a little bit different for 24.
Okay, thanks.
And I would expect that report would be most likely January of 26 or December of 25, something like that.
For the 2024?
Yeah, like a year from now, basically.
Yeah. I mean, the goal is to get it out sooner. Some of it's like we're waiting for industry reports to come out, and those usually come out in June or so. So, yeah, you could expect it late summer, early fall, maybe December next year.
Okay. I just remember when I started that I think it was in January that we received the report. So as long as the report keeps coming, we keep getting updated to know how it is doing. I think that's what's important here. Quick question. It's obvious to me that the cannabis numbers that you're getting are from use permits. Do we know that they're active, or is it just what's currently approved?
So those are, so the cannabis figures, that's not, so there's like two different sets of data, right? The CDD has the permitted approved acres, and then the tax collector's office has the acreage of what was actually grown. So that was from the tax collector's office of what was actually grown.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so that's a very specific thing. The numbers that you're getting for everything else, is it based on agricultural employee ID? Is it based on, how do you get those numbers? How do you know that you're encompassing everybody that's doing agricultural work? What's the criteria that needs to be met in order for those numbers to count?
So, you mean for the cannabis numbers?
Have, pesticide ID, you have other type of IDs. Like, how do you identify all the variations of agriculture that's happening here.
Sure, sure. So some of it, there's industry reports. So like timber, there's like a report that's issued by the state. Packing facilities, processing sheds, they have information on how much was produced for the county. So we use that information. We also reach out to some of our smaller producers, our livestock producers, individually making phone calls, sending out surveys. 100% data return is not always going to happen. So we do the best that we can with the information that we have. So we always encourage people to, please provide your numbers. One, the information they provide to us is confidential. So, and as you can see with the report, there's nothing in the report that identifies any single producer. So it's just a comprehensive data set.
Right. And I know that you're involved with our Food Policy Council group, and just looking at our vegetable crops going down to, I think it said 3 acres in 2023, if I'm correct. Granted, that doesn't include things like melons or other types of crops that fall under miscellaneous.
Right.
So there's a real number to figure out somewhere in there, but there's still a reduction. And while I value the idea of agriculture and the variety of things that can happen within agriculture, and it doesn't seem historically that we've had food production at a great amount other than walnuts or pears or the staple crops that we have here. But it definitely gives me motivation to keep working. And I know that we are planning to get our strategic plan completed very soon and bring that back to the Board of Supervisors to let the board know what is the plan with the Food Policy Council. And I appreciate your participation in that. But seeing those numbers, there's so many positives. And then I get to that one, I'm like, we're down to 3. We'll work on that. So thank you very much. Any other comments or questions? Let's open it up for public comment. Anyone wish to speak on the crop report? Come on up to the microphone, raise your hand in the Zoom room.
Hello, Helen Owen. I'm curious, you have cattle and calves, but I didn't notice any other livestock or poultry. So is there statistics on that? I know we have a robust sheep industry here in the county and goats. So just other livestock.
So we do, under the livestock production category of the crop report, we have what's called miscellaneous livestock. So that encompasses sheep, goats, hogs, because there's kind of a limited number of producers. To separate those out into their own categories would kind of identify those producers. So it is in there. And poultry is in there under livestock and poultry products.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, bringing it back to the board. And no further comments or questions. I'm opening up because I don't believe there's any actions required. But I did not look at the recommended action.
Just a presentation.
Yeah, just a presentation.
All right.
Thank you very much. Always look forward to this.
Ready to? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you.
That's historical.
There's probably way more hogs than poultry back then.
That might be the solution. But the screen's not being shared, so we're good. All right, next on our agenda, 6.7 or 9:50 a.m., consideration and discussion of the resolution of formation declaring the formation of the Lake County Hospital Improvement District. And we have Mr. Ben Rickelman.
I don't think your mic's on.
Is it green?
Good morning, Board. Ben Rickelman, Deputy County Administrative Officer. I'm here once again.
Keep going.
Test.
Fine.
Okay, that's good enough. I'm here with the Lake County Hospital Improvement District. So this is a 4-step process, and thankfully we are at the last step. With a business-based assessment district with state law, you have to have a resolution of intention, public meeting, public hearing, and then the resolution of formation. And then I will say after this process, if it's approved by the board, it'll be brought to the California Department of Health, and they will look through it. And then it will need also federal approval with the Center of Medicare and Medicaid Services. So I included this slide. At the public hearing, there's a request with the annual report that will be provided to the board to show with Sutter Lakeside and Aventus Clear Lake how the rates for care will work versus the systems as a whole. So we have, this will be one of the reporting metrics, and you'll have this comparative analysis showing if there's any impact with this. And then also at the board's request, we did include a slide for the annual report that will also just show service volume. So this will have both inpatient and outpatient for the two hospitals. Those were the only edits since the last meeting. So we did incorporate with the treasurer tax collector taking the 1% assessment fee for management of the funds, and everything else has been left the same.
Anything further? I want to invite the hospitals to potentially come up and make a comment before we bring it back to the board. You don't have to if you don't want to. Okay. Any comments or questions from board members? Supervisor Green.
Just my vote today will be consistent with prior votes on this issue, and it's no disrespect to those involved, and thank you, Mr. Reckelman, for your hard work on this.
I do have a quick question. Doesn't change the outcome, just curious. So we're looking at potentially, if I remember correctly, 16 million, which the 1% I'm guessing would be around the 160. And that's per year, correct?
Correct. So
where does that money go if it doesn't get spent in dealing with the collection and disbursements to the hospitals? Does that go into general fund? Does that go into any specific category? Does that go back to the hospitals? Just kind of curious. And what also happens if we find out that we're actually expending more than that 1%? Do we have the ability to amend within the 5 years that this has been created? I was just curious about that because I didn't have any details.
So we could amend the management plan. It would just have to come back to the board. So that could be adjusted that way. I would want to confer with Patrick. So this is a separate pot of money. So I don't think there's like an easy way to transfer to the general fund if there's surplus, kind of how the TID operates. So usually assessment districts are firewalled as their own kind of financial kingdom. But I will check with Patrick kind of what the processes would be if the 1% is more than enough or if we would need more. I'm doubtful. I'm extremely doubtful that it would be insufficient.
Me too.
Since it's only 2 entities, it should actually be significantly more less of a burden to administrate than the TID. I mean, you only have two entities and they're willing participants, so you're not tracking down money or going through enforcement.
Okay. It'd be nice to, I guess, review that after a full year's worth of practice to see where it is and what does eventually happen to those dollars at the end. But that was my only curiosity. I really appreciate the update on the reporting. I think it fits exactly what was requested by the board and ready to move forward. I guess my last question is, I've been following what's been happening at the city of Clear Lake because they're the other jurisdiction that needs to also approve this. Did they approve all the way through step 4, or do they still have one step left to do?
So all the city of Clear Lake had to do was pass a resolution of consent, which was an attachment. So they did pass that back in September. And then so for a business-based assessment district, since the hospital's in Clear Lake, they have to do that. So it's acknowledged in the resolution that the city passed it, and that was the only action they needed to take.
So different process than what we're following.
Correct.
Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and open it up for public comments regarding this item. Anyone wish to speak on this item? Come on up to the microphone or raise your hand in Zoom. And seeing none of the above, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
I'll offer the resolution.
Resolution's been offered.
Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Green?
Nay.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye. Thank you very much. I also will say a first in the state of California, I believe. Yes. So let's see how this works out for the benefit of the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and move on to our 6.8 item, 10 a.m. presentation regarding the Housing Action and Implementation Plan, HAIP. And with us, we have Ms. Lisa Judd. Good morning.
Good morning, Board. Lisa Judd, Deputy County Administrative Officer, Housing. The County Office of Administration is very pleased to be here to give you a presentation from PlaceWorks regarding our ongoing work for the Housing Action and Implementation Plan, HAIP. PlaceWorks presentation will discuss sections of the HAIP, including current conditions, engagement and outreach, site selection, and additionally, they will preview that a GIS tool that will enhance the accessibility of the plan and an update schedule for the HAIP completion. I also wanted to mention that this has been a collaborative effort with community development, specifically Director Turner and Deputy Walker Smith, in addition to the Vision 2050 team. This will be a foundational element for our housing element. I think that was redundant, but and with that, I will pass this over to Amy and Nicole from PlaceWorks.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Let me see if I can get this to share. There we go. My name is Amy Sinsheimer, as Lisa said, with PlaceWorks. I also have with me here today Nicole West. We've been happy to be working with the community and the staff since earlier this year, and happy to provide an update today. So just to give an overview on the project, the Housing Action and Implementation Plan is to augment, the state required efforts that are part of your housing element update and really take a look at the local need in the county as well as in Clear Lake and Lakeport. So it is related to the general plan update process that's underway, which the board has been involved with, and probably many of you who are here today, but is not a part of that plan. It will be moving forward on a faster schedule. So we are kind of right in the end of the middle section of the work here. You can see that we have worked to gather a lot of community input, mostly during the summer months, this last year. We also have put together a current conditions report looking at, demographics and other factors that affect housing in the county. We will get into that a little bit more in some additional slides. We've also been starting to work on sites analysis as well as analysis of what are the needs, the gaps, and what kind of strategies and goals can be implemented moving forward. We do not have a draft yet of the goals, strategies, actions, and resources part of the HAPE, as we call it, the plan. And so that will be coming in winter 2025 for the public review is our estimate right now. So I think that's it for this first slide. Moving on to, as I mentioned, the current conditions and summary report. This will be an appendix to the draft HAPE plan. It does include quite a bit of demographic information, population, economics, housing. In particular, there are certain populations that tend to have greater housing needs and those that do in Lake County and the cities that we have highlighted. Wanted to mention veterans are a group that has been highlighted, and there are some, assistance programs available, including federal vouchers for housing in the county, but there could be more. So that is one thing the strategies are looking at. We also have quite a bit of information about seniors in this part of the report. There are, developments specifically that are age restricted for seniors. There are 14 that we have listed in table 22 of this part of the report, and they have capacity for over 450 residents. There's at least one additional project that's coming online right now. So that is a need in the county as well. We have a section of this appendix that's about regulations related to housing, both in terms of the local zoning at the county and city level, but also state law, as well as, how does all of this work together to either facilitate or not facilitate housing. This existing conditions information sets out the regulatory framework, and then the next steps in the plan will kind of take a look at, are there changes that are needed or things that can be done to incentivize housing. Get into a little bit more of the detail on that in a minute, but we also have a section that talks about fair housing. There is quite a bit of state and federal law addressing fair housing, and when the county and the cities update their housing elements in a few years, that is a new focus for the state. So we've taken a look at some of the data for your county. We also have information about local and regional resources for housing services, housing facilities, what's the state of infrastructure, and also some information about where folks can go to get housed during a disaster and other disaster-related services and issues. So we wanted to talk a little bit more about some of the more recent changes in state law related to housing that either are already impacting the Lake County area or could potentially be, something that makes a difference. So Assembly Bill 2162 went into effect a few years back. It basically says that all jurisdictions across the state need to allow for permanent supportive housing, which basically housing that's affordable and also provides supportive services. There are many different types of permanent supportive housing, so it can be for different groups of folks. But they must be allowed, without discretionary review in multifamily, residential, or mixed-use areas. So that's a change from historically, that was something that was left up to the local governments. And part of that law also says that when applications for this kind of project come in, they must be reviewed in a timely fashion. That's the short version of what the second bullet says there. So this I think is already something that's happening in some places in the county, and maybe as a result of this law. Accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units have really become allowed much more broadly across the state of California since about 2018. But the law changes almost every year on this topic, so that in general, it has just become more permissive. If you want to build a granny unit or accessory dwelling unit, either in your yard or inside your existing home, that is generally allowed if you follow certain development standards or criteria in the law. And just a little more on that, just some examples of, the things that the state law talks about. So lot size, height, setbacks from, the street and other buildings, other properties, number of bedrooms, parking, the size of these accessory dwelling units, and, whether or not fees can be charged. So in general, all of these things are set in state law, and the local jurisdictions comply with them. And then finally, in terms of environmental review of projects, so generally under the California Environmental Quality Act, there are certain residential projects that do not have to go through as much review, which makes it more of a sure thing for somebody proposing that project. They have to meet certain standards, health and safety, consistency with the general plan, things like that. But once that happens, there are certain categories of exemptions, is what it's called, to actually allow for a very minimal review and not really any public review of certain projects. And there's a list here of some of those exemptions that may already be used in Lake County or could be potentially suited for this area. So this type of option has been increasing under state law over the years. So trying to streamline certain types of housing development. And with that, I am going to turn it over to Nicole. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Hi, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to share these updates with you. As Amy mentioned, it's been a pleasure working with Lisa and the rest of the staff and the community on this effort. Next slide, please. I'll talk first about the outreach activities that we've been doing. The outreach for the HAPE has been thorough, and we received a lot of feedback from a wide range of perspectives. We benefited greatly from the parallel timing of Lake County 2050, the general plan update. We were able to collect input on housing from a combined community survey, 2 community open houses, meetings with the General Plan Advisory Committee, the local area plan advisory committees, an environmental justice focus group, and meetings with Spanish-speaking residents and several Native American tribes. Specifically for the HAPE, we also engaged with local stakeholders and housing specialists, including the continuum of care and professionals working in land development, real estate, and economic development. And we also received valuable information from the nonprofit NCO and from the Lake County Department of Social Services. Next slide, please. We've prepared a detailed summary document that will be an appendix to the HAPE, where you can read more about all of these findings and all of the outreach activities. And these findings inform the goals and strategies for the HAPE as well. They include fire safety and insurance as the biggest, most broadly, frequently mentioned housing-related concern through all the different outreach activities. And there's also broad support for a variety of housing and ensuring that there's types of housing that are affordable to all of the different economic levels. Also, outreach participants showed a lot of support for things that the county can do and the 2 cities to amend their zoning regulations to be more flexible and speed up residential construction. Next slide, please. There's also a lot of support for infill development and limiting new development in certain areas. And that finding informs the plan as well as the site analysis. Also, the community considers maintaining and rehabilitating homes and neighborhoods as a really high priority, and generally vacation homes and short-term rentals are considered beneficial. Next slide, please. So that summary document that I mentioned has these major themes that really bubbled to the surface with all of the robust outreach activities that we did. It's a lot about the concerns and opportunities, what is needed, who needs housing, where should it go, how should it be done. So you can look forward to seeing that as an appendix soon. I'll go ahead and move on to the site analysis now. You can go, yes, thank you. So the purpose of the site analysis is to identify sites for a variety of types of housing, and this includes suitable sites, which means generally that housing is already allowed and they're either vacant or they're good sites for redevelopment. We're also looking to identify priority sites, which means that they are suitable, plus there's other conditions either of the site itself or the surrounding area that make it favorable for housing and really a particular priority for a variety of reasons. And then we're also looking for sites to consider for rezoning, and that could be to add housing as an allowed use where it's not allowed right now, or to densify where housing is already allowed. And these are being identified in coordination with the potential land use changes that are being discussed as a part of the general plan update. Next slide, please. So I have two slides about the considerations that we think of when we're looking at the sites. We look at the housing element inventory from the last cycle and see which sites are still available. And then we also look ahead to the next cycle, which is coming up here just in a couple of years. We're really planning to, as Lisa mentioned, set you up for success for that. And so we think of what HCD, the Housing and Community Development Department, we think of what they're going to be looking for when they do their review and certification. So we apply their criteria. For example, sites that are suitable for meeting the lower income housing needs can only be counted where at least 15 units per acre is allowed. And then they also have pretty strict definitions of vacant and underutilized, and so I'll talk about that in just a minute. And then there's also some fair housing considerations that we keep in mind that we know HCD is going to prioritize. Also, we've been looking at tax credit financing applications and the additional points that you can get for citing your site being adjacent to transit, parks, and other amenities. So we're keeping that in mind as well. And then we're coordinating more with the general plan team, in particular the team working on the safety element, to make sure that we're considering flooding, landslides, evacuation constraints, and fire hazards. And then also water, of course, and wastewater is a big consideration as well. Next slide, please. Okay, so as I mentioned, HCD is pretty strict about what they will consider as a vacant site. There can't be any structures, even structures on not permanent foundations, no improvements or existing uses. However, that doesn't mean that a site is not good for redevelopment. And so we would consider an underutilized site to be one where it's not vacant, but it actually is a really good candidate for redevelopment. And that could be either of the entire site, or maybe there's an existing use that's going to stay on a portion and there's room on that site for additional development. So some of the examples here are listed on the screen for what would be a type of site like this, where if you might have, say you have a big anchor store and they know that they're going to be moving to another location in the next year and those uses are going to be discontinued, start thinking about what's going to happen with that site. And then also places where we have abandoned vacant buildings or deteriorated and older structures, or where you have a high opportunity area with other kind of neighborhood amenities nearby that really make it a good candidate for adding potentially a mixed use development there. Next slide, please. Okay, yeah. So Lisa mentioned this interactive web map, which is a really fun and exciting way of being able to show the results of the analysis that we're working on. It is not yet available to the public, but it will be once we get it all buttoned up. So I have just a few slides here that show some of the features. In the top left, you can see that there is a place where you can show different items from the legend, and then you can also look at different layers. And then you can also filter for different things that we're in the process of adding through our analysis. For example, how I mentioned the suitable sites, priority sites, potential rezones, vacant and underutilized. These are the different filters that we would use. And actually, Amy, you could advance a couple slides. I have those shown. Yeah, that's the one in the middle, and then one more slide is the one on the right. So and then we can stay there for a second. There's a couple ways to find parcels on the map. You can zoom in manually, or you can enter addresses or APNs into the search bar, and then you can zoom to the site that way. Next slide, please. And then once you get to the site, that's what you see there. It pops up with all this information, and we've been enriching the data with all this different information. And so when it is available, you'll be able to see all of that. Next slide, please. And then another way, instead of just searching for one individual site, another way to use this tool is to use the map filters to, for example, look at all the sites that are vacant or all the ones that are priority. And then you can further refine that through a tool that we added on the right where you can select the different jurisdictions and filter for that as well. So that's my last slide, and we are happy to take comments and questions from you.
Thank you very much for your presentation and your work. Supervisor Pyska.
Very comprehensive. There's a lot going into this, and it was so needed. So thank you all for that. One of the things that has come up a lot in my work for disaster recovery is what happens after we have a disaster where housing is lost. And then we know that checkerboarding happens when development begins again, and you have lots that are developed and lots that aren't developed. And we're seeing that in all the footprints of all the fires that we've had. And so when we think of fire as our big disaster and we have checkerboarding happening, then we have increased risk in those new communities. And I know Chief Duncan's here. He sees it every day. We know this is something that's going to come, with the footprint of the Boyles Fire after Clear Lake. So one strategy that's been talked about in some of the national groups I'm working with is developing a land trust that comes in and buys up those lots, because we've got people that are never coming back, yet they are hanging on to their property here, and they don't really understand the peril that they're putting their neighbors in, potential peril. So a way to do this is buy up these properties through a land trust, manage them, manage the vegetation, and then potentially sell them to developers or builders. This is happening in Maui right now, where they're really trying to protect the local community and the people that live there so that the native people aren't displaced. So it's applied in different ways throughout the country. So I wanted to bring this up. It's something that Lisa and I have talked about, and I also think Director Turner may have been in on that call. I don't know how it looks in our county, but I do know that we have our new community foundation. We have this HAPE. And we have some plans. So I would like this also to be something that we consider, and I hope the rest of the board has consensus for that.
Thank you for your comment. Supervisor Green?
Thank you. Question and then a question/comment. The first one was for the slide deck the first presenter put on. I regret I don't have the name where I can read it. But there was a reference to Lakeport Dam on one of those slides. Perked my ears up since we don't actually have a Lakeport Dam. So can you pull that slide up or explain the context of that reference?
Yes, so we do have some information about the dam in our report. I can pull up the report and see what it specifically says there. 1 second. Yeah, so we do have some information that says that Lakeport Dam is an earthen dam, and portions of the city are downstream from it. Is that not correct?
I would say not at this point. 50 years ago, there was planning for a Lakeport Dam. There was also planning for a Pomo Dam down in Big Valley, but neither of those projects came to fruition. And I was a little curious, even if there was a dam there, I didn't know the context in the housing analysis. So anyway, I just wanted to highlight that. That may be something you want double check on and update that. My second question has to do with short-term rentals and the findings of general beneficial stuff. That seems counterintuitive to me because when I think about housing availability, and we have perfectly good residential homes that are basically precluded from housing people permanently on a year-round basis because they're being made available for short-term rentals or as second homes for vacationers or stuff like that. So I'm wondering how deep a dive this particular HAPE is going to go into short-term rentals because maybe there's general agreement in the people you've been talking to about their beneficial status, but when it comes up to here at the policy level, I don't know that I'm instantly convinced that it is beneficial. I think the equal argument could be that they're detrimental to housing availability in Lake County. So can you just speak a little bit about how deep you went into STRs and how deep you're going to go as we move forward on this HAPE? If it's more of a general plan issue, we can talk about it at that level, but this seems to be where the money meets the, I don't know, I even know what I'm saying, but can you discuss STRs and your findings on that?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Thank you for that question. And I think in the interest of brevity, we just gave you kind of the headline, but the outreach summary has a lot more detail on that. And you're absolutely correct that there are community concerns about vacation homes and short-term rentals replacing long-term residents. The community survey had a lot of questions about this and about concerns and benefits, and then also about what kind of potential regulations the county could take, and lots of different ideas there and results from the community survey. Also, this community survey was organized around the local areas, and so the results that are reported in this summary show which local areas have more concerns than other areas, and also which areas believe that there's more benefits versus concerns.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Crandall?
Yes, so thank you for this. I'm glad to see that, it mentions in the legislation text that the priorities are in place because we need more housing at all income levels. I bring that up because I would like to see what we can also find or put ahead of the stream, I guess that's the best way I can say it is the issues that I have with a couple of developers. So when these developers come or these folks that are going to build, implement this, and they at times are building for senior citizens or people with low income, needs. And so these folks sometimes use this capital improvement mindset to impose onto these renters that are on fixed incomes. And I understand at the state level, there's not a lot we can do, but if there's something we can do to prevent that and ensure that some of these folks aren't basically moved out of their homes because of this, if there's something we can do, I'd like to see what that is. I have 3 of them in my district. They're also tied to things that have happened in Willits and a couple other places. And so I just want to make sure that we keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. So there was a request, at least for potential consensus from Supervisor Pyska to maybe continue looking into the opportunities, and I see the checkerboard already in existence in some of our old developments that have not sustained fire or anything like that as well, because lots were sold a long time ago, and certain families, certain owners just decided not to do development. So as you go through the avenues, for example, in the city of Clear Lake, you'll start seeing some of those checkerboard lots where absolutely is where you see the vegetation just a little bit more out of control, and most of the time you'll have neighbors that take care of that rather than the actual responsible owners themselves, if they even take care of it at all. And so I think that looking for ways to better secure our communities, I think is, I'm open to that. I'm not sure if that's the solution, but if I don't have that discussion and open up for this conversation, then maybe I'm saying no to something that might actually work. So I'm open for the idea to come back to the board and see what's possible. And I think that one of the things that I'm really curious about the sites that you're looking for, because I don't have the details, but I saw that you're obviously looking at the entire county. But I hope that I really appreciate what you mentioned, because it was also something I was thinking the whole time, that as we're doing this simultaneously with the General Plan Update 2050, that we really review where is it that we want to really focus for growth. And I'm looking at the GIS map right now. We have our community growth boundaries, but I don't know when the last time we necessarily updated that. We have large communities that are not specified as community growth boundaries. And I think along with community growth boundaries comes certain measures to protect those communities. For example, cannabis. You have to be 1,000 feet away from community growth boundaries in order not to be embedded within these communities that have grown over the years. And so certain ones are not necessarily made safe from those. And when I say safe, I mean subjected to the potential smell that comes from those types of operations and the traffic that comes from those operations and things like that. And so I hope that we're looking at what 2050 will be doing, if there's going to be an expansion of community growth boundaries within the County of Lake, and also that we're really looking at infill sites within the community growth boundaries, because it's so much easier to protect the community growth boundaries from the fires that we've endured throughout the last decade or so, that we just have to be mindful that in the future, if a private person wants to build a house in the WUI and the wildlife urban interface, that's up to them, and go through the planning phase and go through the permitting phase. But if we're going to be helping whatsoever in getting tax credits or using some of the funds that we receive from the state or feds, I would want to make sure that we're focusing on ensuring that those are going to be added into the community growth boundaries, just because we have to think in a 20, 30 years. And if this is what we're experiencing right now, I don't know that we've tapered off with the issues that we're dealing with when it comes with climate change, fires, and so on. I'm more worried about the fires than I am about the floods, but flooding is also still an issue that we have to be wary of. And so that's really my only thing, that I'm hoping the site selection is really focusing on, and I'm putting my LAFCO hat. We want to maintain our open space. We just had a conversation about agriculture. We want to maintain our agricultural space as well. And there's a lot of chance for infilling in those checkerboards and working with rehabilitation to make those things happen. So those are my only comments, but I do appreciate the deep dive that you've done. I'm looking forward to that mapping tool being available to the public, and seeing the final report as you continue to work towards that.
Thank you for that. I'll add that a little bit of context as well. With this initial pass at the sites for the HAPE, our aim is to provide the county and the cities with a lot of information in a really clear format. We do want to help with identifying priority sites that can be marketed to developers, but then it's the housing element that's coming up in a couple of years, where you can take this as well as the other results from the general plan process that will be happening after the HAPE wraps up. And then you can even drill down further at that point in a couple of years when working on your housing element inventory.
Thank you so much. And I did see that Director Turner approached the dais, wondering if she wanted to respond or make a comment before I open it up for public comment. And Vice Chair, I see you.
Thank you. Maria Turner,
Please.
Community Development Director. I'd be happy to have a discussion with you regarding community growth boundaries offline. I find your your thoughts very helpful, but I don't want to derail the focus that we have on the HAPE right now. So thank you.
Thank you.
And
Vice Chair Crandall?
the other thing I was going to mention, I heard short-term rentals as well mentioned by Supervisor Green, and I know that there's been some discussions and work that's moving in that area on another end. So that's where we can, with an ordinance, put that ahead and ensure that it doesn't affect this. So I'll let that come when it comes because I know it is. But yeah.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Green, did you want to respond?
Not just the Supervisor Pyska's suggestion. I have consensus. I agree. I agree with that.
Okay.
I don't know where my mic went.
All right. Let's go ahead and open it up for public comment. And I'm going to start on Zoom. We've had a couple hands up. So let's start with Margot Kambara.
Good morning, Board. Thank you for the opportunity to ask questions on the HAPE. I have a couple of comments. First, I'm sorry, I didn't explain my background. I am a member of the General Plan Advisory Committee, and I was wondering where the materials are available that you have. It sounds like you have great data, and I would like to take a look at the community input that you've gotten. I think that would definitely better inform work on the general plan. And then I have two other comments and questions. One is relative to what Vice Chair Crandall brought up, what's happening with some of our mobile parks, which house our seniors and low-income people. Some communities have made arrangements to allow mobile home residents to purchase a mobile home park before investors purchase a park. And I was wondering if you can make a note of that to see if that can be feasible for Lake County. And my other question is, would you please comment on your approach to assessing the farm worker housing situation in Lake County? Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. Nicole or Amy, are you able to respond?
Yeah, certainly to the first and the third question. We have a draft of the engagement summary, but there are just a few meetings that haven't occurred yet. We're finishing up some of the meetings, the consultations with tribes. There's also an agricultural industry stakeholder meeting coming up, and we want to add summaries of both of those. And we also anticipate meeting with staff in Lakeport and Clear Lake as well. And so after that, the outreach summary will be finalized and we can work with staff about how that will be released to the public. And then what was the third question? Sorry, the agricultural. Yeah, so the stakeholder meeting that's coming up will speak to that topic.
Whoever has their phone on speaker, if you can please turn off your phone.
And then I can say just a bit about the mobile home comment. So we are looking into protections for existing mobile home park residents as part of the goals and strategies. Some of that already exists under state law, but we're looking into, options that could happen in your county. So thanks for that suggestion, and we've definitely gotten that input as part of the outreach so far as well.
Thank you for your responses to that. Next is Betsy Kahn.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. This is Betsy Kahn from the Essential Public Information Center. I would like to suggest that, as one commenter made, the populations within the community growth boundaries that were set in 2008 may have increased significantly. And so it would be helpful to see the outline of the community growth boundary with the added growth identified in those parcels that are surrounding it. More importantly, I would like to see that the community growth boundaries establish 5, 10, and 20-year planning horizons under the rubric of the sphere of influence, similar to what LAFCO does for the independent special districts that provide health and safety services, and make sure that each of those special district boundaries with their, with their boundaries are workable, so that you don't have a community growth boundary sphere for 10 years that exceeds the ability of the water district, for example, to provide water. So I think the sphere of influence model is really helpful for communities to understand where they can grow and what it would take to get there. Let's see, the other, that's about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Betsy. I see no further hands in Zoom. Anybody in the audience wish to speak on this item? I see no one getting up, so I'll bring it back to the board. Any final comments? And again, this is only partway through the final report. Looking forward to the final report. It looked like it said towards March would be the end. And so we'll welcome that back when it's ready to come back. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And at this moment in time, I think this should be fast. And I want to offer that we do 7.3 real quick before we do the 6.9, because we've already had the discussion. And so, Ms. Judd, if we can take up your item while you're still here, 7.3. Consideration of resolution and MOU to create the Lake County Regional Housing Trust Fund, LCRHTF, and B, consideration of directions of staff regarding the allocation of remaining permanent local housing allocation, PLHA, program funds for the Lake County Regional Housing Trust Fund for years 2021, 2022, and 2023. Ms. Judd.
Hello again. Staff would like to request the board to approve the creation of the Lake County Regional Housing Trust Fund via the resolution and memorandum of understanding between the County of Lake, Lakeport, and Clear Lake. The Housing Action Implementation Plan and the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, RHNA, are both regional approaches to addressing housing needs in Lake County. Therefore, it follows that the Housing Trust Fund should also be a regional level to promote greater collaboration and pooling of resources to address critical housing needs that encompass the entirety of Lake County. My apologies. So what I wanted to bring forward today is the MOU and the resolution. In part of that, it does reference the administrative guidelines in that, and I do have a draft of those prepared. However, they were not submitted with that. This board would not actually approve the administrative guidelines. It would be with the Housing Trust Fund. However, because those documents do reference the administrative guidelines, I'd like to request for a continuance until next week.
Okay. And do we have a time certain, or Johanna? (3 p.m. on the 17th? And if that's what we have available, then so be it. All right, let's open it up for public comment on this item, again, regarding the continuation of the item. See no hands in Zoom, no movement in the chamber. Looking for a motion to continue this to December 17th, 3 p.m.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we'll see this next week. All right, then we will go back to our 11 a.m. item, 6.9. Sitting as the Board of Directors, Lake County Watershed Protection District, presentation update, your timing was impeccable, update on recent invasive golden mussel detection in the San Joaquin Delta and state, regional, and local response and management actions to date. And we have Director Bore from Special Districts and Angela Dow from Water Resources. When you always have handouts.
If you guys have any notes or questions, so you can fill out the right slide.
Thank you.
Have reference. You can either document it or keep it for a night.
Do we need 5 minutes? Thank you. We all fear the updates. You never know what's going to happen when your software updates. Is it on a USB?
It is here. I sent it liquid file
Okay.
right now. Okay.
We need to make you a panelist.
Well, thank you for having me board while Joanna is working her magic to get the PowerPoint up. I just wanted to say that I'll be presenting today on the Lake County Invasive Golden Mussel update. As part of the Watershed Protection District Water Resource Department, I'm Angela DePalma Dow. I am the Invasive Species Program Coordinator for our department. I don't have a super short PowerPoint for you because this is the first time that you guys are hearing a lot about the golden mussel and the first time the public will be hearing about it from a Lake County perspective. We do have a website if anybody wants to visit that. And the PowerPoint I'm presenting today is going to be on our website. It is on there right now. So if you go to Lake County Water Resources, under the invasive mussel tab on the left, there's a golden mussel webpage, and this PowerPoint will be presented there. And I did want to shout out to our ramp monitor staff. There's a bunch in the audience today, and they are the front line. So we have a current invasive quagga zebra mussel program in place here, at Clear Lake and the rest of Lake County. And the ramp monitor staff is vital for being the first line and the last line of defense. People travel sometimes hundreds of thousands of miles to come fishing in our world-class lake. And sometimes the first person they see and the last person they see before they get on the lake, when they get out of the lake, is our ramp monitor staff. So they are essential to this program. And ooh, I get a whole PowerPoint. Are you okay, Robin? Okay. Oh, yeah. And then Robin, if you just want to introduce yourself, she's Special Districts and here to support the program.
Yeah, I'm Robin Borre with the Special Districts, and we have 3 different lake intake structures where we provide potable water and water to the geysers. So we're especially interested in this on how it could get through the screens and clog things up and that kind of stuff. So I'm here to support her.
And I will say that in the board, there is a fact sheet provided if anybody would like to look at it that's in Chambers, and we'll have that posted on our website as well. So here's our ramp monitor staff on the screen. Again, this program only works because they do, and they're invaluable service to this lake and to this program. And just today, we're going to talk about what we know about golden mussels, what we don't know, what we think. So the perspective of Water Resources as the bestowed lake managers here for the county for Clear Lake. I have some specific asks for the Board of Supervisors, Board of Directors, and the public, and then briefly some next steps. So here we have examples of the quagga zebra mussels. These are the ones that are currently been the focus of our prevention efforts here, both in the state of California and also in Clear Lake. On the left, you guys can see they have stripes. They look like kind of zebras. That's their name. And then golden mussels on the right. So similar in size, similar in shape. Golden mussels, like their namesake, have like this iridescent shine to them, and are hence named golden mussels. They can colonize hard and soft surfaces. A key point of this, and this is a science, this is some technical background. The quagga zebra mussels are in the Dracaena genus, and the golden mussels are the Limnoptera. So they're a completely different organism, not related at all, which makes management and response a little difficult. This is the quagga zebra mussel map. The board, you were shown this, I believe, in 2021 1, and this is the rate of expansion of quagga zebra mussels across the United States. So starting in the 80s until present day, you can see they've moved from the Laurentian Great Lakes all the way across to the west. We have 40 years of information on quagga zebra mussels here in North America. Compared to the current distribution of golden mussels in North America is here in the Delta in California. It is found nowhere else in the United States. We don't have information about how this species interacts in North American freshwater systems. Specifically, golden mussels are found in the San Joaquin Delta in October by the California Department of Water Resources. And every week, they're having some more detections come up. So the map on the bottom right is a close-up of the area of the Delta where they're found. And just in the last few weeks, some of those dots have gone from blue to red, blue meaning they've done monitoring, and then red being confirmed adult locations being found. So from our perspective as managers of the lake, we're considering the entire Delta at this point kind of being infested with these species. And to give you some reference, the Delta is located about 150 miles from Clear Lake at some of the earliest launch areas. This is a great map that was provided by our partners at Colorado Parks Department. So the Colorado State Parks Department, they have a digital database called the Watercraft Inspection Database. Our ramp monitors currently use this database to check when boats are coming in from out of county, out of state, if they've come from an infested water body for quagga zebra mussels. The Colorado database has since added golden mussel locations into their program, and they provided this map to us. And what it's showing you is where boat inspections are put into the database and their last visited water body. So the origin point you can see in the center there is the Delta, and then each line represents either about 10 or 10 to 50 or more than 50 boats traveling to a location and then getting entered into the Colorado database. And what you can see is Clear Lake is listed as having the fourth most amount of boats coming from the Delta at 148. Lake Berryessa being the top one there, and then Lake Tahoe. So it just kind of shows you the boat traffic that comes from the Delta. Temporal context, not everybody's from California or gets around that much. I just wanted to show you if someone was to drive and they're leaving a boat ramp in the Delta and they're coming to Clear Lake, that's kind of what the map would look like. It's about a 2-hour drive. Currently, the closest public access or open access quagga zebra mussel infested lake is 7 hours away in Southern California. So that's a big difference, especially in like a warm July day of how much water is sitting in the boat where there could be mussels living and the transportation times, let alone in the winter when there's lots of rain and it's cool. So what do we know about these so far? This is a great article from Science that talks about the golden mussel invasion that's occurring right now in Brazil. And this is showing kind of where they're from and how they move across the ocean. So they are from Southeast Asia area, and they were moved by ship over the ocean to Brazil, and they've been there since the 90s, and here's a little map of their spread. So this is where they are now, and so this is where, if we're going to learn anything about management and impacts, this is the area that we're going to get that information from. The little graph on the left just shows you that between 1991 and 1995, they colonized a space of 2 square meters, up to about 150,000 individuals. So that's pretty significant in their colonization rate. They attach onto substrates, and then they reproduce, and they just show like that picture is right there. They just totally colonize the whole area. So the state of California has indicated they are looking to programs that are going on in the Amazon area in Brazil in order to manage and combat golden mussels. So what can the mussels do? Well, the juveniles are free swimming, so they can go anywhere where there's a current, settle, and then they can attach and turn into adults. They can't go upstream, so they can't swim up currents. Adults can settle on soft or hard substrates, so they can settle in muck, sand, and also onto pilings and dock infrastructure. And then, according to the State Department of Water Resources, adults are slightly mobile, which is a lot different than other mussels. So they cleared a piling, and then 3 days later, they saw some adults that had moved up that piling. So that is pretty scary for these guys. And just like quagga zebra mussels, they do filter feed, and so this means they'll compete with all our sport fisheries for green algae as food. So what can they do? The estimates from Brazil has indicated it, in some power plants, it costs about $20,000 a day to do operation maintenance. Here's an example of one of those pipes. It's about a foot wide pipe to move water through a power plant that they have to scrape and clean. And this is not even including drinking water, treatments and products that also might be impacted here. In the lab, they've shown that they're resistant to some diseases, also some industry treatments. They can withstand brackish, saltier waters. They've been shown to survive in fish guts. I know this is getting bad as we keep going on the list here. And they do not have any known natural enemies in native areas. So there are some predator fish in some introduced areas. But again, if you have a bunch of fish that are eating these and they can survive in their fish guts, then that means they're just moved around the water body, or they could be the potentials there. Can they survive in Clear Lake based on the conditions that are here in Clear Lake? Yes, they can. So this is a table that was provided by CDFW during one of our task force meetings a couple weeks ago. And what it's just showing you is the survivability establishment potential on the left column, whether it's highly likely that it'll establish or very low. And they made this table for both adults and for the juveniles. And so all these parameters in calcium fit. Clear Lake has high calcium. We definitely would be a nice house for them. Salinity, we have less than 2 salinity, so again, high. They do, however, can withstand some higher salinity for a couple hours. And then the temperature range is exactly what we get, and they've been seen in frozen areas, and then they're in the Amazon, so they like warm water also, which we also have here in Clear Lake. What I did want to show you specifically and point out is the constant salinity on the left, which can range from 2 to 5 for high to low survivability, and the variable salinity, which means a flash. So just dunking something in salt water for a couple hours, if it's up to 23 parts per trillion for salt water, is not going to be susceptible to make these guys susceptible. So again, here's that map I showed on the left, which is the golden mussel current detections we have from Fish and Wildlife. This is a salinity map of the delta on the right. So there are some areas here within the delta closer to the bay that are very high in salinity. So we're not expecting there to be potential there for them to live. But you can see areas that are well within the range for the salinity of these. So it's just really, again, to hone in on the wide area of the aquatic zone down there in the delta where these guys can potentially spread. The black dots in the map on the right are not mussels. Those are delta smelt sampling locations. It's just for the map purposes. So some good news, what we know. They are sensitive to hot water, so any decontamination practices that we employ, right here on the right, you can see some ramp monitors are deconning a pontoon. So one guy will hold a hot water wand, and then somebody else will have a little temperature gauge they hold over the water to make sure the water is reaching the temperature that'll kill them at 120 degrees Fahrenheit. They can desiccate within 10 days, so the messaging for clean, drain, dry your boat is still very important practice that we still are going to be communicating to everybody. And then there is some sensitivity to low oxygen environments based on some lab experiments and some field observations. Unfortunately, Clear Lake gets really low dissolved oxygen in the summer. We get some zones in the lower arm, the lower arm and the Oaks arm that get depleted of oxygen. That's why we have some cyanobacteria issues. Unfortunately, those conditions might have a negative effect on golden mussels if they're introduced and established there. They do have some sun sensitivity, so they like shadier water areas. So on the part of your dock that's a couple feet down, that's where you would probably see them versus right up on the top closer to the sun. This makes it harder to detect, however. If we have some substrates in the water, we're trying to check to see if they're colonizing. They have to be pretty submerged in the water. And some fish and crabs like to eat them. One of the species that likes them is common carp, which we have a lot in Clear Lake. We're trying to get rid of them, but here you see this invasive beneficial relationship with two invasives. We do not have golden mussels in Lake County right now. Here's our technician, Corey, going out and sampling. We have substrates, so these square plates around the lake. There's about 16 locations. Every month we sample them, we scrape them off, we clean them, we note anything that's on there, and we do not have any mussels on any of the plates. So we're going to keep vigilant on monitoring these plates, maybe increase the monitoring as we go into the winter season with this new threat of golden mussels, and So far, so good for that. We do other monthly monitoring. We look at shorelines, we look at rocks, we look at buoy lines. We go out and maintenance buoy, we pull up the lines, we look at the line. Those are prime places where these mussels can establish and settle. Don't have any mussels there yet. CDFW is developing a protocol to do microscopy infrared imaging for the villagers or the juveniles of the golden mussels. They do not have it developed yet. We are still collecting samples and sending it to them, and so they'll be able to detect if there's juveniles in water bodies. They do that now for zebra quagga mussels.
Can I pause you for one question? Yeah. If you can go back to the previous slide, just to make sure that we talk about the zebra mussel villagers. On that is just a sample picture of what it would look like if we found any.
Yeah, so the villagers, you can't see them to the naked eye. They're microscopic, and they require a special dye and imaging to be seen. And so there's a special lab in Bodega Bay that we send our samples to, and they're able to do that procedure for us and let us know if there's any juveniles in the lake. So they're developing that specific for golden mussels because they have a different juvenile. So they have to get those juveniles first, put them on the slide and test what dyes and imaging will work to see them. So the image here is just showing what zebra mussel villagers look like. Golden mussel villagers look pretty similar, but yeah. Did that answer the?
It was more to make the statement because the headline on the slide is we don't have golden mussels,
right?
But we also don't have any mussels.
We don't have any mussels. That is correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. I wouldn't keep that to myself. I'd make sure and share that news. Okay. So what we don't know. We don't know the impact to North American freshwater lakes, freshwater ecosystems, North American fish. We have no idea. So it's not like we're going blind because we have information from Amazon and we can go forward with what we know about other invasive impacts and we can take precautionary measures, but that is an unknown. We don't know exactly right now what the federal and the state control, treatment, or management strategy plan is. They're starting to have a task force. They're starting to form committees, and they're starting to include the golden mussel in some of their regulatory framework. So we don't know yet what their management strategy plan is going to be, if it's going to be really hard and strict or if it's going to be kind of a rollout. We don't know when and if an emergency declaration will occur from the state. Personally, that would be really helpful for us because we can get more access to funds. There'd be clear processes. We feel supported. We'd have resources, but we don't know if this is going to warrant an emergency declaration on that level or not. And I'm just being honest with you as an invasive species manager of these are the things I'm thinking about as I'm planning the next few months. We don't know if the Delta will even be regulated like current quagga zebra mussel water bodies in Southern California. So right now, if a water body in Southern California has invasive quagga zebra mussels detected, and they have to go through a rigorous process to determine if there are mussels there that are present, then they're required to have decon inspections when decontamination inspections when boats leave that lake. So boats can either be deconned or they can get a seal, so that boat now is basically tagged so it can't go into another water body. And we don't know if that'll be put in place for the Delta. The Delta is huge, so that would be a big lift, and we don't know yet what the direction is going to be for that. We don't know if there's going to be other closures imposed or quarantines. So currently, Lake Hennessy is closed temporarily. They're not letting any boats launch. New Molinos is closed. Lake Berryessa has strictly regulated the ramps, and they have a 30-day quarantine. So a boat can come, get a tag, come back in 30 days, or they can schedule and get a decontamination. But right now they're booked out through February, March for decontamination. So you might as well just get your 30-day quarantine tag. Comanche Reservoir temporarily closed. They might reopen with similar quarantines. These reservoirs don't necessarily have decontaminations on site, so that's something that's going to have to be, if that's an option, they're going to have to figure out how to do that. So as a manager of Clear Lake, I look at this and I get worried because if boats can't go to these other nearby water bodies, but they want to go fishing, they want to go wakeboarding, where are they going to go? To a lake that's open, and that right now is Clear Lake. So is that increasing boating pressure on Clear Lake? Potentially. This is
super quick question. What's the quarantine look like? Like they park the boat off site and it's monitored for 30
They put a tag on it. So they put a little tag. It's like a seal. It goes around the trailer and the boat. And so if the boat is launched off the trailer, the tag is broken and it can never be reformed. So then we know that boat went into a water body or is not safe to launch. So they need to keep their boat on their trailer for 30 days out of water and dried, and then we know that it's safe to go in the water. So someone that lives on Berryessa and has a boat, they're going to do a quarantine because after that they can put their boat, if they live in that area. So this is what we think, and this is probably more on the personal level of what I think, but this is water resource kind of perspective. A general blanket ramp closure right now, I don't think will prevent a golden mussel introduction just because our lake is so large. And if you take the Certified Tourism Ambassador training, this is one of the test questions. How many boat access points are there in Clear Lake? And there's 749 of non-public and public access points. So if we tried to close the lake, it would close public ramps. And what that would do is just force boat traffic to bypass any of those ramps to other access points. And that therefore would also bypass any screening, inspection, or decontamination that we have currently in place. And in my opinion, will increase the probability of introduction. It could generally reduce boating traffic overall. So you might see less boats coming here, but you might see more of the boat traffic, again, going into other access points and not getting screened that way. And the goal of the prevention program has always been, since 2006, is make it easy, fast, and affordable. So boats can get screened, inspected, decontaminated pretty quickly. So they're more likely to do it again. They're more likely to tell their friends. They're more likely to participate in the program, make it really easy, a clear pathway for them to comply versus putting up a lot of resistance and barriers, and then they go around those barriers, which we saw during the drought. So here's an example of a boater just finding a little beach and putting their boat in. We had ramps that were closed for the drought. They found a way to get their boat in. During COVID, we shut down the lake. We still had boating activity out there. People were still coming here. And because we have so many ramps, and access points, it's really hard to regulate that. But we do need some swift upgrades to our invasive mussel prevention program in general. And we really need some financial technical help to do that and do it in a way that makes sense, that will actually prevent these mussels from getting into the lake. Example, the state and local laws and ordinances are all written specifically for quagga zebra mussels. So it's actually, there's no legal framework for me to comply or to enforce golden mussel prevention because we don't have an ordinance that states that. And I provided a copy here of my ordinance and highlighted. It literally says descended mussels like quagga and zebra mussels throughout the whole document. This is the same at the state too. So they're taking actions to update their legal framework to include golden mussels so they have abilities to enforce actions and put in management measures. Another example, we have some specific plans for mussel prevention and management and response. They're all specific to quagga zebra mussel, so these are going to be updated. The plan on the left is available on our website, so that's the Lake County Quagga Zebra Mussel Prevention Plan. That was due to be updated this year anyways. I had plans to update it. It's been 5 years since 2019 when I last updated it, so this is a perfect timing to do that. But it does take a lot of time and research and resources for me to be able to do that. And then we just were in the final stage of preparing our Clear Lake Integrated Preparedness Resilience Plan for descended mussels. So in case we got mussels in the lake or quagga mussels, what would we do? What would be our steps? How would we implement ICS and emergency measures? And so this was all written with quagga and zebra mussels in mind. We're very grateful that our contractors on this have decided to help us out pro bono and update this for golden mussels. So we're really, really grateful. A protected Clear Lake is a protected Western U.S., and they recognize that, and they're willing to help us and put in the work and do that for this document and for the plans for us. So what we have done so far is we've created press release, fact sheets. We've created and shared posts online. We've collaborated with regional partners. I've had some in-person meetings with some of the Tahoe folks at a conference, and been on the phone and meetings with the Berryessa, Solano County Water Agency folks. I text with the mussel dogs all the time. So mussel dogs are canine sniffing dogs, or mussel sniffing canines. All canines, I guess, sniff canines. Anyways, they got some golden mussels, and they're going to be trained in about a week officially. They got certified yesterday. So all their mussels on staff can now sniff out adult golden mussels. So when we have mussel dogs here, they're going to be able to sniff out any boats with adult golden mussels on them. They're working on juveniles. They have to get some isolated juveniles and DNA of golden mussels, and then they can train them on that. But they're a pretty quick study, and they're amazing. And we did attend the Fish and Wildlife, or the California Department of Fish and Wildlife Golden Mussel Task Force meeting. And then Clear Lake, along with some regional water body managers, are part of the CDFW Regional Partners Subcommittee. So we can really communicate straight with the state managers about things that are concerning us, what we need, and how we can go forward with this. What else we've done is we've increased some screening, inspection, and decontamination requirements for visiting boaters from the Delta. I'm sure all my ramp monitors here can attest to that. They've had to work a little bit more this time of year to make sure these boats are safe. But we do have limited staff, and annual hours make this difficult. So our ramp monitor staff is all part-time staff at 900 hours a year. And usually around Thanksgiving through March, they get some time off. There's some limited hours, but it's the off season. So we do some decons inspections, but we don't get a whole lot of boat traffic. And it's been really difficult because if they work more now, doing decons now, that means come April, May, June, they have less hours to work, and that's when we're going to get a lot more boat traffic too. So I'm really having a hard time struggling with how to make sure I have enough staff time to respond right now to these boats coming from the Delta, and then also planning for the next 6 months. We did submit a CAN grant to admin for emergency stopgap program funding. And so I sent a proposal to Stephen and talking with him about those funds that we need, and provided it to our supervisor, Pawan Paidade, about what this program needs right now to start putting some things in place to kind of prepare for golden mussel prevention and any management that's needed.
And just as a clarification, CAN grant is the cannabis grants that we've been providing through cannabis tax dollars that we've collected.
Yep, thank you for that, for clarifying. I'm acronym. Yes, please ask me on the acronyms. I love my acronyms. And that is, well, I'll talk about it. We did add the Golden Mussel website that I talked about. So if you go to our website, the tab on the left at the bottom, we have new Golden Mussel website, and the slides today are part of this website under resources and links. Clicky click. Okay. So our ask today for the board is to, we don't have any letters today, but we will probably be in the process of writing some letters of requests or recommendations or comment letters to the state or other partner agencies or groups as we move forward with trying to figure out how we prevent and manage golden mussels. And so we're just asking you that to be aware of that coming on the periphery. We might ask you to review and approve some letters on behalf of the County of Lake in order for us to best limit spread, raise awareness, and cooperate with regional water bodies, and have maybe direct ask from the state. Again, we submitted a CAN grant, so if you could support them in your budget requests for that grant, that stopgap funds for this program. I have a slide next that'll actually show the table, so I don't have to go through all of these. But the original intent of the CAN grants was to protect water quality, environmental needs, and we strongly feel this request meets that charge. But just know that to date, we haven't received, for quagga mussel prevention programs and mussel prevention programs, it's all been grant funded or funded by our local mussel sticker funds. And so we haven't come yet to the board or the general fund to request any funds or resources to maintain this program to date. And the intent would still to be going forward, applying for grants. Proposition 4 has been passed. There's a lot of money there. I would not be surprised if the state allocates a significant part of that to do golden mussel response and prevention. And we're going to work really hard to get our cut of that. So we're not going to ignore grants outside of the county from now on. This is just to help us provide some the stability in our planning as we go forward to manage this issue. So we have some funds in there for our internal project management. We could spread those costs over some other grants. We are asking for another full-time position allocation to help us, particularly with doing decons on, when our ramp monitors are on the ramps inspecting boats. We need decontamination support. We need somebody that's available full-time to go around the lake and provide support for our vendors and our staff. We have to continue monitoring. We really want to get signs, billboards out on the highways for people coming on the highways traveling Clear Lake. They know what's expected with the local sticker prevention and mussel prevention program, and these signs are really darn expensive. So that's what that $50,000 cost is there for that line item, as well as producing other education supplies and materials that are right now all based on quagga zebra mussel. We have had talks with consulting firm that does treatments on invasive mussels and invasive plants to kind of get their perspective on what it would take to kind of start investigating some treatments, potential treatments, particularly because we have so many drinking water systems on the lake. If we find mussels in one area and there's a treatment option from a chemical that's already allowed to be used in California and has been used on our lake for other uses, if that's an effective method, then that's something we want to have ready to go and know if it'll work. So I've kind of talked with those conversations and have some labs that I'm going to contact, but we need a little bit of match and contribution to be able to really put something on the table if that's something we're interested in. And of course, we'd work with partners such as like special districts or other water purveyors to make sure those treatments would be usable in a drinking water system. And that is part of the prevention plan for quagga mussels too. And then continue mussel dogs inspection services. And then one thing that we wanted to do, and we've talked it over with public services and parks, is the new park out there by the roundabout on Highway 20, Highway 53, is a great place for a permanent decontamination station. So any boats coming into the county can get deconned, and then they're safe to launch anywhere in Clear Lake. And so we need to start planning and permitting for something like that and what that would entail. And so that's what that line item is there for. And this would be just so remarkable to have this facility there. And so we just need some resources to investigate and start those planning processes. So what can the public do? Get your boat screened and sticker up. Even if you're going anywhere near the Delta, just go through the process again. If you're a resident, if you're a visitor, we put stickers on either side of the boat and on the trailer. Anybody can see if the stickers are current. So the year stickers will have the current year on there. 2025 stickers have already gone out. And then they'll have a month sticker on there with a little blue and white seal. And if you're coming from the Delta and you just want to be proactive, you can call us ahead and we can schedule your decontamination so you can get inspected or deconned and on the lake quickly. And then we just really encourage everybody to be aware of golden mussels and zebra, and of course still quagga zebra mussels, their impact on Clear Lake. And we are probably going to embark on some sort of community outreach tour. We'll go around to community groups and talk about this, about golden mussels. I have the Clear Lake Bassmaster scheduled in January. So that's on the table. We really ask everybody to follow signage at every water body and coming to the county. You can see the sign on the bottom left. This is some of our new signs that posted on Highway 20 as you're coming into Clear Lake Oaks area. And then to clean, drain, dry, every time, all the time, every water body. And if you think you see a golden mussel, even if you're not sure, let us come out and help you. We'll take a sample of it. We'll take photos. You can call us at 707-263-2344. Leave a message at Facebook at Lake County Water. You can email us. Just get a hold of us. We'll make it real easy. We love to come out and look at whatever you got on your shoreline or your boat and making sure it's not a golden mussel or a zebra quagga mussel. So the next steps, all of this depends on funding, but this is what I'm focused on, is I want to support my ramp staff because they are the ones right now keeping our lake free of golden mussels. So whatever I can do to support them, I want to be here for that. And then we need to update our legal framework right away to include golden mussel. Even if this maybe includes increases in citation fines as a deterrent, I have to talk with the sheriff's office, talk with the board, talk with legal counsel, and see how this can be worked out, if this is something that's amenable. And then, of course, we're going to continue conducting inspections and decontaminations of the Delta boats. I underline as best we can because we're not going to be able to decon every single Delta boat that comes into Clear Lake. That's just the reality, as much as I hate it. We're trying our darn best. Continuing communication, cooperation with state regional partners, really establishing those relationships with our partners and making sure we're all on the same page. So as a region, we're very strong against this potential threat. I'm always looking for funding options. It's really hard. I can't apply to state grants if in their directives they don't list the golden mussel as something that would be eligible. And so we have to kind of wait for that top-down effect to happen from the state. And some notes on that. So right now, I've reached out to my state grants. Because their language specifically specifies quagga zebra mussels, they will not accept anything we bill that's work under golden mussels. So if I have a tournament that's coming from the Delta and all my ramp monitors need to do some extra inspections and decons, those times that money is at an internal cost. We can't bill our grants because they legally can't pay for that because it's not for zebra quagga mussel. They are kind of working to remedy this, so there's a board meeting, or there's a Fish and Game Commission meeting on December 12th, where the CDFW is specifically going to ask for emergency package that will include golden mussels in state language. I don't know how that'll trickle down to all the grants, but we're hoping that's the start. And so we are running out of internal funding sources. We do have some sticker revenue. It's not that much. I know one of the first things we might think about is, well, let's increase sticker prices. And I would caution that we really need to consider and discuss that, because if you make it harder, again, for a boater to come here and there's a barrier and now they have to pay $50 sticker costs, they might go find some other ramp and just drop their boat into the lake, and we might miss that opportunity to screen them and inspect them. So we have known we need to increase sticker prices, but we just have to consider the timing with that. These are the references for all the research that I've done so far in quagga mussel. A lot of these resources are based on the Amazon infestation. And with that, I'll take any questions. I apologize for the length of this, but I really think it was important to share what I knew with the board and with the public about this issue.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I want to make sure and check in with Director Bore if you wanted to add anything, any concerns.
Well, naturally, we would be concerned with, any of these getting into our intake systems and into our water supplies. I know that, that a large amount of the purveyors around pull water out of the lake. So if these become evasive and get into the water system, they will impact the efficiency of being able to pull it out and whatever we need to put into the water to make sure that the larvae and everything else is killed.
And we saw on one of the slides up to $20,000 a day to try and flush these out through operation and maintenance of the infrastructure. So that's not something we want to look at, increased costs. Appreciate the presentation. What I really appreciate is that we're always proactive in trying to keep these mussels out of the lake and not reactive. Not sure if that's the only reason why we don't have any in the lake, but it's appreciated, all the staff that we have here that do all the work at the ramps, checking in on boats, making sure that they're stickered up. If we do nothing, that would be foolish of us, especially the impact that it would have, not just on the infrastructure, but our overall economy as we speak. And so I always appreciate seeing you guys out there, making sure that people are following the rules, and appreciate the overall water resources perspective on being ahead of this rather than being behind it. Any comments, questions?
Yeah.
Supervisor Pyska.
Equal parts thorough and terrifying. Thank you, Angela.
Sorry, not sorry.
I know. Well, I've been waiting for this presentation because I've been seeing it out there, and I appreciate you bringing all this information to us. So it sounds like to be as proactive as we have been and we want to continue to be, because honestly, anything we do up front is a fraction of what we have to spend to deal with it if we have the infestation and then have to quarantine and do all the work on our infrastructure. So it sounds like this gap from the state with the lack of emergency language, grant availability, we're going to have to front load some of these asks. And so are you bringing this to us? Are you thinking at mid-year budget or, okay, so that's when we can expect to have a more thorough understanding. I do see someone walking around. A more thorough.
Just the person I wanted to see about that.
Okay. Okay, good to know. So that gives us some time for staff to look at that and admin to look over.
Mr. Carter, did you want to speak right now?
I've been talking with Stephen about it nonstop, since a couple days ago. So,
Stephen Carter, Assistant County Administrative Officer. We have looked at the specific policy section where water resources is for cannabis tax. There is enough funding in the current year to take care of the request that Water Resources has. With the position in there, I'm not so sure about the ongoing for subsequent years. Hopefully grants take over by then. So we have already affirmed that the money is there. And I would like to know if your board is amenable to this or not, because mid-year budget isn't till the first week in February. But with the current budget Water Resources has, they can budget transfer around and do some of the activities now. And then as soon as mid-year gets finalized, we transfer the cannabis dollars to cover it. If your board is not amenable, we'll wait and not do anything until that time period.
I would suggest we bring this back as a item to continue and discuss and potentially finalize sooner than later. I don't think this is a waiting game. This is an action game. Looking for, you have consensus. Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you for the very thorough and, yes, very terrifying presentation. But our last presentation was kind of scary, too. So just lock and load, people. Let's look out for those mussels. Just a question for staff and county council. I'm looking at our current water vessel inspection program ordinance. It looks like it's pretty well written and covers not just the dress-knit mussels, quagga, and zebra, but any other aquatic non-native invasive species. So provided our fine inspectors get some training on golden mussels and stuff like that, the way I'm reading it, we have full authorization under our current ordinance to take any proactive measures needed to combat this on the ramps. But I could be wrong. And the reason I'm thinking out loud on that is if we do get close to needing an emergency proc, do we have to wait for the actual infestation? Can we be proactive on that? Are we going to wait for the state to do things? The way I read this, and again, I'm looking forward to staff review of this in county council, is I think our ordinance is strong enough the way it was written to authorize action on this now. But if it isn't strong enough, if we need to bake in some specific authorization to the golden mussels, and an emergency proc would help us do that to enforce that regulation because it isn't in here, I guess we would need that analysis sooner than later, because to the scary part, if we do need an emergency proc to beef up the enforcement in this ordinance, let's talk about that. But if this ordinance as it stands right now is strong enough to give you that flexibility, then maybe we can wait and see what the state's going to do before we bake a local emergency. Does that make sense? You don't have to answer yes, but that was my question. Is our current ordinance strong enough that if we get training to our nice ramp monitors, we can totally use the existing authorization of this ordinance and the stickers and the tags and the fees and all that to move ahead?
Yeah, I'm going to work with county council and do a thorough dive to make sure that's covered. There is the ordinance, and then there's another reference to part of the ordinance, another part of the county code. So I just want to make sure we're covered. And we also, and the state has told me, but we also function on the intent of that ordinance. And so we're responding now based on the intent of that ordinance. But yeah, I need to work with county council. If it's something like just going through and changing from dracynid to other invasive mussels, that line throughout the ordinance, that's a pretty easy fix, if that's enough to address us. But if we want to do something with citation limits or powers, that's something that I want to work with county council. What would be the best thing if we're going to change the ordinance and go through that process of public review and board approval? I want to make sure I have everything right in there. So thanks for that comment, Supervisor Green, and I will be reaching out to county council to help me do that. Okay. Smiled and nodded.
So what? I'm making some assumptions. This is starting out in the Delta, and the Delta has some, while slow, very important projects that the state of California is working on, and very controversial as well. But even as of this morning, they're looking to start embedding some pipelines, getting $140 million out of the $20 billion project to make water go towards Southern California. That tells me that either A, that might cancel that project, or B, there's no way you can cancel that project, and they're going to have to figure out what to do with those mussels. So I'm hoping that means that generates a lot of interest from the state of California to wanting to do something to try to eliminate the problem before it gets out of control, more so than it is at this moment, or just that there will be some funding to try and control these things. I'm hoping the Delta project helps us out from the state perspective. We just did a grand jury report on the not the ramp monitoring, but the fees. And in looking at that line item that was there, I didn't really see too many fines. And you were talking about maybe we need to increase the fines. Maybe we need to increase the enforcement of putting out the fines, because I'm guessing that if we catch somebody without a sticker, we say, hey, go back and get a sticker or something like that. And we want to get people to meet compliance rather than hitting them with fines. And I don't know what that might look like, but I just know when I looked at those line items, there was very minimal, and I'm like, I know we're catching more than just what's there. And so maybe we need to take a harder stance to wanting to keep our lake clean, especially if you're in the lake and you're found without stickers. At that point, I don't know that there should even be a choice. If you're in the lake, you are putting others and our infrastructure potentially in danger. So I'd like to see how we can maybe enhance that enforcement by using what we already have on the books. The last, if you can explain again, and I apologize for forgetting the specifics. On December 12th, there's a California Department of Fish and Wildlife meeting that's happening. What are they looking to do to add the golden mussel to the list of species so that can help you utilize your grants or access grants? Can you kind of help me remember?
Yeah, and what I included in my slide at slide 32 is the copy and paste from the Fish and Wildlife Task Force meeting. I didn't want to get anything incorrect in there. So the current California Fish and Wildlife Code doesn't even list golden mussels as a restricted species. So at the state level, they also have no authority in their legal framework to be able to start a program for golden mussel prevention or dedicate funds or put it on watch list. So they put together an emergency package. It's all available online if you go to the Fish and Wildlife Commission for the next meeting on December 12th, and you go down to their agenda item. The whole package is there of what they're asking and the language updates they're requesting in the Fish and Wildlife Code, so then that the golden mussel is now considered a restricted species. I don't know if this will trickle to other language in legislative angles and specific grant projects or grant programs. I think they all have to do that separately. I don't know if that's one stop. It's the first step for Fish and Wildlife, because like right now they can't even give authority to their own staff to go out and do management. They're doing monitoring, but that's what they recognize as the first step.
It might be the first domino for everything else.
Yeah, it'll help set it up.
Yeah.
Personally, I would really like if they just go to the governor and ask for a emergency declaration at this point, particularly the item you brought up about the Delta Project and in the Amazon, these mussels spread by sand being moved from areas. So we know that there's a lot of dredging in the Delta for those water projects, and any of that can contain a bunch of golden mussels that are then moved around the state. We also don't know the full extent, because if it wasn't on the restricted list, was Fish and Wildlife monitoring it? Was the Department of Water Resources monitoring for them around the entire state and all of their water projects? We don't even know that. So we're still waiting for the extent of this. And I don't know if Fish and Wildlife is waiting for that to see, I guess, to be blunt, is it worth it? Or, what their next step would be based on the full extent of it. So I hope that answered your question. And if anybody wants to make comments at the Fish and Game Commission meeting, that's December 12th for that.
And I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I know that we've been working a lot, especially in the Blue Ribbon Committee with Eric Sklar, and he has been the president of Fish and Wildlife. Is he still on the board?
I think so. I think he's a chair, but I'm not 100% sure. But
that's what I'm thinking. I just haven't updated to see if anything has changed. And I'm just looking for, I think we need to reach out to Mr. Sklar, let him know our concern and let him know the importance of what Fish and Wildlife will be discussing, and to ensure that they start off that first domino to start getting the support that we're looking for from the state level. And so I'm looking for board consensus for one of us to reach out to Eric Sklar.
We meet Monday with Blue Ribbon Committee. The Blue Ribbon Committee meets Monday at their quarterly meeting, so if that's where we can approach them for this.
But the meeting's on December 12th, which would be 2 days from now, which would be Thursday. And I think as somebody who interacts with them quite often, especially through the Blue Ribbon Committee, if it's possible to reach out to them and just let them know our concern. If that's not possible, I'm happy to do that as well and let them know.
And let me know if you need anything from me to write up or anything to make it easier or faster. Okay. Yeah? Okay.
And is there consensus from the board to go ahead and do that? Okay. I think we use our relationships that we have. And since he's working always hand in hand here in Lake County, let's make sure to communicate with him. Concerning, glad there's nothing here at this moment in time. But thank you very much. I always appreciate the reports. You don't hide things. You don't skirt around things. We need to know what's going on, and we need to know how best to handle the situation that we have. So,
No time to lose.
yeah. I'm going to start off with, okay, Supervisor Green.
To your point, I see lots of, again, in the ordinance, I see lots of enforcement goodies in there, for everything from summary abatement to impounding boats, administrative penalties and all that. But I don't recall, if it was an administrative penalty, that'd be a code enforcement thing. I see the sheriff has some authority in here to do misdemeanor enforcement. So there's a wide range of enforcement in here, including in administrative citations. Mm-hmm. What I don't know is Water Resources' current capacity to impose any of those penalties.
We do. Yes, we issue administrative citations.
You do?
Mm-hmm. And pretty much all of them have been paid or upheld by the board.
And that's using these staff?
No, it's myself, my technician, or the director.
Okay.
Technically, other coordinators too in the department, yeah.
All right, so how's that work in real life? If they flag a boat, they have to put a call in to you or Pawan and say, come on out and do a citation?
Yep, and the ordinance language and the citation also gives us power to send a citation if the boat's not present in front of us. So if what usually happens, and we had a couple boats a few weeks ago, is if there's a trailer in the parking lot that launched a boat, and there's no stickers on the trailer, and they've gotten warnings, we have a record of that, or they have a warning card and they don't have a current sticker, we can send them a citation. If they just didn't put the current sticker on their trailer, but they have the paperwork, they send it back with their citation, I rip it up, because it means they went through the process. But that doesn't happen that often. Usually if they get a citation from not having a sticker. My ramp monitors are really thorough. They're there. A lot of these guys live in the area. They know the boats that come and go. They know who the boats are. They know if there's a boat from out of town. Also, if it's a risk boat, where it's from. If it doesn't come up in the database at all, there's also a part in the database to put in trailer information too.
So at this point, it's to the extent there's any enforcement, it's all sites all the time, admin sites, and we aren't pursuing those other enforcement options.
Marine Patrol can also cite boats on the lake, and that is one thing that I need to do. We have a new sheriff. I need to have conversations with him. Our Marine Patrol staff has been trained, and they're also limited in staff, so they don't have guys out there looking at every single boat, particularly during the off season. But they do issue citations. The state parks they love giving citations out, it seems like, because they're really thorough, I guess is a nice way to say that. Sorry.
Supervisor Simon?
Yeah, appreciate the report, and obviously a lot's happened since I spoke with you a little bit about this issue on the first day. So thank you very much for that. But what I was going to say today is, in the report there, they were saying there's some work needs to be done, some other things. There is no funding. I'd like to commit out of my discretionary funds and work with admin to do that, $20,000 to help any stopgaps while the board has a chance to bring it back and address something in the budget or the state makes some changes. It's real important. I always talk about it. The lake is one of our most valuable assets, needs to be protected. So I'm going to work with admin and hopefully get you some funds. I'm not telling you how to spend it, but you guys can figure that out. But hopefully it can help with a stopgap in the meantime. So I'd like to be able to do that.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Simon. We're supposed to be giving you a goodbye, going away gift, but thank you so much for that. We appreciate it. And we'll talk with admin, and I'll talk with my staff on the best way to utilize that right now.
And I'll make one final comment before opening up for public comment. I know that I know you're working on it, working with property owners, but we do have a lot of signage throughout the county entrances, but a lot of those signs are slowly fading, either falling apart. So I think that's important work to make sure that signage remains so that as people enter into the communities, they're being hit with those signs.
Caltrans encroachment permits take a long time. Expect a letter from me at some point asking the board to ask Fish and Wildlife to enter a cooperative agreement with Caltrans or do something. So when there's invasive species signage, it can just be put up with a notification and not having to go through the standard month encroachment permit process review. That would be just foreshadowing. No. But thanks for bringing that up.
Let's work on that. All right, let's open it up for public comment. Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Please come on up to the microphone, please, or raise your hand in Zoom.
You mentioned training. I want to congratulate Angela and Corey. We go through an extensive training program on invasive species, not only mussel, but plant life. and snails. We cover pretty much everything that's out there, and we're trained to look for it. That's all I had to say.
What's your name for the record, please?
Frank Levings, Levings.
Thank you,
Frank. Any other comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. We've already given consensus to go ahead and bring back that CAN grant proposal as soon as possible. And one of us, looks like Vice Chair Crandall, might be the one to reach out to Eric Scalar, the potential chair of the Fish and Wildlife, let them know our concerns and what we would like to get from the state. And
just one last, as long as you're here, it's very rare when we can get you all in the same room. Thank you so much for your hard work, freezing out there, baking out there. You are the front lines, and I've seen you out on the front lines. It ain't all hunky-dory some days, so I appreciate you all very much.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, and with that, we're going to go ahead and close down this item. Really appreciate the report. Looking forward to more discussions.
Thank you so much, Board. Thank you, County Council. Thank you, CAO Parker.
And we will go ahead and take a lunch. We will reconvene this meeting at 1 p.m. All right. Looks like we're back and ready to go. Sam, we're good? Okay. Welcome back. Thank you, everyone, for being here. We are continuing on where we left off, item 6.10, 1 p.m., consideration of agreement between County of Lake and Smart Easy Pay, Inc., also known as Easy Smart Pay. We have our treasurer tax collector, and we also have CSAC Finance Corporation here. If you want to come up as well, that way if we have any questions, you can be in the comfort zone. Welcome and good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Patrick Sullivan, Treasurer Tax Collector, and I'm here with Chase Brofman from the CSAC Finance Corporation and Easy Smart Pay. So this item is to consider an agreement for Easy Smart Pay. This is a program that came out of CSAC originally. Its goal is to allow people to taxpayers to make monthly payments. Right now, we don't have an option for taxpayers to pay property taxes in installments beyond the first and second that's permitted under R&T code. This program would allow taxpayers that opportunity to break those payments out into 12 monthly installments. Then for each of those installments, Smart Easy Pay would make those payments via wire to the county. Just a few points to highlight about this program. Many other counties have already gone to it. I did have some questions when it originally came to my attention. There are some elements of the service that I did not think would necessarily be valuable to Lake County. There was the ability to make installment payments directly to Easy Smart Pay. We don't really require that. We have the ability to take those payments directly via credit card or electronic payment. But what we really don't have any access to is their kind of flagship product, the monthly payments. One of the other just questions I had was about how they run their investment program. They use a model that's very similar to the requirements that Treasurer Tax Collectors operate under in government code. But because they are not licensed or regulated in the way that we are as a private entity, they have the ability to do things differently than we do, and maybe engage in, one of the concerns I had was that they may be able to engage in investments that would not be in keeping with our practices. So one of the things that we worked out was that there would be notice. If they were to change their practices, that notice would be provided to the county so that we would have the opportunity to get out of the program if we felt that was appropriate. I mean, I have no reason to believe that would actually happen, but it's just one of the things I wanted to cover before I considered bringing it to your board. So that's the rough background of the program. If you have specific questions about the program itself or want to hear more detail, I think Chase is happy to provide that.
Do you have any further comments before we open it up for the board?
Well, I thank Mr. Sullivan for his due diligence along this process. Thank you, Chair Sabatier and members of the board for taking the time to hear this item. Yeah, as Mr. Sullivan mentioned, this was born out of the CSAC Finance Corporation. This is a program that counties wanted. We understand that you have legislative as well as operational constraints when it comes to offering partial payment for property tax, and so that's really what this program was started out of. This is no cost to constituents to enroll. There's no onboard continuous cost to them except for the exact property tax bill. Of course, there's the applicable transaction rates, which are the lowest in the state, 0% if they use ACH, and 1.99 if they use a credit or debit card. And so this has been adopted by 33 of the 58 counties. We've heard very good feedback from treasurer tax collectors as well as constituents alike that they appreciate the service. So I appreciate your consideration today looking at this item, and I look forward to a potential partnership with Lake County, Mr. Sullivan's office, and adding this value to your constituents.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions from board members? Supervisor Pyska.
This is a need that we've had for a long time with our constituents. It is really difficult to make those payments twice a year for some folks, so I appreciate this. And I also know that our treasurer tax collector put a lot of effort into finding a level of comfort here lined out, so I appreciate both of you for putting that time in.
Thank you. Supervisor Green?
Yeah, just super quick question. I see the monthlies are in there, but semi-annual is not. Is that a technological hurdle, or is that not part of your business model?
By design.
It's on.
Yeah, I would take responsibility for that aspect that you're noting there. Smart Easy Pay does have the ability to take those semi-annual payments, but I requested that those not be included for Lake County, partially because, as I stated, we have the ability to take those payments. When we take them, they go directly into our bank account, where we're then able to invest them and earn those returns. So if Smart Easy Pay were to take those large installment payments for us, I don't find for Lake County taxpayers there's a significant added benefit because we already offer that service. And the risk to the county is that's where we lose the opportunity for interest and other investment earnings. By limiting it to the monthly payments, it restricts the number of people who would probably utilize this program. It would be those that have previously expressed the need. I mean, we're aware there's that need out there. There is that request. But those making the full installment payments early are unlikely, in our opinion, to be in that need. So, yes, it was by design that we restricted that to ensure the impact to our investment program would be minimal.
Thank you for that. Any other further questions or comments? Seeing none, I've spoken with Chase most recently at the conference that we were at. I guess I should preface it with I appreciate everything that CSAC does and attempts to do, but I just can't get on board with this one. I appreciate the work that's already been done to minimize the risk to the county as well as the individuals, but I would suspect that most people that want to do monthly payments probably have more of a struggling financial status than those that can just pay off the biannual payments. And the fact that you are not necessarily a bank, you don't have FDIC coverage, you don't necessarily have, yes, you might tell us that you're going to change your investment style, but what does that do to those individuals that are involved and already have given you money? Does that mean that automatically their money comes back if we cancel? Does that mean that they might have the chance to benefit or lose from that change in investment style? If it was more like a bank situation with some extra coverage, I don't feel creating a risk for those potentially already in risk is what I see as the best. And I would also assume that, and the reason I say that is because we would be advocating that this is a program that you can use. We're not advocating for any other banks in the area, and if you happen to be able to sell this product directly to the consumer, then at that point that's between you and the consumer, and the county doesn't get in the middle of it. But if I'm going to tell a constituent, hey, as a county, I'm telling you that this program is here, but there's risks and something happens, then I feel like that's not us trying to provide the best guidance to our constituents. So I know that you and I had discussed this. I've been pretty consistent on my comments, and today's just not the day that I can support this. So if there's no further comment, I'm going to open it up for public comment. Anyone wish to speak on this item? Raise your hand in Zoom. Come on up to the microphone in the chamber. Seeing none in either one, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
No,
I didn't see recommended action on the staff report, so I'm kind of struggling with the form of the motion.
Sorry, so the recommended action would be to approve the agreement and authorize the chair to sign.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take up item, I don't believe she came back, so we are going to take up item 7.5, consideration of a resolution approving a memorandum of understanding, MOU, between the Regents of the University of California Agriculture and Natural Resources and the County of Lake for, am I moving too fast?
Yes.
Should I be waiting for Mr. Barnes?
Yes, please.
Okay, I apologize. And I guess let's go ahead and take up item 7.2, consideration of appointment of District 4 Supervisor Michael Green to the Lake County Board of Supervisors Chair for remainder of his term. Just a little caveat, clarification, this would be as of 12/17, not after the decision made today, meaning in 2 minutes that would take effect. And so just a brief summary based on the memo that I already wrote. Mr. Green has been with us since October of 2022, and I've appreciated his presence in addition to the team, and since he will no longer be a Board of Supervisor as of January, upon swearing in new officers, I wanted to give him the chance to be a board chair, even though it would be a very minuscule amount of time. And so I was hoping to vacate my seat as of the next meeting and let him take the lead with Vice Chair Crandall remaining in his Vice Chair position. I did speak with Vice Chair Crandall just to make sure that that was appropriate and wouldn't be offensive to do that. So I did not get to speak with Mr. Green, Supervisor Green, which means that it was a bit of a surprise to see this on the agenda. But as you know, the Brown Act prohibits us from speaking to too many people. And so I just wanted to open that up for discussion and see what the board's will is. Vice Chair Crandall?
Obviously, I agreed with this, so I think it would be a good outgoing thing for him to have. I know, Moke, you've spent probably like 3 times as chair, right? 2?
No, 1 time, just the pandemic.
Really?
Second time was going to be this year, so
that's
the pandemic was good enough for me. I got a lot of lovely notes during that year, so
it was shocking.
Just continues year after year.
All right.
And I just want to thank the Chair Sabatier for thinking of me. I think thank you is the appropriate term, and I'd certainly be delighted to hold the gavel once if the board so wills, but I feel it's up to you to make that decision and not me. So,
all right, thank you very much. I want to open it up for public comment on this item. Anyone wish to speak on this item? I see no movement in the chamber, no hands in the Zoom room. Bring it back to the board for action. And again, if it's possible with the caveat of as of the meeting of 12/17.
Mr. Chair, I move to appoint Supervisor Michael Green to Chair of the Board of Supervisors for the for the rest of his term, starting on the December 17th meeting. Is that good?
County Council will say yes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And we still have 15 minutes. Let's see if we can get through our weekly calendars. So 7.1, we'll start with Supervisor Green.
guess I'm chairing next week. Got to pay attention to that meeting with CAO Parker. When does the chair normally meet with CAO Parker? CAO Parker?
Agenda review.
Whenever the chair would like.
Okay, I guess he'll get back to me on that. Big Valley is having a grand opening of their fuel center, and that's super exciting. 11 to 2, I believe it is. I see a special meeting of First Five Lake in the afternoon. I hope that's in Lakeport. I have a medical appointment on Thursday. I'm alternate, but on Monday I see a meeting for Blue Ribbon Committee. Is that right?
Yeah.
And
2 p.m. Clear Lake.
okay. I guess I'll be meeting with CAO Parker also on Monday, and probably sometime, maybe lucky Friday the 13th, to go over agenda stuff. And that's about all I got.
So I'm actually going to cut off our calendars. I see that, I don't have my glasses, but I believe it's Director Jones that just came in. I want to make sure we get to her item. She's been waiting all day, and I apologize that we could not get to it earlier. And so we're going to shift over to item 7.4, consideration of agreement between County of Lake and Archway Recovery Services for ASAM levels 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.5, and withdrawal management levels 1 and 2 in the amount of $1,750,000 for fiscal year 24-25. Director Jones.
Thank you so much, Chair Sabatier. As your board and the community is aware, Lake County Behavioral Health Services joined the Drug Medi-Cal Organized Delivery System on July 1st of this year. Proudly, we are 6 months in. One of our biggest barriers to overcome for successful implementation was detoxification residential treatment services. So there are people who need medical level intervention in a residential setting to get healthy, and we're required by the state to provide that service. Those services are, the costs are enumerated in the contract. They're industry standard. We did a request for qualifications from all contiguous counties contiguous to Lake County who are licensed with the state to provide these services, and did outreach to them to determine if they would do that, if they would contract with us. And so this represents the first contract that's a result of that request for qualifications process, and we're very excited to bring this service on board for our beneficiaries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The site, it's in Fairfield?
Yes, they have their corporate office there, and then they actually have a campus, a treatment campus on the state hospital campus, and they're expanding facilities. So that's where their main business administration is, in Fairfield.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions and comments from board members? Supervisor Green?
Just an acronym I don't recognize, ASAM.
Oh, yes. Addiction Society, you got me on the $100 question there, sir. It's the Society of Addiction Medicine and Treatment. ASAM is a nationally recognized and accredited standard of treatment.
So these are levels of care?
Yes, it's 3.7 specifically, ASAM level 3.7.
Oh, that clarifies it. Thank you.
Just a brief question. I apologize for not asking this earlier to you. How many patients are we looking that will be taken care of with this $1.75 million? I don't see a breakdown of cost per hour. It's obviously going to be based on billables.
It is based on their availability. So we did not purchase or lease a bed. That's not a good business practice. We're on a queue, and when they have beds available, if they have one that's for Lake County, because they have to serve their home county first, they will reach out to other counties and offer them a bed, and then on a case-by-case basis, not every person is right for the same type of program, so that's why it's nice to have a variety of different facilities and milieus. So it's projected to be at very high utilization because we have incredible detoxification needs. So we wanted to make sure we had sufficient contract coverage to meet that anticipated increase in demand.
Okay. And then, so we pay them for the services provided, and then we get reimbursed through Medi-Cal?
That's correct.
And is that at 100%?
It is at a pass-through depending upon that person's aid code, whether or not they have traditional Medi-Cal or American Expansion ACA coverage. It's a very complex algorithm, unfortunately.
Right. Okay. Well, we need this, but I'd love to see the outcomes and hear about how many patients, or how many people we sent over there, their success rates, and the overall reimbursement. Did we have a wash of what was spent and what we received, or what was the loss to your department because of that? Obviously, the community benefits and gains, but just until we do it, can't know for sure, but this is needed. So
Mr.
appreciate
Chair,
you bringing this.
If I may, in response, you may be, you're familiar with the EQRO assessment that all the acronyms have gone from my mind for some reason. But anyways, it's an annual assessment. It's a health check on our mental health plan. So you've seen it for our mental health plan. Well, as opting into the drug Medi-Cal ODS, now it's a combined EQRO. So you'll get a total health plan report next time.
The ODS thing has made some great changes, so really happy that we made those changes. So thank you so much. Big number, but big need, so we'll take a look at that, and happy to approve this and move it forward. Opening up for public comments. Anyone wishes to speak on this item? I see no movement in the chamber. I see no hands in the Zoom room. Bringing it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve agreement between County of Lake and Archway Recovery Services for ASAM levels 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.5, and withdrawal management levels 1 and 2 in the amount of $1,750,000 for fiscal year 24-25, and authorize board chair to sign the agreement.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for coming back, and glad we were able to get you in. I see that Mr. Barnes is also in the back, so let's go ahead and take up item 7.5, consideration of a resolution approving a memorandum of understanding between the regions of the University of California Agriculture and Natural Resources and the County of Lake for a partnership for the provision of the University of California Cooperative Extension Program, and authorizing the County Administrative Officer to sign the MOU on behalf of the county. And we have Mr. Carter and Mr. Barnes from UC Extension. Welcome. Well, that's very different.
There we go. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Noon, board. Thank you for your time today. Matthew Barnes, County Director / Area Director, UCCE, Lake County, here today to present the partnership agreement between the University of California Cooperative Extension and the County of Lake for the term of 2025 to 2030. Okay, so before we get started, just want to acknowledge the Cooperative Extension office staff, the UC Grants and Contracts Department for their assistance on this. Also appreciations for the guidance and support of CAO Parker and the admin office, and to the board who provided valuable input during the process of putting this together. Today I'm just going to go over a bit of historical context, how we got here, and just a few key innovations that we've updated in the MOU. So the historical context here, the partnership is long-standing since 1921. University of California Cooperative Extension is part of the land grant university system. So our farm advisors have been here in Lake County consulting and providing research throughout the evolution of Lake County's agricultural journey. Currently, we're working off of a 1963 MOU that provided the foundational partnership for how we work together. So, today, with this new MOU, we hope to provide a advanced structure and program plan that's going to ensure that the enduring impact here is driven for the next 5 years, and then building off that through Lake County's agriculture, youth development, and into sustainable land stewardship. So the first key innovation here in the updated MOU, we plan to strengthen our communication and reporting to the Board of Supervisors and also to the community. In Section 3F, you'll find that under our responsibilities, we will be reporting a detailed plan of work and for the upcoming year, and a detailed report of work for the previous year. This expands on the summary of work that we currently provide. Through advanced outreach and communication, we hope the result will be further collaborations within county departments and with county stakeholders, so our report of work can be informed and collaborative. The rest of the innovations here can be found in Attachment A, which is our program plan of work, and integration of research-based expertise. What we want to do is collaborate with the county and the county departments at the planning level, whether that be RFP planning, program planning, so we can provide a cost savings for the county through access to our most up-to-date research and expertise. Next, and this would be a first for cooperative extensions out of the 58 counties we serve, is to include an emergency response support in our MOU. So what we envision here is providing technical expertise in post-recovery services, whether that be a fire, an earthquake, environmental impacts. So an example of that would be areas like soil and water testing and post-recovery, agricultural impact assessments. Our viticulture advisor is currently doing studies on smoke taint for grapevines, so that's something that has been common. The role would remain advisory and align with our mission and resources. Also first, in the 58 counties we serve, would be to include the tribal nations collaborations. Remaining in an advisory role, we want to respect tribal sovereignty and build our collaborative efforts with the tribes of Lake County. We believe that doing this will facilitate collaborative projects with the county, and we can really be the bridge between some of the environmental impact projects. So beginning in January, we'll be launching our next 100 Years campaign in Lake County, enhancing public outreach with materials that align with our board presentations. We would like to schedule monthly presentations here to the board that will showcase each of our academic advisors as well as our programs. And overall, as you know, it's been about 6 months since I've been here, but from what I've seen, Lake County is just really collaborative with our programs, from the Pear and Walnut boards to the Wine Alliance to our board itself. I think there is a bright future of collaboration here. So with that, I will open up to any specific questions or concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Supervisor Pyska?
So I appreciate this presentation, building on the meeting that we had, Supervisor Simon and I had with you and your team about a month ago or so.
Yeah.
And I think bringing those board presentations monthly so that we're really aware of what the new programs are, the new board members are aware, our new directors, we have a lot of new staff. I think there's a lot of ways that we can collaborate and cross-support. So thank you for squeezing that in. I know that was probably the biggest thing that came out of our meeting that day.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so thank you.
Agreed. Supervisor Green?
It's just a technical point. So there's a reso and there's an MOU, and within the reso, we authorize CAO Parker to sign the MOU. But on the reso, I see signature lines for CAO Parker as the clerk to the board, and also for the board chair to sign the reso like normal. So it all looks right, but I just want to make sure all the signature lines are right, and that it won't be emotional, it'll just be offering the resolution will be sufficient. Yes? No?
It would be sufficient, yes.
I believe so. Everything looks good to me. I learned a little bit by just even reading over the MOU in the first place. Looks like you get funding twice a year, and then that's how you expend the funds that we have. There was conversation, at least, or on the memo it brought up financials, but this doesn't change the budget process that we already have. Just
Correct.
puts things in writing.
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to check on that just because that's important to make sure we understand that. There is one small typo that I just want to make sure when we offer the resolution it's as amended. In the second line it should say agriculture and natural resources. And if we can just get that into the offering of the resolution as amended, that would be great. And if there's nothing further, let's open it up for public comment. If we, Johanna, is it possible to stop sharing the screen? Thank you. Please come on up.
Good afternoon. My name is Ron Montez. Wakshi Ron Montez, Buchikahe Kabenapoe. My name is Ron Montez. I'm an elder from the Kabenapo tribe, which you know as the Mission or Big Valley Rancheria. My questions on this was, I heard a portion of this presentation was to have a cooperative relationship with tribal communities and their involvement in the processes that are in place for the funding to go forward with everyone's recommendation and so on. And I was wondering that in my area of knowledge, I don't know of any relationships that are built that I know of personally. I hear things, and I hear things about structures that bypass a lot of the main tribal input, and it looks good on the outside, but there's a missing component in a lot of those, which I just wanted to make sure that you're aware of. The perception in our tribal communities is not involvement with you. It is very limited in that place of involvement to access any of the benefits or to have any input into those services or those ways of working with the agricultural community that would benefit our people. The only benefit we have thus far is to work, labor, manual labor. And no place do we make decisions on how the walnuts, the grapes, or any of those things are to be handled, or not much information at all on my level. And I'm not sure what is in place because of I'm just now coming to be aware that this is in place. And so it's kind of a question for me that maybe after this you can enlighten me a little bit more on how that would impact our tribal communities, because we want to be involved from every level so that we have a table, a place at the table to hear and to offer our input and to hear. We're living in a time of trying to make our nation a place of unity and strength that we could move forward as one people. And we need to be included in those decisions and the information that flows so that we can stand with you and you stand with us, so that we can see the same things and encourage one another to make good decisions. That's just my input. I thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Mr. Barnes, would you like to respond on what your plan is for that?
Yeah, absolutely, and thank you for your comment. As a representative of the UC Cooperative Extension, I agree 100%, and I see the same thing from the university, and the university itself also sees that. They have put forth a report called the Land Grab document, which details the origins of the UC Cooperative Extension system. And by putting this into the county MOU is the first step of what's going to be ongoing outreach with each individual tribe, not necessarily with the goal of advising per se, but listening first and seeing where the collaborations are and where our academic advisors and programs can add value for each tribe. So thank you for your comment.
Thank you for your response, and I think that's the value of also having you come and report to the board where we can ask where we are with that and what's happening, rather than talking about it and then watching it just not ever go anywhere. So I agree. There's no further comments. Let's go ahead and bring it back to the board and looking for action again with that amendment.
I offer the resolution as amended.
Resolution's been offered.
Supervisor, we're supervisors. Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Green?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye. Thank you both.
All right. Thank you, board.
Very much.
All right. Glad we were able to get through those. We are now going to our 6:11 item, 1:30 p.m. A, consideration of a draft response to the United States Board on Geographic Names Domestic Names Committee regarding Citizens for Healing's proposal to change the name of Kelseyville to Canocti. B, modify and approve the BGN standard recommendation form for submittal with your board's response. CAO Parker.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Chair. I'm Matthew, Chief Deputy County Administrative Officer. Matthew Rothstein will be presenting this item, and then your board will take on the discussion.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Matthew Rothstein, Chief Deputy County Administrative Officer. Thank you all for your leadership and persistence today. On Tuesday, July 30, 2024, your board acted to place countywide Advisory Measure U on the November ballot, asking the following question. Shall the Board of Supervisors recommend approval of the proposal to change the name of the town of Kelseyville to Canocti? Lake County registered voters opposed the proposal by a margin of 70.58% to 29.42%. Because the vote was advisory in nature, staff prepared the letter attached to your agenda initially with 3 options. Johan, are you able to display?
Yes. Okay. It's okay. We'll continue, and Johanna will project that as soon as able. Option 1, before your board would recommend the Board on Geographic Names' Domestic Names Committee reject the proposed name change, adopting the result of Advisory Measure U, while acknowledging some moral questions cannot be answered with a simple yes or no vote. Option 2 would recommend approval of the proposed name change. Option 3 would make no formal recommendation to the Board on Geographic Names, or BGN, for reasons described in the text. And in the time since the agenda and attachments were posted, staff have also prepared an option 4 for your board's consideration, and it reads as follows. In response to Advisory Measure U, Lake County residents demonstrated clear opposition to the proposed name change. Our board hereby adopts the result of this vote as the County of Lake's formal recommendation. And while this is ultimately not a County of Lake facilitated process and the BGN will make a determination, a portal has additionally been developed to share public comments received by the county with state and federal naming authorities. This was done to ensure that your voices are represented. We truly appreciate that so many of you have taken time to share your perspectives, hundreds over the course of several months. And thank you all for doing that. Now, the County Administrative Office staff welcomes your board's discussion. Thank you.
Thank you for introducing the item. I will set some parameters for the public comments when we get to public comment, but just to let you know, I am planning to give everybody, last time I did 2 minutes, I am going to do 3 minutes. I want to make sure that everybody has the time. I'm hoping this is the last discussion we have with this. I want to make sure everybody has the time to express themselves fully, and whatever time is needed to ensure that we hear from everybody. I just want everybody to walk away knowing that they've been heard and that we listened to what you had to say. I do want to open it up for public comment, for the board's comments before public comment, in case that there's anything that the board wishes to state.
I'm ready to hear public comment, me.
Supervisor Pyska.
So I want to start by acknowledging how difficult this year has been on all of us. And we've really been through the ringer. I've spent this year pushing both the federal and state committees to show up and do their part, which they did not. Their lack of support made this process far more difficult and hurt all of us. I also spent this year sitting with and listening to people on all sides of this issue. And I want to thank you. I want to thank everybody that gave me that opportunity. I heard you, and I value your perspective. This process was asked to do the work of healing, yet the application was submitted without the consent of many of the people who are most affected and without the support of the community. The true work of healing comes from the people when all voices are represented and decisions are made together. And this type of work is slow because building trust and listening and showing up takes time. Submitting this application bypassed the opportunity to do this work, and we are stuck in a bureaucratic process, and the final decision will be made by those who will never even come here. We asked the people to participate, and they did. The vote of the people is on record, and it needs to be honored. Our dark and painful history is out in the open now, and how we move forward to reconcile it is up to all of us. This year has changed us, and change is hard. Regardless of how we got here, we are growing and we are changing. I have been very clear on my position for years, and I will keep my promise to remain neutral, because we have no idea what the final decision will be, and I need to represent all of my constituents. We need to heal together. My commitment is to my community, where everyone is seen, heard, and valued. What is important for me today is that we respect the vote of the people, and I keep my promise to remain neutral. So I'm offering another option, a little bit different than what you presented. So here is my suggestion. Our board is forwarding the vote of the people for your committee's consideration, and no further formal recommendation will be made in this federal process.
Thank you for your comment. Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you for that. Just to clarify, so Matthew, I heard an option 4, which I thought was roughly analogous to option 1, and now you've submitted language which was different than option 4, I think. So can you clarify what the option 4 was and how it relates to option 1? And then can you clarify whether that's option 4 is something you were interested in?
So option 4 was effectively a simplified version in a sense of option 1. There was some language which was redundant with content that appears earlier in the letter. In a sense, or could be argued to be redundant with content earlier in the letter. So it's a simplified version that says, in response to advisory measure U, Lake County residents demonstrated clear opposition to the proposed name change. Our board hereby adopts the result of this vote as the County of Lake's formal recommendation. And then Supervisor Pyska's option 5, just read moments ago, is our board is forwarding the vote of the people for your committee's consideration, and no further formal recommendation will be made in this process.
Any further comments before we open up for public comment? So I want to provide at least some opinion on things, just so that in case public comment comes back, I don't want to say these things after the fact, or else you may feel like you have not had the chance to respond. I still feel the exact same way I felt when this first came along, which was actually brought to me about 6 years ago, I want to say. So this has been a very long conversation, and in fact that's just me 6 years ago. This conversation has been going on for much longer. It's just coming to a head. I have changed and I have grown, I guess. Maybe for some others it might be the reverse. Like I used to think that if you change a name, or if you take down a statue, that you're not erasing history. You can't erase what has happened. We know of things that we read in our history books that are gone. And so history lasts forever in the fact that there's stories, there's written documentation of it, whatever the case might be, to keep that history alive. And then I thought about it for a while, and I decided maybe I'm wrong. And I have to look at my phone because I want to make sure I say the name right. And I could be wrong, but based on research and conversations, there was a native village in the area of Kelseyville called Habenepo. I hope that's correct, and I hope I say it right. And it was really hard to find that name. And it was really hard to find that name because that name no longer exists. That village no longer exists. And so it is possible that if we change the name of Kelseyville, that some of that history that comes along with it, whether good or bad, goes with it. And so my thought process was, I can't fix the past. How do I find ways to solve the future? And I hate what this has done to us because it's put us in a situation of an ultimatum. It's either option A or B. And I think if you always give people an ultimatum, people are going to put up a defensive wall. It doesn't open up for conversation. It doesn't open up for dialogue. You are stuck with the options that are in front of you. I will tell you that I voted no on this when I voted, and I didn't vote no because I don't want to see the name changed. I do want to see the name changed. But I voted no because I don't think it needs to be Konocti, because I don't like how we got to that name, and I don't think it's the appropriate name. And so my options that I'm looking at originally, because again, I've grown because of things that have happened, is I was hoping that we can end up in a place where we can have a dash in the name like people do in their marriage and call it Kelseyville. I got to say it right, and I apologize. Kelseyville - Habenepo, because the future is both
people who have descendants and connections to Kelseyville and people who have connections to our Native American tribes that have been here for 10,000 years. Because we have to move forward. But then we put it on the ballot, which I wish we had not. Because that takes away from me what I feel are my choices. Because I know what's right in my mind. I think we need to find a way forward, a way together, and option A and B is not necessarily a way together because I have to choose one over the other. I'm not here to choose one over the other. I'm here to figure out how to make our communities better for tomorrow. But with what I expected to be this vote result, which is why I voted against putting it on the ballot, because it pretty much mimics the number of letters that we received for and against, so it wasn't necessarily surprising. To tell the people today that their vote doesn't matter, then why do I come back here next Tuesday? There's a reason that we're here. There's a reason that we have this democratic process, and if you guys stop believing in it because we tell you today we don't care, then I don't know what my purpose is. And I hate it because what's right yesterday has been altered in what I can or can't do today, or else I break a system that I feel greatly about. And so I hope that some people want to continue the discussion because I think there's a way forward. But the options that that are placed in front of me, I'm hurting inside from what we've done to ourselves and what we can do. I have heard some very racist things in this room, and that is not what we should be hearing when we're talking about ourselves. It's painful. And I don't know what else to say other than I was really hoping for option C. And I'm going to tell you the truth. I've sat there. Supervisor Pyska was in the meeting with me, and in my opinion, the BGN is going to change the name. And I see it in their eyes. I could be wrong, but that's how I see them looking at us. When we're asking them questions about the process, they're looking at us like we're the bigots for trying to question their process, let alone when we're trying to understand their process. We've submitted it before where we said we wanted to approve Benny Hill over in Middletown, and they rejected that, even though we approved it. So I don't know that our voice is all that truly important to them versus what they really want to do. But saying yes to a not chosen community name, saying yes to something that tells one group that your history, because you moved here in 1950 or 1930, way after the fact of horrendous actions done by a family, people get connected to things. And I don't want to look at either side and say your history is not one that I want to support. And I was really hoping that we can talk about the BGN process without going through an election process to figure out what is option C. But with what we've done, I feel like I would be saying that our democratic values are not worthy and do not hold here. And that would be destroying exactly what makes us us. And I can't vote against that. And I'm struggling inside. Because we, all in this room, we are the community. No matter how our differences may be in our history. And I say this, and I'm so disconnected. I'm an immigrant. I wasn't even born here. And I wish we would have behaved differently. It's sad. I'm saddened by the decisions we've made that have limited our options of how it is that we can find a way to move forward. I'm saddened by what I've heard in the community. I'm saddened by what we've decided as this board, because we've handcuffed ourselves, in my opinion, to either ruin who we are or make a bad decision. That's not good choices. We have better choices than this. And with that, I'm going to open up public comment. I want you guys... I'm going to give you the 3 full minutes, and I will cut you off at 3 minutes, ask you to please finish your sentence, but I will ask you to stop talking if you keep going. I do not want to hear any kind of hateful rhetoric or speech, as I will reserve the right to ask you to leave the building. This is us representing a community in here, and I want you to respect one another. Please talk to us. It is our decision. It is our doing. So please make sure we talk about the topic or the Board of Supervisors and not the individuals within our community. Let's not continue to divide and separate ourselves, please. Uh-oh. Are we good? Do you need us to take a quick break before we start public comment? I apologize, but our technical difficulties are continuing from this morning. And let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and then we will commence with our public comment. All right, I apologize, everybody, for that technical difficulty, but we are back. We hope to keep running smoothly for the rest of this session. And so I left off where I was opening public comment, and let's go ahead and start with the first speaker. If you could please let us know your name, and then you have 3 minutes, and Johanna will be helping us with that timing. If we have no public comment, and I am going to pause from time to time to go back and forth to make sure that those on Zoom don't feel ignored, but I will always come back and make sure everybody gets to say their piece. I just don't want people waiting for a long time when their hands are up. So.
Hello.
And if you can grab the microphone and make sure that you speak into the microphone, that would be helpful.
Okay. My name is Carol Costa, and I'm going to go ahead. I want to read the measure again one more time. Shall the Board of Supervisors recommend approval of the proposal to change the name of the town of Kelseyville to Canocti? Sorry, I'm kind of shaky here. A no vote on this advisory is a measure. A no vote on this advisory measure is a vote against the County of Lake Board of Supervisors recommending approval of the proposal to change the name of the town of Kelseyville to Canocti. As you know, 70.5% of the voters say no. That's the countywide voters. No change to the name of Kelseyville is what you're required to recommend per Measure U, what I just read from the voters' pamphlet. All 5 of you must honor the results of your constituents' votes. No name change. And if you count the number of voters that did not vote at all, that brings up the number to 77% of the voters. Okay, that's it.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Lorna Sides. I just wanted to note that the people of Lake County have been victims of 2 very significant acts of collusion and fraud in regards to Advisory Measure U. The following statement was published in our Lake County Voter Guide. It said, changing the name of Kelseyville would involve considerable administrative and financial burdens. The expenses for updating property titles, estate plans, business licenses, rental agreements, and other legal documents would be substantial. The process is time-consuming and complex, causing delays and errors affecting persons and business operations. So this is not true. The title to my home will not need to be changed when the name changes. My driver's license will still be valid, etc., etc. This was a deliberate fraud upon the voters of Lake County. And that was allowed to go into the voter guide like that. Secondly, if anyone thought that our supervisors were beholden to uphold the will of the majority of Lake County voters. They were scammed. The supervisors are sworn to uphold the U.S. Constitution, which protects the rights of all citizens to be safe from harm. You spoke to this, Bruno, on July 30th. This is what you spoke to exactly when you spoke in favor of the name change. This is not a popularity contest. This is a chance for the 5 of you to show leadership and to uphold the U.S. Constitution to which you're sworn to protect the rights of all citizens of Lake County to be safe from harm. On July 30th of this year, in this very chamber, Benaiah Kim Cromwell, chairman of Robinson Rancheria Pomo Indians, asked for the name to be changed. Flamin McLeod, chairman of Big Valley Rancheria, has repeatedly asked for the name to be changed, even though his stance is causing harm to some children who are getting hurt in this battle. The Pomos were very kind. The Elam tribe said, please, yes, you have the permission to use their name, to give this beautiful name over to the county, to the community. And the people of the community said, we don't want this. We'd rather stand up and have a fight and protect our rights to support this land that we stole and to protect our little community and its businesses. And the hell with the people who are being hurt. Supervisor Simon
your time is
unequivocally
up. Your time is
that
up.
the name change would help the healing.
Thank you. Next, please.
Mr. Chair, I don't have a comment yet. I just want to have a point of order question. The board has indicated that there are 2 other options.
It seems we have 5 options currently in front.
That's what 2 others, 2 plus the 3, that comes up to 5. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And the public hasn't seen it. County Council hasn't even seen it. So how are you going to have public input, adequate public input on something that none of us have actually seen? None of you've seen it. You spoke about it for a minute, and I'm just asking, are you going to still consider those? Because if you are, those need to be made available to the public and another meeting be held. Because you can't have it today. You can't vote on any of those if there are substantial changes to any of them. And that's the law.
Thank you for your comment. I do agree that we did put it on the television screen. I think it was very short-lived on the television screen, and I'm hopeful that we are about to go print out some copies of both of those options.
We do have some printed copies.
We have printed copies. They are in the front. I was not aware of that, or I missed that if that was stated. So please grab a copy so that you can review that. And at this moment in time, those options are here. And if there are issues, we'll make sure to check in with County Council before making any decision at the end of the meeting. And at this moment in time, we've heard your comments. We have it printed.
That was a question. It was a comment. It was a question. Is this the letter that's available? Because are we allowed to take time and not be disrupted by conversation that's going on in order to give this?
So I think we're going to be having a lot of public comment, and there's going to be time for people to review it during that time before we vote. So please, if the public wants to grab a piece of paper so they can review the options, and I'll be honest, I do not know.
This is not the new letters.
So I need to take a 2-minute break.
Maybe it has to take longer than that.
2-minute break. We'll be back at 2:15. Hello? All right. Let's reconvene. Everybody should have all the options. The options that have been provided are not revolutionary in the changes of what's the potential. The Board of Supervisors can always amend contracts or other things on the fly. I want to make sure you have that in your hands. You have that in your hands, and it should not. There's nothing that's outside of the scope of possibilities at this moment in time, in the sense that they're grounded in what the options already were. They're not all that different than what was already 1 through 3. So you have that in your hands. I do want to continue with public comment. And I think that we're good to go, and thank you, Wendy, for grabbing more for that. If you were next for public comment, I apologize for interrupting. Please come and introduce yourself, and you get 3 minutes.
I'm Jerry Brown. It's just making me more nervous standing here. I'm not a public speaker. I have the picture of my grandma and my great-grandma at home in the native dress, so I have no prejudice one way or the other, okay? I'm an American citizen, and we are blessed to be in the United States to have a voting process, and the people have spoken. And it hurts me to see that 5 people would, and I don't know which your individual votes are, would try to subvert, or if that's the right word or not, the vote with the people when they've spoken, and then you try to find a way around it to match what you feel. And I worked for this county, Kelseyville School District, so I represented the classified staff many times in negotiations. And regardless of my personal opinion, when I went into negotiations with the school district, what my people wanted, I represented. And I spoke for them, even though for a couple of issues once in a while I felt differently. But nobody ever knew that, because I represented the classified staff I was negotiating for with the board. And so I just say, please, we have a constitutional, we've had a vote. Please listen to the vote of the people. That's what you represent us. You're to find out what we want, and regardless of your personal opinion, which I respect, but you must vote how we asked you to vote. And that's my pitch. Okay, and Judy Cleveland was one of my very best friends here in Lake County before she died. She would be horrified that this whole thing is going on. I knew her heart, and we talked about the issues many, many times. She was proud that we used to have Kelseyville Indians and the little papooses at the primary school as our mascots, because it was a source of pride for her. And I just feel like this is even dishonoring to her memory. So please vote how your people voted in the election. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, I'm Barbara Green. I just wanted to point out the comments about you thinking the BGN has already made up their mind. I have been in back and forth contact with them for over a year now, and they've been nothing but professional. I do not get that impression from them at all, and I really do feel like the recommendation you provide to them will be considered greatly. So therefore, I'm asking that you go with the vote and recommend accordingly to what the people in the county wishes are. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Hi, my name is Verge Belanger, and I want to, mention that, tasked with informing the people, with information that when it came out onto to the voters, it wasn't correct. First of all, it was known about the history with Andrew Kelsey. Specifically, it was put on plaques. It was put in a lot of books. It was also, known about that there wouldn't be any costs, to people, that the changes come from the top down, from Washington down. Also, you're tasked with protecting everybody in this county, everybody. Not just, a large part of the county or but everyone. And also, there was, it seems that a lot was on the whole vote was based on fear. There were things that were put into, in front of the voters that weren't true, such as I just mentioned about all the expenses, such as the history. And, we had input coming opened out to the community. From the very first meeting, we had members of the Kelseyville Business Association that showed up. They knew what was happening, yet they completely took it like they were blindsided. I agree with Bruno that this should probably go up to the people to vote for a different name, because Canocti being forced. When, like I said, it was open to discussion for over 4 years. As I mentioned, there were members from the Kelseyville Business Association at the very first meeting. So a lot of this whole thing was based on fear. There was also loads of money that were pushing all of this. And the Citizens for Healing group just watched. There was a comment made about, let's see what the, figures come to see what the racism quotient, how much racism there is in this county. Now, this is interesting because we're having people that are involved with the community that are okaying what was put for people to vote on. You understand what I'm saying here? That, these things that were known to be untrue were put onto the ballot when questioned, oh, that's opinion. When does opinions go for people's votes? I mean, this is something, you're certainly looking for opinion.
And your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Neon Napalm. It's a silent K to begin with, but yes, that is my real name. I changed it in 1993 on purpose. So just so you know that. It was probably one of the most liberating and refreshing things that I've done in my life, and I was really glad to have done it. I'm a little nervous. I can't believe you guys sit in here every day with this. It's so bright in here, and it's stuffy. There's no fresh air. Maybe open a little curtain and see it's a beautiful December day, some nature in here, some ambiance, a few throw pillows. Maybe that's just me, though, because I'm kind of sensitive. And it has come to my attention that there are quite a few sensitive people in Lake County on either side of this issue. On one hand, we have the valued, they worded it, name of Kelseyville, which has come down the pike for a while. And, it's quaint and cute, and they're emotionally, sentimentally attached, in my opinion. So there's that, and the inconvenience of them having to spend money, which if I thought about it any length of time, I would think would be reprehensible in the least of their concerns because of the inconvenience. I'm sensitive because I, with my light skin and my blue eyes, am a card-carrying, federally recognized, enrolled member of a federally recognized tribe, Oklahoma Cherokees, that's my mom's family. And I am sensitive to these kind of issues because it offends me. I'm incensed every day when I have to think of somebody else going to school on a school bus that's named after a person who raped and killed their grandparents, or their descendants have to keep going to the same school every day because it happens to be named that, or the same town. My point being, the other sensitive people, I can't even believe it. I can't believe this is the case. It's not up for discussion. That was really not a very fair vote. In fact, it was a litmus test, in my opinion, of the public opinion. It's not a votable issue. That's why they have a board of geographic names to decide these things. The other sensitive people are on the other side who don't want to have the name changed. The other people are the ones who are, it's probably the height of inconvenience, the pinnacle of inconvenience, I would think, to be living in the Wild West and have your daughter of 8 raped, taken away by men, grown men, never to be seen again. And if you do your history, you'll know that General Vallejo and General Harasthi and Mr. Kelsey and Stone were running a business up and down that highway right there that wasn't a highway then.
And your time is up if you want to finish your comment.
Of child trafficking, sex trafficking. End of discussion. Anybody that still thinks it's okay to do that,
thank you for your
reprehensible.
Thank you for your comment.
They're not aware.
Please take a seat.
Ignorant in the true
Please take a seat.
Ron Montez again. I wanted to bring up an issue that is on my heart. A few weeks back, I went to the high school to speak to a high school class on their day of celebrating Indigenous people. And some of my relatives danced, and we had some Indian tacos, some traditional foods. And I got to speak to a class. But before I did that, I spoke to the instructor of that class, and he was very unaware of all of the history that is in Lake County concerning the treatment of the Native people who have been here for thousands of years. And it's not taught in our books, our history books. It is not taught in any of the higher education books unless you go specific and look for something specific. But they'll tell you a lot about the Plains Indians and the different tribes all over the country. But we're talking specifics in this case because it's my relatives who we're talking about. Grandfathers, grandmothers, great-grandfathers, grandmothers. And they might not have that same blood in me, but you can find down the line that I'm related to those that do carry that blood. And there was a fear upon our people that has caused such a problem in our psyche and who we are as a people, as a person, that our elders refused to teach us our culture for fear that we would be treated the same way they were. They were in the boarding schools. They were abused physically, sexually, emotionally. They were mistreated. It was against the law of the land for our people to speak our language or pray or sing our songs. We could not go to where our food sources were before because there were fences. And if we crossed that fence together, we would be shot with no way to have it looked at by any law, because the laws that were there on the books were not for Indian people. They were for the colonial people. And so we had no voice, no way to get justice. We had to just take it and sit back and put up with it time and time again. And then when Mr. Kelsey came with Mr. Stone and they took all of the men from our village site.
And your time is up if you can finish. Thank you.
We had no recourse without being shot, killed, or our wives or our children taken and sexually abused and murdered.
And
that is what Kelsey means.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
And after the next speaker, I'm going to switch over to Zoom.
Thank you for taking this up today. You know, Bruno mentioned bad actors. I know there's been some bad actors out there on both sides. You know, we really tried to stay as professional as we could on our end, even sometimes overdoing it, to try and be transparent. You know, it was mentioned that C4H was the one that fired the first shot in this, what was referred to as a battle or a war, and then the war is being left to the tribes to finish it. And it just troubles me inside that I would be, you know, considered at war with you folks. I mean, you guys are doing a great job. Those are tough things. Moke and I go way back, and before the smoke settled in the Valley Fire, we had the first house up. You know, we go back a long ways, and I don't want to be at war with the tribes or with the Board of Supervisors, nor does my community. So we're here to talk there hasn't been much talk. There was no discussion with the community, with business owners, with organizations, Lions Club, Hammers for Hope, Business Association, business owners. This didn't happen. There was no discussion. The consequential damages of this, C4H refers to as no big deal. How do they know it hasn't been done? A name change of this magnitude is rare, super rare. So how do they even know what has to be? How do they know what I have to do to change the name of my building? But I don't want to get into that. There was no discussion of what the name Canocti would be. There was no discussion of the impacts to businesses. There's no discussion of the harm that's being done to this town, to our community. I mean, we haven't talked about that either. At the end of the day, option 4, is the best for us. And if the conversation wants to continue, we're there. I'm not going anywhere there. I'll have a seat with anybody, and I'll offer a seat, anywhere in Kelseyville, anytime for any of you. If option 4 can't be done, then I hope option 5 is what maybe is considered today. That's it. I don't want to drag on other things that people have already mentioned, but thank you very much.
If we could please get your name.
Mark Borgasani, Kelseyville resident.
Thank you very much. We're going to go to the Zoom room. First hand up is Jim Comiskey. Oh, maybe put his hand down. Put your hand back up if you wish to speak. There it is. If we can still start with Jim.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay. Board Chair and the rest of the Board of Supervisors, thank you for this opportunity. I wanted to show my respect to the body and our county citizens, but I'm self-quarantined home sick for the last couple of days. I just want to emphasize, as a resident of Kelseyville, I absolutely see the sensitivity on everything that we've been talking about here today. I do. I went through grammar school, high school, worked in Kelseyville, moved away, moved back. And I heard what Mr. Montez said too, that learning process that we need to get back to. This change of the name wholeheartedly without any input right now from any of the other affected people is wrong. It was a one-sided shot in the bow, and it should not have happened. The Board of Supervisors, you went ahead and put it on the ballot to get it informative. Whether that's completely representative of the whole county or not, I don't know. I don't know what the exact thing was, but I think there's other options. Let's take a look at those, and let's sit down and have a discussion. But as far as the Board of Supervisors, I would ask the 5 of you to consider you're representing the votes that come in, just as I, on my elected board, don't agree with some stuff that comes in, but when our citizens say they want this, it's not my opinion. I represent them. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you, but I think that we need to be steadfast, represent the vote of the people, and then let the BGN do what they're gonna do with appropriate input from yourselves, the voters, and both sides of this. I want to see this fixed. I love my town so very much, and we need to work collaboratively with the tribes and the other folks that I never considered that a big deal when I was younger. I guess it is now. So I want to work better together, and I'll do whatever it takes. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next is Dwayne Goforth.
Hello. My name's Dwayne Goforth, and I'm here to support the name change. I think the first thing I'd like to point out is that the BGN acts under laws enacted by legislators that we elected. This law came out in the 1970s, and that was part of democracy, and they act under the rules and the laws of the Department of Interior, so that's democracy right there. The vote was 70% against and 30% for, but that's not all the people. The 17,000 people that voted for does not even near half of Lake County. Young people didn't get to vote, and they're going to have to live with the name for a long time. The biggest criteria the BGN uses is whether or not a name is offensive to a significant portion of the population. And even 30% voted for that. So I think if you look around, you'll find that there is a significant number of people in Lake County who feel the name Kelseyville is offensive. And I'm one of them. And all of the Native people, for sure, it's in their blood, in their history, in their families. We need to acknowledge that and act to protect the minority and their rights and to go to the future. A name is really important. It's our identity, it's our heritage, and it's how we see our future. The name, if we keep it, represents a past that pretty much none of us are proud of. I want to be proud of the name of my town. I love my town. I love the people that's in it, but I want to be proud of the name. And, change happens, and when it's for something for good, we should embrace it. It's not always easy. There's a tradition, and that can be hard, but look around. McKinley was changed to Mount Denali. I don't think anybody's worried about that anymore. Custer Battlefield was renamed Little Bighorn Battlefield to give some credit to the Indians that were there. Patrick's Point in Humboldt County was named Sioux Meg. There was no controversy about that. Squaw Valley, the ski area in the Sierra, was renamed Palisades. I didn't hear a lot of people worried about that problem. Even in Lake County, just last year, Walker Ridge was renamed Condor Ridge. The people in Spring Valley didn't get upset that their local landmark got changed. The name Konocti is a really beautiful name. It has a real meaning. It's been used for thousands of years, and just think what the future will be like in 10 or 20 years. If the name gets changed, we'll get used to it. We'll be happy. We'll be proud to call our town's name named after the gigantic landmark.
Your time is up, Dwayne.
Okay, thank you. But
thank you.
The issue's not going away if it doesn't get changed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Nora. We will do Pamez first. We accidentally clicked on it, on your name.
Are you speaking to Pamela Ezra?
That would be you, yes.
Yes. Hi. I guess I'm speaking with the 70%. I'm a newcomer here, 10 years, and every single day I'm in a business that welcomes more newcomers coming in from LA, San Francisco, San Jose, Silicon Valley. We're the future. We love Kelseyville. We had no idea, at least I didn't, and neither did my husband, that there were problems here about the name or the history. Had no idea there were arguments or any hatred, because that's not what I've experienced in the last 10 years. I go to the casinos, the restaurants, I see people, I go out there. We love the name Kelseyville. If you run it, it is the only town in the United States named Kelseyville. Had no idea about these men who were awful, but I did hear that they got their comeuppance. But I don't think there's a step in California that hasn't had blood shed and tears cried into the ground. Imagine renaming from San Diego to LA, San Francisco, and Auburn. Every single rock, tree, and place name. I think Kelseyville is wonderful as it is. It's a wonderful future for all of us here. Nobody that I know is interested in changing the name. I hope that the rest of you, with all of your history, could just put aside that hatred and look around you. And this is new beginnings for us newcomers here. I want to thank you for your time and how hard you're all working on this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Let's go back and try Nora again.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hello, my name is Nora Moore. I'm a 10-year Lake County resident raising my children here as a black woman. I would like to thank the board for their work. I sat here since 9 o'clock. You guys go through a lot of issues, a lot that touch me personally, and working in housing in this county, so I'm glad to see that there's movement in that. I was sorry not to hear from the tribal descendant members about this issue, but I'm sure they have their reasons. I'd like to give an alternative option that we tell the BGN that we plan to change the name in the next 5 years and that we as a community come together to find a name that works for everybody. But I'm sure that's not something we can actually do, but I think that would actually help. I'm glad to see that the temperature in the room has changed from the last meeting. There were some racist comments that were made, and I'm seeing that a lot of people who before said that they didn't know this was a problem are saying that they now hear people and are willing to work with that. That is amazing, and I'm so proud of that. In terms of staying neutral, I'd like to quote Desmond Tutu. If you're neutral in situations of injustice, you've chosen the side of the oppressor. If an elephant has its foot on the tail of a mouse and you say that you're neutral, the mouse will not appreciate your neutrality. The pearl clutching over the process of this being done without meetings or whatever is BS, because this has been spoken about for a decade. It should have been changed back in the civil rights era when this law was put in place, and to ease the conscience of the board, I'd like to quote our third president of the United States in the essence of democracy and majority rule. More of half the vote of the persons participating in an election. However, the constitutional democracy in our time requires a majority rule with minority rights. And in those rights, we're talking about the constitutional right to pursue life, liberty, and justice. And I believe the pursuit of happiness here is being stifled for our local tribes. Jefferson goes on to say that all will bear in mind the sacred principle that though the will of the majority is in all cases to prevail, that will be rightful, must be reasonable, and that the minority possess their equal rights, which equal law must protect, and to violate would be oppression. James Balfour goes on to say the tyranny of majorities may be as bad as the tyranny of kings. So if you need any reason to not go with the majority vote, of which I think was a fraudulent vote as it was presented to the people and given such a short time in which we couldn't educate the people, here it is. You're protecting the rights of a minority in this county who have been infringed upon by having someone who has raped and pillaged and basically committed the Holocaust on this side of the United States during the gold rush on our local tribal people. Let me remind you that 5 tribes have written to the BGN, 7 tribes have verbally approved of the change, and the NCAA, days before the election, actually approved support of all our tribes in this change. That's hundreds of tribes across this nation that support our tribes. So if there's any reason to go against the majority,
your time is up. If you can finish your comment.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. So I have no further hands up. I do have some of the hands of those who have already spoken. I just don't think they put their hands down. If you could please clear that up, that'd be easier for me. But I want to make sure to come back to the room. Is there any more public comment? Please come on up to the microphone.
Hello, my name is Eileen Anderson. I live in Middletown. I've been a resident of Middletown for a little over 28 years. I want to start by saying I resent the implication that I'm a racist because I disagree with changing the name of Kelseyville. I am not a racist. My last name growing up was Garcia. I worked the vineyards. I picked the prunes. I've experienced racism. Racism is everywhere. All races are racist in one way or another. So, there's no perfect race. That's my first point. Second point is we're a representative republic. You are representatives of us, we the people. We hired you when we voted for you. 70% of the people said, we like the name Kelseyville. Every race America has started on a bad note, some would say. We've had slavery. The blacks want reparations. The Japanese internment camps during World War II. The Native American population, I respect, but they are not as pure as the wind-driven snow. There were tribal wars and stuff like that. Our history is dirty, but we've changed. America has turned the corner. We're moving on to new things. If you're going to let racism or the hurts that you felt growing up define you as a culture and as a people, we're not moving forward. We need to move forward. Yeah, I don't know that much about Mr. Kelsey and Mr. Stone. Did bad things. So did the slave owners, so did the slave holders. And if we're just going to be beholden to the atrocities of our past, we will never move forward as a nation. We need to unite. Kelsey was bad. Most of the people don't even know what went on back there. And we respect the hurt of the people, but we're not going to live and dwell in that. We're going to move forward. Accept the hurt, move on to the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, please. And if we can keep the comments out of I would like that you are respected when you are in the microphone, and that in return there's respect given to others on the microphone as well. Please.
Good afternoon. My name is Kelvin Reed, and I live in 95451, and we all know what that is. I'm going to give you a little different perspective. Dachau, Buchenau, Auschwitz, they all still exist. You know why they exist? They exist because the people don't ever want to forget what happened to them.
Can you speak to the Board of Supervisors, please?
So, you should honor the vote, number one. I understand that there's bad feelings. There's lots of bad feelings. We can go on and on. Jefferson was a slave owner. Washington was a slave owner. We can go on and on and on. What are we going to do? Change every name? It's not about that. No, it's not. It's your history. You can't bury your history lest you're doomed to repeat it. Okay? And that's why the Germans keep all of those concentration camps there for visitors to see, so people never forget what happened. There's a purpose for it. And I will be visiting one of those concentration camps in 4 months. Why? Because I don't want to ever forget. My grandfather was forced to drive a German general around because he was a race car driver during World War II. Forced to. It was either that or he was in the concentration camp, just like everybody else. So I have history. I know what I'm talking about here. Don't bury the past. Don't. We shouldn't be doing that. We need to remember it so that we learn from it. Like a point that one of you brought up earlier. You couldn't even find where it was anymore when you went trying to find it in the history. It was gone. It evaporated. Out of sight, out of mind. We can't do that. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comment.
Kyle Bill. I do agree that there was an injustice done. The place of Habenapo should never have been renamed to Kelseyville. Today, all of you are presented with a decision of profound moral significance. As an Indigenous person and a voice for those that cannot speak here today because of genocide, I come before you to speak on the matter that transcends the mere renaming of a town. It's about righting a wrong of our collective history and taking a step towards healing and deep wounds inflicted on our people. The name Kelseyville is a constant reminder of a violent legacy of Andrew Kelsey and Charles Stone, whose actions toward our ancestors are one of cruelty and injustice. This name embedded in our community continues to honor a past that has inflicted tremendous suffering on Indigenous people. You must ask yourself, is this the legacy I choose to uphold? Is this the story I choose to tell the world about who we are as a community? You have the responsibility to change the narrative and to demonstrate that we as a collective community stand for truth and reconciliation. By changing the name to Konocta, we honor the original stewards of this land, and we acknowledge the true history and that we begin to heal the rifts of the past. This is not merely about altering the signs of a town's border. It's about affirming our commitment to justice and respect for all cultures and histories. As you consider the options before you, I truly urge you to think about the message that we will send to our children and to the world. Let us show that Lake County leads with courage and justice. I implore you to make a moral choice and stand on the right side of history, and to vote for a change that will start mending wounds of the past. Let us move forward together, not just as neighbors, but as united communities dedicated to justice and moral respect. And I just want to say that I appreciate this process because it gives me the opportunity to see each of your hearts and where you are. Because there's a difference between being an ally and being a true ally, or just being a performative ally. And so this is your moment to understand that the choices that you make will go into the history books, and that we will remember the choices that you made. So today is a beautiful day because we get to see all of our hearts today and who we stand by and who we support. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Hello, my name is Barbara Hollenkamp, and I live in Kelseyville. I was here in July, and before I say what I want to say, I find it hard to believe that we cannot use profanity, but yet the Board of Supervisors could when we met in July. That was uncalled for. I'm here because the vote was really almost 71% for against changing the name. I think you have an obligation legally and morally to go forward with that. Why vote if you're not going to accept what the vote was? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. After this next individual in the room, I'm going to go to a hand that's been waiting in the Zoom.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I haven't met our county council yet, and who would that be?
Lloyd Quintavano, but please continue your comment.
Okay. I'm very concerned, and also in the future, that statements that were made on the ballot that were so incorrect, they were so out of line, and our county council did not see fit to correct those injustices, I will call them. Okay? I hope this doesn't happen in the future. Supervisor Simon, you called it when we had the last meeting here. You said, I think I know how this is going to go. And you were right. But I think that some of the statements that were on the ballot may have had a big influence on how this went. Okay? Also, what's wrong with Konocti? I know that there's been a lot of brand work on the name Kelseyville. However, Konocti has a built-in reputation from Konocti Harbor that is not local, it's not state, it's not national, it's even international. This is a very good name to change this town to. And one other thing, let me ask you something. If you went on a vacation, you came back, and all of your family was dead, and the guy that killed them, they named the town after him, how would you feel? The name of Kelseyville is a slap in the face to all of our tribal brothers and sisters. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We're going to go to Zoom. We have Katie Ray.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you try again? It wasn't very clear.
Okay, hold on one second. Let me
It's
take my
perfect.
earpiece out.
It's perfect.
Okay. Nishang Nishang Shake Shakea. Katie Ray Shugosha. Nomalaki is Keta. Wailaki is Keta. Wintun is Keta. Good afternoon, esteemed board and community members. I'm apologizing first that I'm not there. I'm in Southern California at a conference, otherwise I would. During this process, I have had the opportunity to speak with members from both sides. I have, of course, been able to speak with many of our tribal members, community members, and a number of our youth, which, if I were at home, I would have youth there today. One of the things that I keep hearing is that we don't want to change the name and erase the history. Unfortunately, for many years, our history is not taught. Like many have said, you can't find our history in the history books. We don't learn about it in school. Starting next year, we will be learning about this in ninth grade. This will not be forgotten. It will no longer be erased, as it is now going to be a part of the curriculum and a graduation requirement for our youth to go through ethnic studies. Thankfully, our Board of Supervisors, the 6 of them in Lake County, decided not to use the California CAMS curriculum, but to have us create curriculum to be taught about the local history. One of those components is going to be the Bloody Island Massacre. So they will be learning about Kelsey and Stone and everything that happened to the tribes within the community. One of the things that really bothers me is that this was not brought up by any of the tribes, but we're now the ones that are fighting this fight, like it's been said. And a thing that I see from a lot of the work that I do in Lake County is the lack of diversity. We need to remember that accessibility is being able to get in the building. Diversity is getting invited to the table. Inclusion is having a voice at the table. And belonging is having your voice heard at the table. We need to make sure that while we're in this process, that yes, we listen to both sides, that we remember that we want healing and not to destroy what we're trying to do here. This has been very hard for a lot of us. Being brown, living in Kelseyville, working in Kelseyville, having my kids in Kelseyville, it has not been an easy year. I can tell you that. But I still go to fundraisers. I still go to board meetings. I still go to a lot of things and sit across the table with people that oppose what I like, what I need for healing. And I'm going to continue to do that because I want to see change. So we need to figure out how to do this to where it doesn't demolish everything that we have, because the community and the community events and the community ties are amazing in a small town such as Kayville. So if we can come together and figure something out for all of us, rather than being dictated on what we should do, I think it would be best. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else in the chamber wish to speak? Please come on up. I have no more further hands in Zoom at this moment.
If we were in the John Costa, if we were in the U.S. Senate, 71% would be filibuster proof. It would be law. But there's a fifth option that none of you have thought of. If you don't want to do the people's bidding, resign. Your jobs are to do what the people want. We took a vote. Think about the damage that will be done if you don't follow the vote. Why should we vote? Ask yourselves, why should we vote if you're not going to follow it? I understand that you didn't want it on the ballot, but someone told me a long time ago, reality always wins. The reality of it is it was on the ballot. The reality of it is almost 71% said no. You're not going to change that. So you can either accept it or come up with an excuse and say voting doesn't matter. voting doesn't matter. So then why do you matter? Have a good day.
Thank you for your comment.
My name's James Tavares Robello. My great-grandfathers were Juan Pedro de Silva, Juan Tavares Robello, Matthew Tian, and Jonathan Korn, Jewish. You have been elected to serve in our county to represent us. We're a country of laws, somebody mentioned earlier. The laws are supposed to be produced of the people, by the people, and for the people. And we're speaking for the people right now. Passing along to this organization that is set up to create these changes. What are they going to do with San Francisco, Fremont, Stockton, San Jose, Santa Clara, Santa Rosa? Those are all non-native. They're not geographic, but they're accepted, and I don't think they're going to get changed. They have much more pull than we have. They're much larger than we are. Do your business. Do what you wanted to do. You chose to have the whole county vote. You could have chosen to have less people vote, but everybody got to vote. And as they pointed out over and over, 71% voted to keep the name. There's a lot of history that all of us have, baggage that comes along. I hear Stone and Kelsey being thrown out and thrown out. I believe they died at the hands of the tribal people. Okay? I hear stories that sound impossible to me, that these two men would hold all these tribes as slaves. How did they do it? How did they take all these people and drag them up to the mines to dig for gold? How do they do these things? How do they do any kind of business? Before them were the Valleos. Before that, there were the various missions around. They all have bad sides. Do your job.
Thank you for your comment.
Alan Fletcher, Citizens for Healing. When we started the process, Lorna Sue and the like, we involved tribal people who advised us. And Ron Montez Sr. behind me got approval from elders of all 7 tribes before we filed our proposal with the BGN. We held a meeting in the Habermatalel Hall in Upper Lake, and the tribal members who attended said, "Thank you for doing this." They said they appreciate it. It was the first time they've been invited to sit at the table. And that was approval we got before we filed with the BGN. In terms of consulting with local people, we held a series of meetings around the lake, kicking off as close to Kelseyville as we could in Big Valley Hall. We publicly announced that we were proposing the name Canocti. When opponents came to one of our meetings and said, "What name would you like?" they said, "Kelseyville, Kelseyville, Kelseyville." They refused to even consider another name. The ballot is a sledgehammer, and the nut is totally cracked. It was written so somebody just reading it had no idea why the proposal was to change the name, because it's offensive. That wasn't on the ballot. It was just, shall we change the name, yes or no? Not who by, not who to, not why, not nothing. I'm surprised we even got 30%. We did have 2 precincts and we got over 50% yes. Only 200 voters or so between them, but we did it. Now, what if the vote had been 3% yes, if only the Native Americans had voted yes and everybody else voted no? If the vote had been 3% yes and 97% no, would that have made the name not offensive to the 3%? You issued a proclamation back in February of 2021 saying the county supports respect. Is it respectful to those 3% to insist that they have to endure this offensive Andy Kelsey raped, murdered children, Ben Kelsey shot Indians in the street? Those are the people that the name Kelsey talks to. Once you know the history, they were evil people. It's a horrible name. It's a terrible brand. I think Canocti 95451 will thrive. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I'm Flaming McLeod, Tribal Chairman, Big Valley Rancheria. On the ballot, you've seen my name for the argument. I didn't write that statement alone. That was information and input from all local 6 tribes of Lake County. It just happened to have my name on it. Forgetting. I was debating on whether to come up here and talk because whatever's going to happen is going to happen, right? Here, right? But I'm compelled because I got people that are behind me. My ancestors, my grandmothers, and my aunts and uncles. Just like you two up there, right? And so for some of you, I know you have a little bit of confusion going on because you have that push. Then you have your conscience, too, of the position that you hold. I don't admire it, right? You know, with this name change, right, whether it goes forward or it doesn't, right, I'll let you two know right now, right, from those times till now, we're still here. We grow, we're a part of this community, and we'll keep growing. We'll keep thriving. One thing that I thought of is I want to thank our champions that help our people. Katie Ray, Kyle Bill, Nancy, all these people that help, allies if you call them, right? Some are native, some are not, right? And whether they know the stuff that we go through or not, you know, they're still there to help our people. They see the stuff that we suffer, right? And it's things that we'll continue to go through on in time, whatever, right? My job as a tribal leader is to help my people progress, protect my people, and do what I can to make them more fortunate and better in the future, our children, right? Because I'm not worried about me, right? I'm worried about where we're going in the future, what we have to endure. And all the things that we've endured in the past, our ancestors, all of that, we're still here. I'll tell you that again. We're still here, right? I respect and appreciate how the vote went, right? That's how the people spoke. You hit it on the head, right? You said about 30%. I admire the things you say, man, because you say it from the heart. You say what you feel, and you don't care who gets hurt, right? Because it's the truth for you, right? You know, whether, like I said, whether the name changes or it stays, right, we're going to keep thriving, right? That's what we do as Native people, right? And again, I respect what they said. They're saying that, you know, you guys were put in these positions with votes, right? But back in July 30th, right, they wanted you guys to have a put to a vote to the county and not respect that you were put there through votes, right? And now that it's coming back here, it's respect the vote of the county, not your guys' decision. It's very confusing for me, right? And like I said, I have people that stand behind me, right? And I didn't want to do a disservice to my ancestors and not come up here and speak, right? We'll carry forward. We'll be very progressive, but thank you guys. All right?
Thank you for your comment.
So, Rob Brown, Kelseyville. In true tradition, I'll probably end up pissing both sides off, but here we go. I'm more interested in the integrity of the process and this Board of Supervisors. I have a lot invested in that, and I think the board needs to. First of all, I don't think the election should have taken place to begin with. It was a waste of money, and it's just an advisory. I think efforts could be spent in other areas. And I'll tell you an example of that. I've talked to EJ about this. This conversation, all of this time, all of this money, everything that's been spent would have been much better spent on something that my wife Angela and I have witnessed over the last several years as we travel over the United States. and we go to a lot of different cultural centers, Native American cultural centers throughout the United States and in Southwest mostly, but they're unbelievable, and that's what we lack here in Lake County. We have a lot to offer with that. I'd like to be a part of that, even though, you know, I'm native to Kelseyville, but I'm not native in the same sense that you would speak to here. But the county has a ton of land. They could donate to that in some of these different parks. A lot could be spent on that, and I think that would be a positive approach towards healing, or whatever that looks like. Whatever. I'm a little too old to be using this feel-good stuff, but you know what I mean. But the board, and this is where I piss off the side that I'm probably going to be on, but the board's obligation is not to vote for what the majority said, because here you're looking at a guy who voted against every dope grower in the county, even though the votes, it was passed, made legal in Lake County and the state of California. You vote what you feel is right. If we voted, if the majority could determine what was right or wrong, we'd still have slavery. So I think the board still, and this is, you know, trying to have the board give the board an opportunity to maintain its integrity as what the board is really about. You got to vote with how you feel, not with some advisory nonsense vote that probably shouldn't have taken place to begin with. I think you should keep the name, but I don't think it's because of, it was actually 75.7% in District 5 and in Kelseyville where the vote was. But I still want to see the board do the right thing based on their heart, not based on some public opinion poll, basically is what this was. But I also want to say, Jessica, with all due respect, neutrality is not leadership.
Thank you for your comment. Please. And then I'm going to jump back to Zoom. We've had a hand waiting for a while.
Hello, Helen Owen, Middletown. And I feel that when I was running for supervisor for District 1, I'll be taking Moak's position.
If you can please speak to the board.
Sorry. One of the things I had brought up, I had the honor of going to the very first Native American forum in Lake County. And one of the things I brought up at that point was that there's more than one way to skin a cat, basically. I think that we are missing the culture that Rob had just mentioned, and that's something I would really like to see coupled with Kelseyville. I believe that there's a number, obviously, of people that want to keep that name, but at the same time, I would love to see something good come out of it. Natives, I've always looked, up to them and had a great deal of respect for the Native culture. And I think we're missing an opportunity here to showcase our Native culture in this area. And I think that something could be built around it that was positive, that would bring revenue and education to Lake County and be a centerpiece and be able to bring your culture to the forefront here and not just go back 150 years, but go back thousands of years and share that and use it for education and come up with some type of museum or something around all of this, I think would be phenomenal. And I think it could do just. And somebody had mentioned the Little Bighorn and Custer's Last Stand. Well, they're kind of combined. You look up Custer's Last Stand, and it was actually at the Little Bighorn. So they've used both of them to bring that together. And I think that we're kind of missing an opportunity here to make lemonades out of lemons. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go to Zoom. We have Ariel. There we go.
All right, can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
I don't know how to lower the hand. You would think that I would have learned that over all these years through the pandemic. But at any rate, I have started my stopwatch because I only get 3 minutes, and I don't want to take too much time. but I think it's educational. Over at the, oh, by the way, I'm with the Lake County Record. We also have a program at KPFZ, as probably many of you know. But all my reading on this issue, I have not really had the opportunity, and I think it might be beneficial for the public to hear from the Save Kelseyville side. I know the speakers have talked about Mr. Mark Borghesani has talked about how, and I'm sorry if I butchered that name, but has talked about how difficult it would be, how expensive it would be to change the name. But there's no hard data that I've seen on that. I mean, have they ran the numbers? How much would it cost? I mean, and he's a big business person in this community. How expensive would it be? How difficult would it be? That type of information has been missing. And just for my own edification and education, I would like to know that part of the story. And I'm sure a lot of people out there in the public would probably benefit from hearing that. It's a strange world that we are in now, where I live in District 5 and I'm a proud Lake County resident, as well as a member of the media, local media, but it's a strange world that we're living now, where I agree with some of the comments made by former Supervisor, District 5 Supervisor Rob Brown. But be that as it may, I think it's going to be educational if we get that part of the story. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. That's all the hands that I have in Zoom at this moment, so I'm coming back to the chamber. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? If you've already spoken, I would like
Right, I spoke to Matt Rothstein and he suggested...
Hold on. If you've already spoken, we have individuals who have not spoken. I want
I'm sorry.
to make sure that they
I didn't
get
see that.
first
Okay.
try. So
He told me to come up last and present my option number 6. Thank you.
So I'd just like to allow the elder to go if she has a prepared statement, and I'll reserve my time after she's done.
So we came in today with 3 options. Now we're up to 5 options. According to the U.S. Board on Geographic Names, that they're going to be, when they sit down to make their decision, they're going to have 3 options. Option number 1 is to keep the name Kelseyville. Option number 2 is to change the name to Kelseyville from Kelseyville to Canocti. And option number 3 is to agree that the name of Kelseyville is offensive, and then send it back to the community to decide on another name. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Batsalin Brown. I'm a member of the Lem Pomo tribe in Clear Lake Oaks. And I have a statement I'm going to read, and also a few comments I want to make as this name change has progressed. So first I want to say that Americans have to stop loving all its killers. Americans need to stop honoring its killers by naming universities, cities, towns, institutions, and streets in their names. Unfortunately for the tribal people and the original owners of this land, and any potential equity created by the name change feels like oppression to the European American collective of Kelseyville and Lake County. When equity feels like oppression, this is a clear sign of unbalanced power and dynamics that support the erasure, minimization, pain, and trauma created by the Kelseys and the name Kelseyville. This name has perpetuated by the people of Kelseyville today, as seen and heard over the previous months in dialogue, at open hearings, sidebars. Today, it's still no concern to the people who don't share our lived experience with the name of Kelseyville and all that comes with it. Tribal people's American experience to this time in history has been, for the most part, a continued nightmare. And we need to understand that nightmare by having these dialogues and looking into our history. Tribal people have survived and lived through the sanctioned genocide policies of 24 United States presidents and more than 500 years of American settler violence. Well documented. The European founding fathers created a country based on a system of white supremacy, racism, and colonization at the cost of indigenous peoples of the Western Hemisphere. This is the legacy the United States of America has left to us, all the people here. With that statement being said, there is much truth in that statement. We might not all agree on the words in that statement, But the situation is that we have to come together as a community and a people. I've had a few dialogues with Kelseyville citizens who got to hear directly from my mouth my concerns with the name of Kelseyville. And productive dialogue happened. And one of the things that the Citizens for Healing did was create an opportunity to have a dialogue that is currently happening with some levels of our community. And there is a way forward. There's a way forward for us to learn about what has happened here. One of the things that I think is important is when we talk about erasure, the place names that were changed, when the Kelseys arrived, that name would have never changed if they didn't kill all the people they killed. So we have to look at that balance and what took place. We like to dismiss it because for some of us it happened so long ago, but for many of us that's just 2 generations away. And so we have to understand these dynamics and create a solution. I heard on the way over here, former Supervisor Brown talk about a cultural center. That's an important step to talking about the history. That's an important step to informing our community of what has happened here. And until we do that, there's always going to be this dialogue of who's right, who's wrong.
And your 3 minutes are up.
And all the things that come with it. So I'd just like to say in ending that dialogue needs to continue. And also, as the owner of Kelseyville Lumber said, I would like to be involved in that dialogue as it moves forward. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. I see no one getting up in the chamber. If you have another comment to make, I will go ahead and take your second comments. I do have another one from a second as well in Facebook, Zoom. If we can keep it to 1 minute, since this is your second time coming up, I'd like to
take as many minutes as you will allow me. It appears to me now that I've heard all this dialogue that it really is, there's a giant gap of uneducation. These guys think they actually voted on something. And actually, to dovetail off what the gentleman said, who's on the other side of what I believe in, he said that it was a public opinion survey. And it actually was, like a litmus test, like a pulse to see how many people are paying attention in this county. It has nothing to do with registered voters or how many actually took us out and voted. What it has to do with is that the wording on that vote, I voted, okay? I'm a registered voter. I'm a card-carrying registered voter. Okay? And that dialogue was completely slanted. Hey, they've decided already, so why would I not go with the majority if I'm uneducated or ignorant in the truest sense of the word, not knowing the story? Because in me, it's black and white. There are 2 sides to this. If they know about it and they're educated, they're sure as hell not going to want to be named a town after it, like he said. If they're uneducated and they're ignorant of the facts,
please finish.
Then they are going to be a cheerleader for a ridiculous cause, which is reprehensible.
Thank you.
In my opinion.
Thank you for your comment. Nora, on Zoom. We're done at this point. We're done at this point. If we can get Nora on Zoom for a final comment. Again, please keep it to 1 minute.
Absolutely. Real quick, I would just like to stand by Lorna on that option that was not discussed, that we tell the BGN we would like to change the name as a community, but we'd like a chance for us to come together and find a name that we could all work with. I think that seems to be, from all the comments, the most amicable decision that will allow more education, allow more conversation amongst people. I think we've actually come really far since earlier this year, and it's really great to see. So thank you again, Lorna, for stepping in. I know you've taken a lot of heat for this.
Thank you for your comment. So I'm going to close down public comment at this point. Actually, I'll make one last call. Any further public comments before I shut it down? Okay, so there are still more. If you don't stand up and line up,
Ida Morrison,
don't know.
Habitable Pomo of Upper Lake, Executive Council Member at Large. It is hard to be a Native American today, as it hasn't really changed. When you talk about this is history, it's not history. The mentality still goes on today. There is still racism. I experienced it myself. I sat in a restaurant, a gentleman's telling me that all my people do is get drunk all day long, live in dirty homes, live off their parents. I have no parents. I rent. I go to school. I have an education. He told me I was uneducated. I hold an AA. I'm a single mom. I'm raising my child by myself. It is not done. It's not over. It continues. That name continues to bear the mentality that was done a long time ago. That's not considered. You guys tell us to get over it. How do you get over something like that? You can't get over that. It's historical trauma. It's trauma that our kids will carry. My kid's going to carry that. His kid is going to carry that. He's my second generation. I got 5 other that I need to worry about in my time. And in my time being here on earth and being a tribal leader, I need to speak for them. He's here. I pulled him out of school so he could be here. So he's sitting here listening to all of this. And he's going to grow up understanding what this board is for and their decisions that they make. And like Kyle said, your guys' hearts. Your actions here today and your lack thereof, and your decisions and lack thereof are speaking louder than what you are not saying. And he's going to know that. Your job is not to be liked. I sit on my council. My job isn't to be liked. My job is to make the right decisions for my people. And to make sure that what I do, the business that I conduct, better serves their life. And that is your job.
Thank you for your comment. I believe there was more. Yeah.
Hi, Mary Morse, Kelseyville resident. A lot of us do recognize the horrible things that have happened in the past. Unfortunately, we can't change that. We also don't want to forget it. I really like the idea of the cultural center, which I think is way past overdue. What I would like to say is one person commented that it's not that big a deal to change the name for people. Our Kelseyville community is a huge amount of senior citizens, a large amount of them on Social Security, so very limited income. It's like moving them to another town because they have to change everything. All of their bills, all of their documents. It all has to be changed. Excuse me.
Wait, please.
Yes, they do. If someone sends something to the town of Kelseyville through the Postal Service, which they have told us, we have 6 months to change the name or they reject the mail. And that's called the post office. That's a fact. So what I'm saying is we do recognize the pain, and I feel for everybody in here that has dealt with that. I don't know how they feel. We've all had issues in our lives, but that's not the point right now. So my point is just very simple. To me, the worst damage is going to be done to our elders, no matter what nationality they are. 11% of Kelseyville is Native American, and that came out in the 2020 census, which is actually the highest number around the lake of natives. We have a very large... This is going to be a hardship on all of them. And I ask you to just consider really how much healing. I think there's better ways to heal than to change the name. None of us are proud of that. The man that they named just the first settler. That's why it was named. It wasn't after him, it was after the first settler. We're not proud of that. And we're the first ones to tell people. You know, that monument makes him sound like he was this great. He was not. He was a horrible man. He deserved to die, as did Stone. But we can move on in a more positive way. And I just think of our seniors, and that's my biggest concern. Is how, and I've been told by a lot of the natives, well, then you need to go take care of it for them. I own a business. I can't be running around to people that don't know me for them to give me their personal, private information. So I'm asking you to please consider the bigger picture than just healing, which healing is so important. I agree. But it's not the whole picture, because this is going to be very wounding to many, many people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Is there anybody else in the board chamber that wishes to make a public comment?
Good afternoon. My name is Frances Ford. I live in Lake County. I live in the Kelseyville area. I've been there not as long as some and longer than some others. I'm here to just ask that you remember the words you said in July that would maybe create the hope that you would make an agenda for the BGN. There were several of you that said that you would love to see it changed. And I would hope that if you can't do it together, you would do it separately, as yourselves, as citizens of yourselves. I don't know what y'all think, what you think about Kelseyville or why, but I feel like I was lied to again. And I've read a lot of information about the natives and the things that they've been promised and the things that they've lived through. And I feel like it was just another lie, putting it on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did you want to make a comment, sir?
Please.
Come on up to the microphone. I know that somebody offered some help and he said he was fine.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kevin.
Good afternoon. My name is Francis William Howland. I live in that alleged town. I hope that by the time you people reach my age, that you have something better to do with your time than to try to convince people that the human part of humanity has a meaning. Now, I know that's a tough question. However, I think you will all do the right thing, which would probably be changing the name of that town to anything but Andrew. I mean, the guy was a devil. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. 1 minute.
Just a couple of seconds. I disagree with what the lady said earlier about the mail. As long as you put the zip code on it, it doesn't matter what it says. It will go through. That's all there is to it.
Thank you for your comment. Is there any other public comment before I close down public comment? And sir, you've already spoken, so 1 minute.
And just a few seconds on that. I want to mention that, the information that was put out, onto the ballot wasn't correct. And it says there was some involvement with the supervisors and everybody on crafting this. That be considered. And also, the changes come from the top down. So everything changes. People don't have to change the names of their businesses. They don't have to go to the DMV for their licenses or for their deeds or wills. Everything's done from the top down, and that's it. That's how it's done. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else? I'm going ahead and close public comment. I do see that we have a hand in Zoom, but I've already provided a second attempt for the comment, so I'm going to shut that down as well. Bring it back to the board for either deliberation or action. And Supervisor Simon.
I think EJ had something before me.
Vice Chair Crandall. Thank you.
You know, the extra comments when folks come up and just constantly pile on top and pile on top. I think that's where this starts. Being right, being wrong, being tit for tat. What really hits me today that I appreciate is from many people here is education. Let's come to the table and talk. I think that's a great thing to hear, and I think that's the right direction as well. I like what Chairman had said from Big Valley, Flayman had said, is that we're going to be here regardless. And that goes for everybody. No one's going to leave. I know at times there's been people that have come on and told people to go somewhere or do this or do. No one's going to leave. That's not what's going to happen. So I'll start with that because I didn't write that or prepare that, but that's just what I'm feeling right now. I do also want to give appreciation to people that have taken time to come here to write comments in a tactful and respectful way. I think that's very important because there's been a lot that weren't. And it makes it hard to not be personal when you're sitting here or even in general. I feel like this issue was thrusted amongst all of us, by this submittal to change to Canocti and no other name. There were tribal historic officers and other tribal folks that have stated that should have been deferred to the local tribe for what name that they felt it should be or what historically is connected to that. In fact, the actual name of that town since time immemorial before this was called Honapati, which means fire village. And a tribal historic preservation officer had taught me that and showed me that. This issue has been dormant since the mascot change of 2008. With this, the tribal people have had to get on board with what's been pushed without a lot of tribal input. And I know they said there was elders. They said they had comments from elders. But the fact that there was no tribal leadership that imposed anything or had that option, when I was speaking with someone had said they tried to do that but didn't know how. Now that's like a lack of due diligence, and it feels like that was done as imposition to say, well, we know that the natives listen to their elders, so let's just go here. It's another move to win, right? That's frustrating. In a situation as sensitive and as divisive as this, you want to take that due diligence and do proper protocols and actually collaborate with everyone in general to make sure. Their statements, and I only say this for educational purposes, so I'm not saying this to win, but there's statements that it wasn't named after Andrew Kelsey, but according to the Napa County Historical Society, as Lake County was previously part of Napa County, the entry listed as Napa County's Uncle Sam Mountain, quoted, after Lake County was established in 1861, Uncle Sam was referred to as Kelsey Creek or Kelsey, and in 1882, the Uncle Sam Post Office became Kelseyville Post Office, reflecting official renaming of the town in memory of Andrew Kelsey on October 4th of that year. Uncle Sam Precinct is found on the 1892 official map of Lake County, as is the Uncle Sam School District, but by 1907, Uncle Sam School had become Kelseyville Grammar School, and the name Uncle Sam Mountain was drifted into history. And I also say that his remains were also exhumed and buried under this monument. There's also statements that you can't change history, yet it was changed from Honapati to Uncle Sam, then to Kelseyville. So the previous history since time immemorial was already erased as well. I'd like to add one more thing because I was misquoted in an article by the media stating that I was talking about Native people, which I wasn't. I was talking about the land spanning from around Bottle Rock Road area to Elk Mountain all the way to Glen Haven would have been the reservation for the Lake County tribes had the Treaty of Lupiomia been ratified. This area would be a reservation and the tribes would be there, so this wouldn't even be a topic of discussion had that been ratified and honored. So I'd like to also note that there was a resolution attached unanimously supported by the National Congress of American Indians, which consists of 574 federally recognized tribes in the nation, to support a name change. I don't feel this was a waste of time with the advisory vote or a waste of resources. The vote does matter with history in mind. When our great-great-grandchildren look back on the town being named after Andrew Kelsey and wonder, why would we do this? They'll look back and see where at least I know where I stood in light of many threats, ridicule, and shame, which, you know, I still value your voice regardless. I know that it doesn't feel like it, but I do. I respect it, and I hold no ill will. This is just the subject that we have, and this is an opinion that we have, and it's very close to all of us. Out of respect for my colleagues, I went with the advisory vote, and I struggled with that, if you didn't notice. I had an opportunity to end this discussion at that time. So, in fact, despite the decision today, and despite the decision of the Board of Geographical Names, it will not end here. We do not change this. The Board of Geographical Names does. And then from there, where does it go? Because it's going to keep going somewhere. That's why I really like the talk of education. Lastly, I'd just like to highlight, someone had said that I should not vote because I'm Native. You know, wow, imagine if all votes were based off of ethnicity. So I just would like to say that I appreciate all your comments. Regardless, this is a tough discussion, but it's not going anywhere regardless. We are going to have to still live amongst each other. I don't like that it was thrusted upon us, especially it wasn't the tribes who brought it forward. And I liken this to a situation where someone tossed a rock and it's like, tribes got to get on board now, right? Because naturally, someone who's feels that they're being threatened when it comes to the Kelseyville name, they're going to fight back. They're going to say, I want to keep this name. And I think that's why it's laid dormant for so long. So I think that's what frustrates me, but at the same time, I know that there was an intent to do good and to try and do something moral. And I don't want to make the folks that, you know, tried to do this feel like, you know, they're bad for doing it. I know it was an attempt to do right. So I'm just, you know, going to say that I'm in favor of option 2, and that's the only one I'll be going for or voting for.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Supervisor Simon?
Yeah, appreciate everybody's comments today. Everybody knows where I stand very clearly. I said it at the last meeting. I'm very clear about it. Change the name. The healing can start. A couple people came up here and said we can't do nothing about it. Yeah, you can do something about it. You know, from a leadership standpoint, it is tough. It was an advisory vote. I wanted it on record where this county stood with its Native population. It's on record now. No running away from it. I got what I wanted. I made that very clear here. And just to let you guys know, we've been working on Cultural Center for 30 years. I've been a leader of my tribe for that long, and we've been working on it. We'll figure it out when we get enough funds to do it. Don't worry. We'll have one of the best in the world. And we're working on it, you know, as nations. This isn't going away. Whether you think you win or you lose one side or the other here, the education has started. People have stood in this room and said, I did not know what this vote meant or who we were voting for. The education has started. Town of Kelseyville name will change before they put me back in the earth. I'll guarantee that. I wanted this to be a national focus. I wanted us to understand and work together. You've never heard me say I wanted the name Canocti. I haven't ever said that. That's what came before us. I think you guys have built a brand name in Kelseyville. Pearville, I think, would be better than Kelseyville. I think that the Scully Packing, that family that has done positive things there, you wouldn't have to change your name, Mark, or your business, you know, of Kelseyville Lumber. If that's the name you want to have, you can have that name. You know, I've heard you made that statement a couple times. I walk through those doors. You know, we do business together. None of this stuff is a personal attack on anybody, but my beliefs and my people were murdered and massacred. The first governor of this state paid $1 million for the heads and the bodies of Native people, just to continue on with the taking of our land and to put us where we needed to be. But we're still here. I was the first Native elected almost 100 years after we were even able to vote or considered people, not animals and dogs. And so proudly this county has come forward. 30% people voted right now in that advisory thing to help us move forward, and that's a positive step. The education has started. There's no turning it off. You're going to be able to stand on one side or the other. We may vote positively. I don't know how it's going to turn out today, but you know how I'm voting. Change the name. Bottom line. From the beginning of this, I'm sorry for the position that it's put some of these folks in, because it's a tough one. It is. And when you have hatred thrown at you, and you have slurs, and you have get over, whatever, you know, to have those kind of things that shock you, it's what we live with every day. Every day. When I leave this room today, if you think I'm not going to be, you know, lauded for saying what I say, I always am. But I try to be upfront, try to have conversations. I've had proud conversations where people say, I completely disagree with you, but you're upfront and you let me know where you stand. So, and I've heard off this diocese before I was a board member. I heard a member on this diocese right here, when I was here asking for something for business, say it isn't the job of this board to take care of the Indians in this county. Well, we goddamn changed that, didn't we? And yes, that's a cuss word. I apologize that it's there. But people do use foul language, not only here, heck, they fight at the U.S. Senate, right? They try to punch each other, push you. That's not what we're doing. We're going to come together as a community, whether people want to or not. We're never going to agree on everything. But as the chairman said from Big Valley, we ain't going nowhere. They tried to kill us, rape us, murder us, take our land, burn us out, destroy all of our vegetation, and say the first agricultural here was grape? No, the first agriculture here was manzanita berries, acorn. Those were here before any of this stuff started. I am always who I am. I appreciate everybody. I respect you. If there's a disaster, our people will always be there to help the community as we do. I myself will be there to help the community as I do. I have many friends and family or friends that are on the different side of this subject. That doesn't affect the people that I've known all my lives. So you guys know how I want it voted. We're going to come down to a vote today. And then it's not going to stop there. Even if we got the vote today as this board of a majority to change the name, there's a new board coming in at the beginning of the year. That very well could be brought back by the new board. So I'm in no, fantasy land that whatever happens today, it's over with. If you look at the history of this, the SQ name was changed. But then the Board of Supervisors down there in Fresno turned around and didn't want to honor that change. That's conversation still going on. So I am no fool on how this stuff works, and no one else should be fooled by that either. But if we're going to come together, I think we got a chance to do it after all these meetings and what has happened in that advisory vote. I heard some people that were staunch about no change of names. We're going to be talking about it. So if you think the tribes aren't going to take that opportunity over the next decade to work on this, or the next 20 years till it's changed, it's going to get changed, because we ain't going anywhere. It's that simple. So thank you guys very much. I appreciate it. And yeah, I don't avoid Kelseyville. I love what Kelseyville does up there, but let's get a different name on that. And I got to use Kelseyville right now because that's what it's called. I'd rather call it a different name, but we're not there yet. So we'll continue working on it. So that's what I have to say. You guys know where I stand. Let's get the vote done. And I said it when the advisory, I just want it on record. So when we have a discussion, I will know exactly where we're standing and the work that I got to do as a person to get things changed in this county. And I think I've done a pretty good job. We have done a pretty good job, and the constituents have done a good job. You got 2 Native people sitting on this board. Something to be proud of. The only one in the state's history that Lake County has that. That's a pretty darn good thing as far as I'm concerned. So, anyway, that's all I got to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Supervisor Green?
There's some tough acts to follow. So I'm apologizing in advance for my very boring comments, but when I'm looking at the BGN process, it helps to read the directions from time to time. And so I did that. gone through their principles, policies, and procedures quite a bit, and they're applicable to the comments I've heard here today, pro and con. So the general result of the advisory ballot measure, strong preference to keep the name. In the BGN principles, there's a strong preference to keep existing names. Whether they're good people or bad people, it's not really called out in there, but if there's a historical name in there, the underlying principle that the Board of Geographic Names is to let sleeping dogs lie, and that's probably not the best way to put it. But in that context, just to give some credence to what's been spoken here today, Kelseyville is an existing place name that is widely published and used in legal documents. Substantial evidence exists that the place name derives from the settlement of Andrew Kelsey and Charles Stone and has historical significance. Present-day usage and local preference, as established by Measure U and other public input from July and before, are sufficient in and of themselves to establish Kelseyville of deserving of strong consideration by BGN to leave the name in place. That said, that underlying principle has several other rules and regulations and policies that the Board of Geographic Names uses to establish when a compelling reason might exist to change a name. And the petition that Citizens for Healing filed is best classified as one under BGN's terms, a petition made to eliminate particular name problems, as in proposals involving names asserted to be derogatory or offensive. And on the short form list of the BGN, the Kelseyville petition is described as one made to change name considered offensive. 4 words. Very quickly, there's another policy in BGN involving commemorative names. So although I want to acknowledge that there's a strong preference for a historical name, there's no evidence that's been presented to this body that I'm aware of that the naming of Kelseyville was a personal commemorative name, that some family members came up later and said, let's do this. Sounds more like an accidental legacy thing that the post office eventually picked up, if I heard right from my colleague. So I just want to mention that commemorative name policy because I don't think it applies to Kelseyville. I don't think there was any commemoration intentionally granted upon Mr. Kelsey. And I also think that just for BGN's thing, I don't think BGN should by default uphold names that commemorate white settlers of European heritage without any consideration of the area's earliest indigenous residents. The widespread practice of applying personal commemorative names to geographic features should be acknowledged by BGN as antithetical to the preservation of native place names, and this policy in particular should not be applied during BGN's consideration of the petition regarding Kelseyville. Here's the most important policy in those guidelines: derogatory and offensive names. This policy allows BGN to consider on a case-by-case basis whether a place name is derogatory or offensive. And on this subject, it's game, set, match. Our tribal nations have stood up consistently over many years, not just in hearing of this, about the injustices done, not just in Kelseyville, what is now called Kelseyville, by Andrew Kelsey and Charles Stone, but by generations of settlers that came in after that and set up camp on what used to be tribal lands and subdivided them and turned them into a little Eurocentric part of Europe such that we are Lucerne and we are Nice and we are the Clear Lake Highlands. And the only distinction between that and Kelseyville is those European place names are not named after a murderous thug like Andrew Kelsey. So this policy is where the rubber meets the road. This policy clarifies that BGN will not approve any name that is determined to be offensive to a particular racial or ethnic group. Kelseyville is offensive to our Native American brothers, sisters, and ancestors. And if you haven't had the opportunity in your own lives, whether you've lived here all your life or whether you're just coming to Lake County, if you haven't processed that, Kelseyville is an offensive name to Native Americans and to a small plurality of Lake County residents who are not Native American, based by the 30% plurality in the Measure U vote. tribal geographic names. Kanaktai is one. There are others. I also appreciate the comments about, you know what, if we'd had a little more time, we might have worked on this, and would have appreciated the opportunity to work together on this and had the ability to vet it, not just with our 7 sovereign nations, but with the other community members who are going to inherit this name. But you gotta play the hand you're dealt. And so the petition happened. There was some level of tribal consultation, and the proposed name change to Kanaktai does meet all of the BGN stated criteria. Mount Kanaktai is a dominant topographic feature of the Kelseyville area and much of Lake County, and the mountain itself looms large in geological, historical, and cultural contexts. Finally, I want to point out that this is not going to be the last thing. Public input is still open at bgnexec@usgs.gov. I confirmed that yesterday. And all the principles, policies, and procedures I'm talking about are available on the USGS website under the Board of Geographic Names. And if you haven't had the opportunity to read them, I encourage you to do that now. So I want to put that in context of the advisory ballot measure, because the Board of Geographic Names didn't say go out and do a ballot measure, and we'll honor that. Their open-ended procedure is to gather and present all relevant information needed for their board to render its decision. Their procedure expressly calls for consultation with the Board of Supervisors, and it further allows for tribal consultation. The procedure does not describe how or whether the results of local ballot measures pertaining to proposed name changes should be considered in federal proceedings. So I know that's kind of a lot to process after a long day, but some people have said this is such a mysterious process. It really isn't. The general principle is we don't change geographic place names unless we have a compelling reason. There seems to be ample compelling reasons, plural, in this point. And one reason why we would think about doing it now versus later or 300 years from now is, look at the argument we're having over this. We don't even agree what Kelseyville is. Is it the small census-designated place of about 3,300 people, the town people themselves, the thing I most associate with Kelseyville? Is it the larger county census division, or the Kelseyville plan area and the general plan? Is it the Kelseyville Unified School District boundary, or Kelseyville Fire Protection District, or is it this even larger zip code area of 95451? The murderous name of Kelsey has expanded over the years by inaction and just assumption that the whole region now is named after Mr. Kelsey, not just the small little settlement. And we have to be upfront in addressing not just the racial discrimination of years past against American Indians. I was down at the library on Saturday. I was trying to figure out that monument at the end of Main Street, how that came to be and what role the county had in it. And unfortunately, I couldn't find any information. Apparently, we did have a role in it. I just couldn't figure out exactly what. And that monument just speaks to me in 100 different ways. It like buries the lead. It's like, here's the first adobe settlement. Oh, by the way, it was built with slave labor. And by the way, the guys that did it are buried here. I don't know of any other historical monument that does that. And it's wrong. But as I'm going through the newspaper of what used to be the Lake County Bee before it was the Record Bee, I find other things in there, like on A1 News, oh, we're going to have a minstrel show put on by the Oddfellows, and they're going to have it at the Kelseyville High School gym. Like, oh, that was a different time. Rotary phones were coming to Lakeport in 1950. It's hard to process. Just you can't change history, but you sure can be selective in your remembrance of it. And if you learned history like I learned history in high school, you got no education on Native Americans. My high school, Fresno High School, 3 years ago went through its little mascot change drama. And then I go to my high school reunion, they're still so mad about it. And I never even heard about it till after the fact. So my sense of outrage or lack thereof is muted by proximity, by the blessings of distance and time. So although this is very in your face and all that right now, I hope that the good people of Kelseyville, and they are good people, understand that if they don't know which way the wind is blowing, they're going to know after today. I am sensitive to Mr. Borgasani's comments and to others that we need time to process. So if I were going to offer any type of friendly amendment to option 2, it would be to definitely recommend that the name change. The name Kelseyville has got to go bye-bye. But my understanding of this process is next stop is going to be the California Advisory Committee on Geographic Names. Our state government also has an Office of Tribal Affairs. It'd be nice to kind of circle back and do some listening sessions, to have some dialogue before making a recommendation on the actual name change, Kanaktai. That said, if there's consensus to go ahead with that, I'll certainly support that. But it'd be, if I were to craft something, it would be option 2 with the recommendation to refer the proposed name change to CACGN and their state partners before bringing it back to BGN for consideration. But I'm not going to burden this discussion with that form of the motion right now. But as to the core issue, do I support the name change as the petition with BGN currently requests? Yes, I do. And I'm open to any number of discussions about whether we lock in Kanaktai. And one reason I would do that is it is possible that future discussions will kind of soften hearts and minds. I think today's meeting demonstrates that. The temperature is much different than it was at the end of July. And I want to thank you all because I can see that you're working on this. And I can't sit up here saying like, oh, I'm just the arbiter of moral justice here, because 2 years ago, we talk about like, oh, it's just our opinions. We have to respect the opinions of the people. Well, we also have to protect the people. We have to provide for the public safety, health, safety, and welfare of all our residents. And on top of that, we have to represent the county government itself. We have to maintain good tribal relations. We don't have the luxury of just blowing things off. Future collaboration on any number of environmental projects, building projects, cultural building projects relies on a common shared vision. We couldn't even get a land acknowledgement. I was going to think about that, and then they blew it up at the school district, so God forbid we bring in a land acknowledgement. I was hoping we could acknowledge it today. We are on ancestral lands of Pomo peoples. So I've kind of rambled now, but there is some method to my madness. I am very sympathetic. If I'm off the board in 3 weeks, if you want to sit there and talk about SEO and some Kanaktai brands, I will help too. I've done some web development and some marketing and all that. I do think there are some challenges ahead, and one reason buying a little bit of time with the state agencies to kind of vet the final name may provide some advantage is you may want to talk about some of those marketing things before we lock in that name. But I do agree that Kanaktai is a great name, still has a K, pretty easy to pronounce, and so from a marketing perspective, it speaks a lot about proceeding with that name today. So with that, I will shut up.
Supervisor Pyska?
When we first got the letter from the BGN last winter, we started having conversations with the BGN and the Kagan. And my first question to them was, if you're going to do this, if a name were to change, what would implementation look like? Where would the resources be? And and we also submitted several questions to ask what the process would be like so that we could have clarity so everyone could understand, so there would be public information. And I think that's one of the failures, is they never showed up to do that, to support us in that way. I feel like this process was dropped on us, dropped in my lap as the elected supervisor for this district. I've made my position very, very clear. I respect to my colleagues, it's not something, that is a vote I would have to abstain from because we do not know still what's going to happen. And you can question my leadership all you want, but I have sat with everyone who wanted to sit with me throughout this last year, and I have truly listened to everyone, and I honored everything that everyone has shared with me. Well, I do thank you for your vote. You don't have to do it again next time. But I have also really seen productive conversations happen. I've seen people really try and learn. They may not have changed their vote, but they're in a different place than they were last year. I think all of us are in a different place last year. And so this is not the end. I feel like this is the beginning. And I'm going to keep showing up. I'm going to show up tomorrow at Big Valley when you celebrate your opening. And I'm going to keep showing gratitude for all the work that Tribal Health does and all the money that they invest in our communities, because we are all in this region together. And we have 7 tribal nations, we have our county government, we have our city governments, and we are in this isolated region where we all need to work together, live together, and be together. And so the conversations that I had directly with the BGN, I told them, you will not ever get a recommendation from me, because I have to support my community however the chips fall and whatever happens. And that's what I'm committed. I'm committed to that work. And I know that it takes a long time to build that trust. And having those conversations with each of you this year, we made steps building that trust. And I'm committed to continuing that. But I can't make a recommendation. I committed to you all. I gave you my word, and that's where my promise is.
Thank you. So, I spoke earlier. My position is still the same. I would love to see us find a option C to the original option A and B provided to us from the BGN. Sitting here and having to choose one over another I need to choose what's best for the future of this community. And what's best for this community, and it's something I wholeheartedly believe in, is that we have a system that allows us to solve problems. And if that system loses the public trust, then we have no system to be able to utilize to solve problems. And I'm going to continue to do what I do personally to continue to make change. But today, if option 2 is on the table, then I cannot say yes. And with that, I'm looking for action.
Well, I just have something to say.
Please.
So I can't abstain without a reason, so I can't support that option, but I just want to be honest with all of you why my vote would have to be no if that is option 2. But I would ask my colleagues to please include the vote of the people in that. Say, this is what the people have said in the measure, and this is what the board is voting for. So that at least we're delivering what the people are saying also.
I think that was in there, right?
It's in there.
It's not
an option 2 specifically.
It's not specifically in there. So if we need to tweak the language.
It's in there. What do you mean?
Demonstrated their
Advisory
opposition.
Measure Lake County residents demonstrated their opposition to the proposed name change. Says it straight up.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, you want to add their percentages? I don't know, I'm good with that. Glad to print that and send it out.
Yeah, we can even add the word clear, because that was in another variation. There's clear opposition in advisory measure U, but,
What's the number of
that, oh yeah, we'll give them the results for sure. But some of you raised questions about the ballot arguments being fraudulent and all that. I just want to hide out, because I'm going to get, if we move ahead, we're going to get hammered. So the wording of a ballot question is a really hard way to try to solve a complicated social issue. So having gone through the BGN process and explained it, the proper question, whether it would have been legal or not in the form of a ballot argument, wouldn't be a coin toss, because that's what the ballot question was. Which do you like better, Kelseyville or Canocti? It's a coin toss. That's not what BGN was asking us. The proper question, if we had posed it to the voters, if you had to change the name, or if you at least acknowledge the name is offensive to our Native American partners here, would Canocti be an acceptable replacement? And that's a different question, right? You may not agree with the idea that the name should change or ever will change, but if the name did have to change, would Canocti be okay? And how would that election have gone? Because one, it forces consideration, like, oh, why would we change the name Kelseyville? And we never got that far in the ballot measure. It was placed out there. So again, I think it was informative. I think it was demonstrated not just support from tribal communities, but again, a plurality of 30%. That's well above the demographic representation of Native Americans in our community. So I just wanted to clarify that. Yes, there was a advisory measure. Yes, we're going to give them the vote totals, but I don't necessarily take it as gospel because, one, it wasn't binding upon us, certainly not binding on the federal government, but most importantly, I don't know for a fact that we asked the right question. So just wanted to point that out.
Looking for action.
All right, just want to make sure I get it right, Lloyd. It said 2 actions here, but I think we only need 1, right?
Well, each action item, A and B, A refers to the letter, and B refers to BGN standard recommendation form. So the suggestion here would be to do each on separate motion.
Okay. So I want to move to approve option 2 with the suggested change. It sounded like there was a majority, at least 3 wanted to add in that measure U and put the number, the percentages in there. So,
Was it the proposed name change that you said?
Wait. There's no public comment at this moment in time. Option 2 with the changes that were offered in order to have the percentages of the election results placed on there.
Yep, and that's my motion.
And, Mr. Chair, if I may, or members of the board, if I may, just as a general, included in that motion approval, a motion to approve that letter as outlined by your board with the
changes or additions. That's my motion. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Nay. Part B?
Part B, I move to modify as needed and approve the BGN standard recommendation form.
Second.
And if I may.
Please.
Mr. Chair. So the BGN form itself references the attached letter. So that would also, and just for purposes of confirming for this item B motion, it would be the motion to approve the geographic name proposal recommendation as modified and as reflected by the letter outlined or identified in the first motion that was approved.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Motion carries. Thank you, everybody, for coming here and expressing yourselves, and thank you.
Why vote?
We're going to take a 5-minute break and reconvene at 4:22. All right, we're back, and I believe that we have gone through every single one of our open session items other than concluding our weekly calendars. And we will continue, because we've already done Supervisor Green's calendar. We'll continue with Supervisor Simon.
LTA APC meeting tomorrow here in the board chambers. I am gonna probably leave that meeting a little bit early if it's not over.
Oh, Mike.
If it's not over, so LTA APC tomorrow in Lakeport, but I do plan on getting out to the groundbreaking and opening of the Big Valley Convenience Store. I want to make sure I'm there. Could not make it when they did the groundbreaking, but I'm going to be there when they open up, just because of my responsibilities. So have that, and then I will be traveling out of town. I will make the call on Friday for the meeting next week. I'll call in, but I'll be traveling a little bit. And then Monday have the Risk Reduction Authority. My last meeting as the chair, but obviously, as you guys know, our tribe, we have joined the RRA, we'll be a continued member of that board for sure, because of the great work that's being done here in Lake County. So, and then back here on Tuesday to be chaired by Michael Green.
Nice. Supervisor Pyska?
Yep. Tomorrow, I plan on being at the Big Valley Grand Opening, even though I also have my NACO EELU meeting at the same time, so I'm going to make that choice, but I'd really like to be there in Big Valley. And then I got to go to Ukiah for the NCO board meeting and the BVAC meeting in the evening. And then Thursday morning, Fire Safe Council. I'm having lunch with Anita.
Nice.
And then NCO is doing a new tribal engagement committee that we're trying to figure out. So that is the same time as the quarterly OPR check-in, so I probably have to miss that. And then Friday, I'm going to go to Sacramento for the Wildfire and Forest Resilience Task Force. Oh, okay, my calendar unfroze. Froze again. I know I have the, Saturday there is a NOA weather spotter program that I'm going to do at the Cobb Fire Station at 1 o'clock. And then Monday, I have my meeting with CIO Parker, and then there's a new, I just found out about it yesterday, another crew coming to the geysers, some engineers or something, so I don't know. Danielle said she'll come to Cobb and video me there, so that's all I know. And then RRA in the afternoon and back here on Tuesday.
Thank you. Vice Chair Crandall?
Yeah, so just real quick, yesterday we had the Central Region Town Hall meeting. Maria, thank you for coming to the meeting and talking about the LAPEX and giving that presentation. It really helped the community. There was a couple more people than normal there, and it was really productive. So I just wanted to thank her for that, and also for Sir, being willing to talk about it. They had like 2 items on the agenda, but they already covered the first one. It was really cool. The first one being the presentation, they just kind of voted. They're like, yeah, we're doing it. So it was really good. I'm supposed to go to Sacramento tomorrow for the RCRC meeting, last one of the year. They're going to vote for a couple of positions here and there. We'll stay probably with executive. I'm still on the executive committee, but there might be a couple others. So if I am on either the Golden State Finance, which is a conglomerate of RCRC, or Golden State Natural Resources, probably maneuver around, because I don't want to be on more and more and more and then drop the ball on other things. So just letting you know that may be, and I'll let you know after tomorrow especially next week, what position I would be in, but not running for the big leadership position. That's not something I'm looking forward to on that. So anyhow, Thursday meeting in Lucerne with the Senior Center. I think that's tentative, but if not, I also do have a meeting with someone on the MAC there, a citizen. Friday, I'm going to meet with Supervisor-elect Owen. We just touched base in the hallway to make sure. And then Saturday, the Joy Maderos Toy Drive is happening here in Lakeport, so I'll be going to that. Monday, CAO meeting in the morning, and then the Blue Ribbon Committee in Clear Lake, and then back here on Tuesday.
Thank you very much. When is that RCRC? I know there's a dinner in the evening as well.
Well, that's next month.
That's next month. Okay,
yeah, that's when they'll seat
gotcha.
Whoever wins, and then they invite some dignitaries from I think Cecilia Curry at one time was elected as the RCRC person, or you know what I mean. They give them an award for their support. That's in January, so I'll let you know that next month, because the calendar's been passed, so I think it's the third week in January.
Yeah. Now somebody over at CSAC had sent an invitation over for me.
Mm-hmm.
And I know I can't make the meeting during the day, but it's possible that I can make the dinner in the evening. Mm-hmm. So I'll check in with you. This week, wanted to mention, I mentioned it last time, that I was meeting with our Social Services Director, Behavioral Health Director, and our Chief Public Defender regarding eviction prevention. We're going to continue that meeting in 30 days to review some potential ways that continuum of care can help fund some prevention, and see if that can work out for us. And if so, then we'll seek to try and embed that into the next year's budget and seeing how that can work. But continuing the conversation, everyone seemed very interested in seeing what we can do to prevent folks from ending up being homeless. So I'll quickly go over my next days of meetings. LTA APC with Supervisor Simon. First Five Lakes special meeting is happening also later on that afternoon with Supervisor Green. And I will be attending the chamber mixer that's happening with the joint chamber on Thursday, starting off with the judge's breakfast, continuum of care pick committee count. We are doing our pick count. I believe it's January 25th, but let me just double check that. Sorry, 23rd. And so anticipate getting a new update on what our homelessness count is at that point in time. I am meeting with some faith leadership in the city of Clear Lake who are interested in doing some work related to homelessness. It's been a bit of a struggle to get the participation that we're looking for, but we're also trying to take baby steps in order to create comfort and not feel like we're trying to utilize services and utilize space that really is someone else's space. And so we need to just break those barriers and continue those discussions. Jay Murdoch from Adventist Health is working on some of those things, and he's doing a fabulous job, and we're making those baby steps. I am meeting on Friday, and I need to speak with CAO Parker about this, with YCCD, Yuba Community College District, with returning to us with some ideas of pipeline programs to help fill some of our vacancies. And so I'll be speaking to CAO Parker to see if it's possible to get some HR representation to take part in that meeting. Then Food Policy Council is also going to be that evening or late afternoon. On Monday, at this moment in time, I just have a meeting with CAO Parker, and then returning here on the 17th for the last meeting of the year. And with that,
I forgot two things.
Redo.
If I don't say them, I'm going to get yelled at here. So, the 14th, there are two events. You have the Reefs Across America event that's going on in December. You know what? A lot of the cemeteries around the county, that celebration will happen Saturday morning. And then on Saturday night is Christmas in Middletown, 4 to 8.
Oh, yeah, I'll be there too.
You saved your soul.
Yeah, I knew I was like something, so yes.
All right, perfect. With that, that concludes our open session agenda items. We will be going into closed session. We have 3 items. 8.1, Public Employee Evaluation, Social Services Director. 8.2, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation Pursuing the Government Code, Section 54956.9D1, Center for Biological Diversity et al. Versus County of Lake et al. 8.3, Conference with Legal Counsel, Significant Exposure to Litigation Pursuing the Government Code, Section 54956.9D2 and E1, one potential case. And with that, we are going into closed session. Thank you for joining us today.